So, hello everybody. Welcome to session number 7 dedicated to dosimetry, the first session dedicated to dosimetry. We are 2 persons to chair this session. My name is François Bochu. I am the chair of Committee 2 of ICRP and work in Switzerland at Lausanne University Hospital. And my co-chair will present himself.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Abdessalam Al-Housawi. I'm the VP for Radiological Safety in the Nuclear and Radiological Regulatory Commission in Saudi Arabia.
Okay, so we will start actually with our rapporteur. You may know that there was quite a lot of submission for this session, and she will do a summary of what is the most important. Okay, I let you. It's actually Yumi Lee, who is a member of TG 113 of ICRP. Actually, not totally a member. She's a mentee, and she comes from University of Yonsei in Korea. So, Yumi, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you for your kind introduction, and good morning. And I am Yumi Lee, and I will summarize the contributed poster across 4 contexts: occupational, public, medical, and emergency. This bar chart shows 22 theme tracks in the program. The tallest bar is Dosimetry I with 32 contributions, the center of gravity this year. The left pie shows the regional split, the right pie shows the control breakdown. By region, Asia led with 17.53%, and Europe with 10.31%, North America with 4.13%, and Oceania with 1.3%. By country, South America contributes 5, Australia 4, Japan, China, United States 3 each, and German and India 2 each, and 10 single submission countries up here. Now I will summarize the key messages for each context. This occupational part includes 9 abstracts. First, real-time behavior shaping dosimetry. Abstract 177 shows that unblinded real-time displays change behavior and reduce exposure. And 87 provide the service QA framework to institutionalize this. Second, task resolve exposure with modern Phantom. Abstract 82 links a digital twin of work step to personal dose accumulation, and 163 quantifies lens dose HP3 under real task patterns. And 47 demonstrates that adopting ICRP 145 mesh pattern for air could systemically shift the result versus legacy model. Third, human data and practice. Abstract 71 anchors modeling with UST-UR human registries, and 188 summarize global practice through the ISC-MRI-IR survey to gather grounding assumptions in real workspace. Fourth, high LAT alpha skin dose at the operation regulatory edge. Abstract 228 maps how choice on the teach steps, RB, and limit can drive decision. Finally, case-based mitigation. Abstract 30 model delay DTPA after plutonium-238 inhalation. And this public part includes 10 abstracts. First, public-facing verification and communication. Abstract 47 and 48 integrate external and internal exposure collaboration for ALPS into a single workflow. And second, community exposure environmental context. Abstract 144 evaluate population dose for communities near uranium mining site, auditing real world context. Third, low-level measurement confounders. Abstract 142 shows how in strict K40 background perturbs the in vivo counting and how we correct it. And 94 examined session-bearing microparticle and their microscopic exposure implication. Fourth, historical cohort reconstruction. 166 demonstrate that computational phantom choice shift reconstruction, organ dose, and those epidemiologic inference, highlighting the need for sensitivity disclosure. Fifth, method and standardization track. Abstract 2056, 2062, and 294 build a shared baseline for public protection. And this medical part includes 9 abstracts. And first, CT standardization and patient-specific. Abstract 50 use SSDE size-specific K factor to harmonize CT dose and reduce site-to-site variability. Second, peak skin dose coefficient for CT. Abstract 143 provide PSD conversion coefficient with protocol age scan extent dependent. Third, platform and validation with modern reference phantom. Abstract 43 drives a giant 4 plus ICRP 145 MRCP GUI pipeline for CT dosimetry. And fourth, nuclear medicine internal dosimetry. Abstract 41 compares iodine 131 patient discharge framework and 140 drives thyroid SAF and S factor for Chinese population, and 247 assesses tissue exposure after low dose radiopharmaceutical extravasation. And last,
1 minute left.
and the radiotherapy QA is abstract 230 and abstract 235. And the last, this emergency part include 4 abstracts. And first is rapid triages with field label tools. And second, scenario-driven prediction for responders. And third, dosimetry with hours. And thank you for your attention. And all 32 contributed posters are on display just outside in the poster area. For method numbers and validation detail, please visit the posters and talk with the authors. Enjoy the rest of the symposium. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Yumi. Just for clarity, there will be questions only at the end of the session. So all the questions will be reported to the end of the session, and all the speakers will be in front at the end of the session. So our next speaker is Philippe van Havere. He's from Belgium, from the Nuclear Research Center at Leuven University. He's chair of EURADOS, but he's also a member of Committee 2, Dosimetry, and of TG 117. Philippe, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you, Francois. So I'm very happy that I have the opportunity to present here some progress that we make in the computational personal dosimetry. So I think my slides will be coming. So basically, this is something we've been working on already some years, about 5, 6 years ago. Yeah, time goes fast, maybe even 7 years. We started thinking on a new way of doing personal dosimetry. Using computational dosimetry, and we've been working on it since then. I have only 15 minutes now, so I will just explain the rationale, why we do it, what would be the advantages, and I'll give you some examples and also some new examples for those who've seen me talking already before. So basically, personal dosimetry, workers using personal dosimeters, but they don't like to wear them. If you have to give them also ring dosimeters or islands dosimeters, they don't like to wear more than 1 dosimeter. And even if you give them like whatever dosimeters, they're still not covering the whole of the body. You have point measurements. And they always not use it very strict. They forget it, they don't put it at the right place, they lose it. And there's a lot of uncertainty in personal dosimetry. The dosimeters that we give to the workers, they are not perfect. We are doing dosimetry. But basically, we are happy if we are within a factor of 2, which is, for dosimeters, that's good, but for some people, that might seem like not very good. So there's a lot of uncertainty in personal dosimetry. So we were thinking, okay, what could be done in the future to improve this? And we were thinking, okay, suppose we can do Monte Carlo simulations, and suppose we can do that online, using cameras, capturing the movement of the persons. That would be nice. No, if this would be possible in the future, if it's fast enough, if it's accurate enough, you would not need any physical dosimeter anymore. So that's a bit the goal where we work to. You would not lose any dosimeters anymore because you don't wear one. Also very important, you don't care anymore about operational quantities because you calculate whatever you want. You can calculate organ doses. If ICRP decides to change whatever conversion coefficients, you can easily implement it. You can personalize it. You can do for the real person if at one point in the future this might be needed. And if you can do it online, you can even give faster feedback to the workers. You can use it also as an ALARA tool. So you see there's some advantages, if it would work, that would really impact the way we do dosimetry and with the way we do radiation protection at the moment. So how do we want to work? We started trying whether it would be possible. So we use 3D cameras, so we capture the movement of the person. So that's like a skeleton tracking. We couple this to phantoms, to flexible phantoms, personalized flexible phantoms, if needed. And then we import it in like a digital twin of the workplace, where we have to include also the radiation source. And then all this together, we put this together. In the beginning we started, and we're still doing a lot of Monte Carlo simulations, which of course takes some time, but you can get some results even in, let's say, minutes. And now we are trying to make it faster with neural networks, I will show you. And all this together, like I said, we use phantoms. We have developed in our institute also some phantoms, which is called the RAF, so the realistic anthropomorphic flexible phantoms. So we have now a male, a female, and like a baby, and they are flexible. So we have like a program where you can actually move or take any posture that you want, and the internal organs move along, so you can use this. And basically what we do is, this is already from the beginning, but you have the camera gives you, the 3D camera gives you back coordinates from the person. This coordinates you fix to the phantom, and then you can actually make the phantom move. And then you can put it in whatever digital twin that you want, like is seen here. And then basically what you do is suppose you have this movie from people working in whatever work they do, and suppose you take a frame every second. So every second, or every 5 seconds, or every half a second, whatever you want, you capture the position of the person at that moment. You capture where is the radiation source, how much is the radiation source. You voxelize it if needed, or you can go directly, and you calculate whatever you want, whether it's HP10, or whether it's eye lens dose, or hand dose, or whether effective dose, whatever. And then suppose you would be able to do that in 1 second, then you have already the online. Of course, the Monte Carlo are not as fast, but I will show you how we work towards that. We started doing this in what we call the Podium Project, and we started doing this in interventional radiology. You see here some example from the end of the project. You see a real image of real interventional procedure on one side, and actually the movement of the phantom on the right side. You see it's not continuous, because it doesn't have to be continuous, because it's only when the beam is on that we have to capture it. So all the rest we throw away. We don't calculate, of course, when the beam is not on. So that's why you get something like this. And we were getting, in the end of Podium, we were getting really close. We were within a factor of 2 or even better compared to the personal dosimeters. We were just calculating HP10, we were calculating some hand doses, but we managed to get within the accuracy that we have with passive dosimeters. We had some limitations because we still had problems when they started using these movable shields. Because then, of course, this influenced the radiation field, and it was very difficult to track this one. So we're working on that. Okay, here you don't see much, just because I like it's a nice movie. You see it's many persons there, and you can track them. It doesn't matter if for a fraction of a second you lose the tracking, because it's at all, overall you will have accuracy enough. And we started tracking also the shield. So we put like these trackers on the shield, and you can have actually the orientation. And if they move it, not frequent, but sometimes they move it during the procedure. We can track it and we can include it in the Monte Carlo. So this was an application in interventional procedure. And there of course, there the source is moving. We got the data from the source we got from the RDSR, from the machine. And there's still some problem. Well, problem, we want to speed up the Monte Carlo. So there's the Spanish group who was at the Podium project was doing on fast GPU Monte Carlo codes. But actually now we have a PhD working on using artificial intelligence. So this is Felix Lehner together with PTB. So basically what he does is you get the 3D geometry, you do a lot of Monte Carlo simulations, and you have a voxelized data set, so all the parameters are varied. He has a few thousands of Monte Carlo simulations of the radiation field around the patient, and then he's basically training neural networks to replicate this field around the patient. So you have like a radiation field, and this is the point where he is now. He's tuning the hyperparameters, but the results he has are really good. So you have actually the field around the patients, you have it in milliseconds. So you don't need to do this Monte Carlo anymore. So that's how we are progressing to do it faster. At the Podium, we also did some work in neutrons, because neutron dosimetry is also something which is not working very well, because the neutron dosimeters just are not very good. And we had the opportunity to do some measurements at the research reactor in Hungary. So this is a reactor, I don't know if, so on top of the reactor, people are walking. So they're doing some work. They have to go there. If the reactor is working a few times per day, they have to go there to change samples, things like this. And there is neutrons there, neutrons coming from below. Actually, at some, there's like hotspots because there's like vents, and you have like a few hundred microsieverts per hour, even to 700-800 microsieverts per hour of neutrons. So it is important to measure the neutrons, and we basically do the same. The whole Podium approach there is a bit different. We don't do Monte Carlo because for neutrons it would be much slower. So we basically map the neutron field on top of the reactor, and then coupled with the position of the person in the reactor, on top of the reactor is what we did. So we did a lot of spectra, because of course the spectra is important. We actually used this diamond detector, so we also have angular information, so it's not just H*10, but we actually can go to effective dose, taking into account the orientation of the person, because that's also something the camera captures, so we can be more accurate, because you know, especially in this case, the neutrons come from below, which is kind of a special case to calculate effective dose. So we have this, again, I will show just some examples. We can track the persons walking around. This is just, of course, an exercise, and it's speed up. So all the movies I will show are speed up. Not everybody walks so fast. So we have the map around the reactor, and then you can actually track where the person is. You can visualize it like, okay, you see that the hotspot is here. If you stay long at this hotspot, we have the height of the person because there's different levels there, and sometimes the person can go sitting down for some measurements or something, so which also influence the dose because it's coming from below, so it's lower. It's higher when you are lower to the floor, and then you can have like cumulated doses. So this is what we can do for neutrons. So in principle, it's simple. You have a dose rate map, you have a camera, the positions, the coordinates, and you couple it, and you have a dose. And for neutrons, for sure, I mean, it's difficult to validate just because the neutron dosimeters are so bad. Another example where we try to do it is in extremity dosimetry in nuclear medicine. So you know, skin doses can be high, and it's very difficult to measure because even if you give them a ring dosimeter, you measure at one position, and actually you want to know the maximum, and you don't know where the maximum will be because it depends on the procedure, depends on the person, depends on whatever. So you really need a dose distribution, which you cannot do with dosimeters because it's just too many of them. And that's not very easy to wear. So if you would be able to do the computational dosimetry for this, would be really nice. So we do the same procedure. So we have the camera capturing what the person does. This is just an example from an administration. You capture, for instance, every second the frame. In this case, we look at the hands, so we have hand phantoms. We look at the position of the hands, and then you have the real position of the hands, and then you put it in a Monte Carlo, and you have the dose distribution. This was not done online because it takes too much time, but this is a nice example because this is the real, I mean, this is what we assume is the real dose distribution across the hands. Of course, there it's a bit more tricky. The thing is there to know the source. So we had a PhD who was working on computer vision to capture the position of the syringe. just from the images, he recognized where's the syringe. We know how much activity there is in the syringe. We assume we know how much it dilutes when they dispense it, things like this. So this is what we're doing. We have, of course, like tracking the hands. So that's basically the same, but you see it works, transferring it to flexible hand phantoms. We can make different hand phantoms, go a bit fast. And at the end of his PhD, he did like a preliminary validation exercise. He did twice. So really filming a whole procedure, a real procedure from dispensing, giving the persons different TLDs, and then doing the calculations. For this case, not online, afterwards. And in this case, well, you see a little bit the results here. We were not yet within a factor 2 for everything. The positions further away from the tips of the fingers, we were within a factor of 2 of what we measured. For the others, we were not, because probably, well, likely we are not accurate enough. We need really millimeter accuracy for the syringe, for the hands, and we didn't reach that yet. Because, of course, yeah, you know, you understand, if the syringe is so close to the hands, if there's a few millimeter difference, it differs a lot in the dose. So we have a new PhD who will start soon to continue this work, because we really think it will be a nice method. If it works, it really can solve a lot of problems. Now, the last example I would want to give is a project we executed together with ICRP. So this year we went to the South Texas project in the US, and the idea was, okay, we want to see in real industrial environment, in a real power plant, a high-dose job. Can we use the computational dosimetry? What can we learn if we put a camera there, track the people, and try to calculate the dose? Now, in this case, the high-dose job that we could film was, so you have the spent fuel rods, which were moved in containers and then moved to the dry storage. And it takes 1 week, and I'll give you some examples from the contamination. So when the container is out of the water, they need to weld the lid on top of it, and they have to decontaminate and weld it. And especially the welding, it's done in 2 times, and it's 2 times like 12 hours, sometimes takes more time. So for 12 hours, people are really close. I'll give you some examples. They are close to the container. So they get some dose. Depending on how much fuel there is inside, it can change. So we made first a digital twin. So we have, I'll show only a few slides here, but you have a digital twin. This is the container. There is a shield around the container. There's a pipe shield. Yeah. And they also have some shields, some lead blankets on top of the container to shield them. And there was a lot of measurements done, so mapping of the dose weight field around it, both for neutrons and for gammas. And then we used like an enhanced point kernel algorithm to calculate the dose from whatever position. This is like, again, speed up. This is one of the guys doing the welding. So this is what they do for 12 hours. You see, sometimes it's really close. Sometimes he's on the lead shields. Sometimes he's not. So that's what they're doing for a long time. And this is what we filmed. And basically, we captured all the coordinates, and we put it in the digital twin to calculate the dose. And we have this software to calculate it. I'll just show it. It's running. So we load the CSV file, which is the coordinates from the person, and then you start running. And again, speed up. So this is an avatar doing exactly the same as the person did when we filmed him. And at the same time, here, so there was, in total, there were 12 persons, different persons coming in and out. So we have the IDs of the 12 persons. And like real-time live, I mean, afterwards, of course, you can see the dose rate based on this point kernel method, and the accumulated dose from the whole body and also from the hands. So like this, we could calculate the dose. Okay, final slide. So we think that computational dosimetry, it might not be for all persons, not all situations it's possible to capture the movement with the camera and put cameras there and calculate it. Sometimes the source is very dynamic and it's difficult to do it. But in some situations, it really has the potential to solve a lot of issues we have now with personal dosimeters. Neutrons, I really believe that we can have higher accuracy with computational ones than a personal neutron dosimeter. Extremity doses. One nice thing was, for instance, in this South Texas project, we could actually just see, okay, suppose you remove these lead blankets, what would be the hand dose? Or suppose you add extra lead blankets, what would be the hand doses? And in 5 minutes, we have the answer from the exact movement of the person. So it's also an ALARA, an optimization tool. Of course, they're still challenging. Tracking and identifying multiple workers, sometimes it works, but like an interventional, when they all wear the same clothes and things like this, it's more difficult to identify them. Tracking the object, we are approaching what we need to do, but it's not completely fixed. Dynamic radiation fields, validation is sometimes difficult. And of course, we have to think also about if we really want to use it as official dosimeters, it will be quality control, traceability, accreditation. We have to think about that. But we made progress. We are increasing the contribution of AI and machine learning. And as I said, the visualization of the radiation, digital twin creation as a training tool, there it's also very useful. So we will continue, and I'm sure that in some future it will replace or be an addition to personal dosimeters. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Philippe. Very impressive. I can continue.
I will introduce our next speaker, Francois Paquet. Francois has a rich bio, but I'll be reading some of his, a very short description of it. He authored more than 13 books, has over 180 peer-reviewed papers. He's a member of ASNR in France, the vice chair for C2 in ICRP, and the chairman for TG95.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, everybody. So I propose to change completely the domain and to deep in the internal dosimetry field. For those who are used to ICRP symposium, you may probably notice that by the past, we proposed many presentations on the internal dosimetry and how we calculate the dose, how we calculate dose coefficient, and also many presentations on the work which is already undertaken in producing the dose coefficient. Now, what I would like to propose is something completely different. It's to try to have an eye on how the dose coefficients are used, because it's very good to produce those new data and new scientific-based data, but it's also better to know that they are used and that they are used in the correct way. So this is what I propose to do right now. So just as I mentioned, ICRP has produced a new dose coefficient. They have produced dose coefficient for internal contamination for the worker. This has been produced under the form of five volume in the so-called OIR series. OIR is for operational intake of radionuclide series, so it is for the workers. The first volume has been published about already 7 years ago, and the last one just a few years ago. In this series of publication, you will find, especially in the first volume, the description of the methodology. We explain here everything you need to know when you want to calculate the dose, everything, every hypothesis, how we derive the model, all the improvement in the human respiratory tract model, which are used to calculate the dose. Then in the other volume, you will find everything you need to know in terms of biokinetics. We have produced a review of the data on the radionuclide behavior after inhalation, after ingestion, and then after translocation from the lung or the lung and the intestine to the systemic compartment. So we really made a review of the scientific literature of all this for all elements. Then from this element, we have derived reference biokinetic model. As this has been said yesterday, we provide dose coefficient not for individual member, but we provide dose coefficient for reference person, for reference situation, for many reasons that have been described yesterday. So we provide this reference biokinetic model and the reference data. We also provide, because we are talking about workers, so we provide monitoring techniques and the detection limit. We provide at the end what is expected from us, the reference coefficient and the bioassay function for about 1,200 isotopes. Actually, this is the isotope which are currently in ICRP 107. And we do that for different forms, the main form which are found in the workplace, for different particle size, ranging from 1 nanometer to 20 micrometers. You remember that for the workers, the reference particle size is 5 micrometers, but anyway, we provide data for every particle size you may need. And for the noble gas, which do not interact in the body, we provide those coefficients for submersion for the noble gas. And what is really important to note is that all this data, at least the dose coefficient and bioassay function, can be accessed, are available for free from ICRP website, and you can go directly in the ICRP website. You will be invited to use the data viewer, and so you will get access to every of this data. So for the member of the public, we are currently undertaking exactly the same effort, the same work. The work is currently in progress. The first volume of the series is going to be published this day. It will be dated to 2024, but anyway, it will be published this day. And the effort is probably going to be undertaken until 2028. So, as I mentioned already, but I would like to repeat that, is that this new coefficient are really make great progress comparing to the old one. They are really using the most recent and scientifically relevant anatomical data. You may notice that we use now the new reference male and the new reference female. We are using the best available and physiological data, and these physiological data are incorporated in the biokinetic model. We use the toxicological and dosimetric data, and we have made many progress. You have heard yesterday, and you will hear again about the phantom, which describe with incredible accuracy the anatomy of the people. We have changed the location of some sensitive cells, which are very important to calculate the dose and so on. So it's that's really represent great progress. And I would say that by design, the new dose coefficient are really the best tool for dose assessment, and they should be used worldwide because they are currently based on the best science. So now, if we go to the implementation of this coefficient worldwide, we should. My first impression is that because of the scientific progress which are represented by this coefficient, we can expect them to be fully and rapidly integrated into national regulation. However, things can take time. And to understand what's happened, I would like to go back a little bit on what's happened from the recommendation to the regulation. Usually it takes time. It takes a decade, more than a decade. And to understand that, we should maybe remind that ICRP, as a non-governmental organization, just provide recommendation. We provide general recommendation every 15 years, every 20 years, and we provide specific recommendation in medicine and so on. And the dose coefficient are part of this recommendation. So it is only a recommendation. This is something we propose to people to use, but we do not oblige people to use this dose coefficient. In fact, actually, we have international body which discuss on this recommendation and their implication. There are many bodies discussing this coefficient. I would like just to mention one, or at least two. One, because it is IAEA. Everybody knows the IAEA. You know that the IAEA provide basic safety standards, which are usually included in the regulation of the state member. And concerning the dose coefficient, actually, they were included in the GSR Part 3. In Europe, we are only a small part of the world in Europe, but anyway, I just wanted to mention here, because there are many people from Europe here, recommendations are discussed under Article 31. Then they are integrated in Euratom directive, and then they are implemented in the national regulation. So, and for the dose coefficient, the last dose coefficient were also integrated in the Euratom directive. So everything, all this procedure takes time. It usually takes us maybe a decade to produce the dose coefficient, but it takes also a decade to discuss on the recommendation and to adopt and to implement this recommendation in the national regulation. So concerning the new OIR dose coefficient, the one that I was talking about, in fact, I just recall that the production of the dose coefficient for the workers extend from 2015 to 2022. So the last one were produced very, very soon, if actually only a few years ago. For the member who is still producing. And the IAEA, which is supposed to implement and to produce and to transform this recommendation into statement, has produced in March this year a statement indicating that, okay, the new dose coefficients they really constitute a real progress, but on the other hand, we will need a very substantial work to revise the BSS. They also say that, well, wait a minute, you produce new dose coefficient, but we have to demonstrate that this new coefficient really brings something new, really enforce and really reinforce the radiological protection. They also say that they cannot implement anything before having the dose coefficient for the member of the public. And finally, they conclude that the decision of integrating the new dose coefficient will be premature. So a kind of hope is that we had a discussion this week with one representative, with Miroslav, maybe he's there. We had a discussion with him, and I can have some hope that I understood from this week that, in fact, the dose coefficient could be included as an annex in the BSS as soon as those intended for the public were produced. So for the specific case of radon is a really specific case because you have, for those who knows, we produce for the first time dose coefficient based on the dosimetric model for the radon, and that really make a great difference comparing to the previous dose coefficient, especially because the new dose coefficient were multiplied by a factor 2 comparing to the old one, and even by a factor 4 for specific workplace such as the touristic cave. So that really make many problems to the people in charge of the implementation. So for this specific case of radon, IAEA leaves to the national authority to decide if and when to implement the dose coefficient. This is something we can easily understand because the problem of the radon is really different from one part to another part of the world. But on the other hand, what I would like to mention here is that in Europe, we have the German Ministry and the German Office for Radiological Protection, which has made a kind of questionnaire to the HERCA member. HERCA member is an association of the authority in Europe. And what we obtained from that is that more than 80% of the responding country were already in the process of implementing the dose coefficient for the radon. I'm talking about the radon, which is really difficult to implement. And even if that makes problem because the radon is a complicated case, because we have produced in ICRP radon dose coefficient per unit exposure instead of per unit intake, and so that means that this dose coefficient depend on the breathing rate and many other factors, and that really makes problem to people, first to understand, then to implement the system. And as I say, there is, for the radon general concern regarding the consequence of this new coefficient in place where high concentration of radon are measured. I am mentioning touristic cave. In some cases, you can have several thousand of becquerels in this per cubic meter in this touristic cave, and that make a difference. So if I try to summarize, that was a little bit disappointing for us because we have spent decades, 2 decades, in producing this new coefficient, and we all agree that there is no point for producing new coefficient if nobody uses them. So, however, so this is what I'm saying here. They are not yet, those coefficients are not yet fully used or integrated in national regulation. So now what we can ask ourselves in ICRP is, what can we do to improve this? Because again, we spend years producing new scientific data which correspond to the best knowledge in the science, and the problem is not to produce the dose coefficient or to produce anything. The problem is to make people use that. So how can we do in ICRP to improve them? Of course, we are confident that this coefficient will be used at one time, but what can we do in order to improve and to facilitate it, to accelerate the process of implementation. Maybe we should consider better highlighting the reason between this change. We think that the reasons are already explained in the ICRP document, but we should admit that nobody reads the ICRP document. They are very thick, they are difficult to understand, they are not for everybody, they are for a group of experts. And I should confess that even in ICRP Committee 2, sometimes we have difficulties to understand each other. So we can really understand that the document can be improved, and we can maybe make them, well, better available, I would say. We should also maybe clarifying the key difference from the old value and the new value. In fact, this is something which has been asked by many people. They wanted to know the difference between the old and the new value, and they wanted to know why we have a difference between the old and the new value. And this is something we should better explain. And also, we should also better communicate the concrete benefits for the worker and the public of using this new coefficient. So that will be, that it is done, not today, that it is done usually during the ICRP workshop, but that we also will be done in the form of scientific publication, hopefully to be produced before the end of this year. We will try to explain that and to explain how it is important to use this new coefficient.
1 minute.
So, yes, I'm finished, thank you. So as a take-home message, just to summarize everything which has been said, as ICRP, we have produced new set of those coefficients that are really much more accurate and scientifically relevant compared to the old one. However, despite these added values, these coefficients have not yet been adopted worldwide, and we should think about it, and we should try to find a way to improve this and to provide better support for the implementation of this coefficient by explaining again, and maybe more clearly again, the difference and the reason for this change. And I'm finished, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Francois. I think soon enough the scientific community will be adopting these coefficients. Our next speaker is Bangu Chin. Dr. Chin is a key member of developing the reference pregnant phantom series, and he's a member of task group 103 from the ICRP. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you for the kind introduction. So good morning, my name is Bangu Chin, currently a postdoctoral researcher at the University of Florida. So in this talk, on behalf of task group 103, I'll be introducing the future ICRP pregnancy phantoms. Okay. So the fetus, as you might already know, is in the process of organ generation. So it means that it shows high radio sensitivity. So the ICRP assumes that the lifetime cancer risk following the in utero exposure will be very similar to the following eludation in early childhood, which means that it shows very high radio sensitivity again. And in one recent study showed that up to age 15 years, the US population also shows that the estimation excess childhood cancer incidence after in utero radiation to be about 6% per gray. So acknowledging the importance of estimating the doses to fetus, the Commission also indicated that not only the adult and children, we also need to develop the pregnant woman and fetus reference computational phantoms. So speaking of the computational phantoms, it has been evolved to represent the better representation of the anatomy. But I'll just skip this slide because you might already have taken the lecture from Dr. Yansu Yam yesterday. So I'm just focusing on the voxel and the tetrahedron meshes, which is the ICRP reference phantoms. So the voxel phantoms, following the 2007 recommendations, the ICRP adopted the adult and pediatric reference computational phantoms in publication 110 and 147. Although they were constructed from the actual medical CT images of a real human, so they just precisely represent the human anatomy, they still have some limitations, which is that due to the voxels, they have tail-stepped surfaces. For example, it looks like a Lego, so we are not the Legos, which means that it is anatomically unrealistic. And also, it has the voxel resolutions ranging from a few hundred of microns to a few millimeters. And so, for the very small and tiny organs which are below the voxel resolutions, it is difficult to precisely define these organs. For example, in here, as you can see that there are holes in the skins. So to address the limitations of the voxel phantoms, ICRP in 2016 formulated task group 103 to develop the mesh-type reference computational phantoms, what we call the MRCPs. So the mandate of this task group is to develop the adult, pediatric, and also the pregnant female MRCPs. So until now, task group 103 completed the adult and pediatric MRCPs and released them via publication 145 and 156. The major advantages of the MRCPs is that it shows the smooth surface, which means that it represents the realistic anatomy of the human. And also, due to the smooth surfaces, it can also define the very small or tiny organs. For example, it even includes all the radiosensitive target and source regions defined by the commission, which are required for the calculation of the effective doses. And also, it features the deformability, which means that it can deform into various postures or the body sizes. So in recognition of this advanced feature of the MRCPs, in 2020, ICRP Committee 2 decided to develop the reference computational phantoms for the pregnant woman and their unborn child directly in the mesh format. So this is the developed phantoms. It comprises of 16 phantoms and from the fetal ages at 8 to 38 weeks for the male and female fetuses respectively. So basically, as you can see that it's just comprised of two big categories. One is the maternal phantoms and one is the fetal phantoms. So I will just briefly introduce only the features of the phantoms due to the limited time. So the first is the fetal phantoms. Prior to the phantom construction, we just established the reference organ data set, which will be our target values. So the fetal phantoms developed by the task group 103 was developed from the three big phantom sets. The one is the fetal phantom set of the University of Florida, and the second one is the fetal phantoms from Feldossi University of Marshall, and the third one is the newborn MRCPs in publication 156. So these base phantoms were constructed considering the specimens which were used for the construction of these phantoms. So the 8, 10, and 20-week phantoms were developed from the UF fetal phantom series, and also the 15, 25, and 30 phantoms were constructed from the FUM fetal phantom series. And finally, only for the 38 and 35 weeks, we just construct them from the newborn MRCPs. This is because after the 9 months of gestation, the fetus is fully grown, and their anatomy and physiology is very similar to the newborn infants. So after constructing the base phantoms, we scaled them to match the anthropometric parameters, which are widely used in estimating the fetal ages. For example, in this study, we considered the crown lump length, biparietal parameter, diameter, head circumferences, femur length, and also the foot length. And then also, the fetus is in the bone ossification process, which means that as fetus grows, the bones are becoming harder. So as you can see here in the figure below, the blue one shows the bone cartilage, which is not the ossified bones, and the white region shows the ossified bone itself. So as you can see here, the 8 weeks only comprise the bone cartilage, and 30-week phantom shows the very high bone ossification. So these kinds of anatomical features of the fetus is reflected in the phantom. Not only the bone ossification, many anatomical factors were considered in constructing the fetal phantoms. For example, the organogenesis and others. So after the completion of the fetal phantoms, we developed the maternal phantoms. And to say about the maternal phantoms, like the fetal phantoms, we first established the organ data set using the data given in publication 89. And then, after that, except for the abdominal organs, which changed significantly during the pregnancy, we just constructed the maternal phantoms based on the organs of the adult female non-pregnant MRCP. And we just adjusted the organs to match the reference organ data set. And what about the abdominal organs, we just use them from the UF pregnant female phantom series. We adopted this because these phantoms were constructed directly from the CT images of real pregnant patients, which means that it precisely represents the real anatomy of the pregnant woman. So we just converted them into high quality mesh format, and also, and after that, we just installed the fetal phantoms inside of the uterus. And then the developed abdominal organs were just implemented in the maternal phantoms. After the phantom construction, also like the fetal phantom, we reflected the maternal organ anatomy in the maternal phantoms. The first one is the rib cage dimensions. For example, as the fetus grows, the uterus expands. It means that it just pushes the adjusted organs, and which means that we need more room for these organs. So the ribs are just pushed by the adjusted organs, and it means that the anterior posterior diameter and the major lengithnal diameter increases while the height of the rib cage decreases. So these factors were adopted in these developed phantoms. And next one is the spinal curvature. Just like the rib cages, as the fetus grows, it becomes very heavy and belly just expands. So to find the balance, usually the models, they just lie backward and also find the balance, which means that the spinal curvature, they just increase. So these factors also reflected in the phantoms. And the next one is the breast. So breast. The masses of the breast increases a lot during the pregnancy because the mothers, they prepare to breastfeed their child once the child is delivered. So in this case, we just consider the breast height, width, and the protrusion. And the final one is the anthropometric diameter. During the pregnancy, it is found that more than 10 kilograms are increased. So the changes in the anthropometric parameters differs depending on the locations. So in this in this study, we just consider the upper arm, forearm, chest, waist, hip, and thigh, and calf circumferences in our phantoms. So following these procedures, we developed the following 16 pregnant female MRCPs. And one of the most features of these pregnant female MRCPs is that unlike the adult and children, this will be the first and only reference phantoms adopted by the ICRP to represent a pregnant woman and their unborn child. So unlike the other phantom development report, in this report, we will also include the specific absorbed fraction data which are required to calculate the internal dose coefficients used by the task group 95. So I just briefly introduce some cases for the specific absorbed fractions. And this following figure shows the photon SAF for the maternal organ as source regions and the entire fetus as a target region. The upper one shows the maternal urinary bladder content and maternal lactomoid sigmoid colon wall as a source regions. So for these cases, the target and source regions are in close proximity, which means that regardless of the fetal sizes, the absorbed fraction itself shows very similar values, which means that the organ mass dominantly affects the SAF. This is why the 8-week phantoms, which have the smallest organ sizes, show the highest values. On the other hand, the lower two graphs shows the maternal liver and maternal brain as the source regions. For these regions, the source to target distance is very long, which means that once the fetal grows up, the source to target distance significantly decreases, which means that it dominantly affects the SAF, showing the 38 weeks phantoms shows the highest values, while the 8-week phantom shows the lowest values. And the next one, this figure shows the electron SAF for self-irradiation cases for the fetal organs. For example, the left upper shows the fetal stomach wall as a source and at the same time as the target. So as you can see from the tables right, the fetal organ masses for the stomach wall, the 8-week phantom shows the very small values, and therefore the SAF of the 8-week phantom shows the highest values. So this is the quite end of the phantom development and SAF calculations. And I think some of you have already seen the report, but during the July, we have already taken the public consultation for this pregnant female MRCPs. And the report of the public consultation is now being under reviewed by the main commission. And so we are anticipating that maybe the report on the pregnant female MRCPs will be released next year or so. So as I mentioned, this will be the first and only reference phantoms representing the pregnant female and their unborn fetuses. So which means that the pregnant female MRCPs will be used for the calculation of those coefficients following both the current 103 based those coefficients and also for the future recommendations. So for example, already the test group 95 will be used to calculate the internal fetal dose coefficient for public intake of radionuclides by the mother. And also test group 113 is currently using these phantoms to calculate the organ and effective dose coefficient for pregnant women and fetuses. The detailed information on the test group 113 work can be found at afternoon session 12 by Yan. And also recently, ICRP formulated the test group 130, the doses from diagnostic radiopharmaceutical during pregnancy and breastfeeding. And for this purpose, the pregnant female MRCPs will be used to derive the dose coefficient after the administration of radiopharmaceuticals in diagnostic nuclear medicine. And this one is the purpose for the radiological protection. And other than this can be also used for kind of the therapeutic, thank you, or the other purposes as well. So here's the conclusion. In the study, task group 103 developed the pregnant MRCPs, which will serve as the first and only ICRP reference phantoms representing the pregnant women and fetuses. So the developed phantom faithfully reflecting the development fetal anatomy, such as anthropometric parameters and other developing organ systems, and also at the same time faithfully reflect the changes in the maternal anatomy, such as rib cage dimensions, the spinal curvatures, pelvic inclinations, the breast morphology, and other anthropometric parameters. And the pregnant female MRCP shows the fetal age-dependent SAF trends depending on the particle type, such as photons or electrons, and energies and target source distances. So we believe that these developed phantoms will be beneficially used by radiological protection purposes and also other nuclear medicines or medical exposure purposes. So thank you.
Thank you, Bango, for your presentation. That shows that there is such a lot of work behind this dose coefficient, as actually François did with the internal dose coefficient also. So thank you very much. ICRP is actually not the only entity that develops phantoms, and the next presentation will be given by Li Liu from China Institute of Radiation Protection. He's also a member of C2 and a member of TG130. So, Li Liu, you have the floor.
Thanks, Chairman. And I'm Li Liu from China Institute for Radiation Protection. And my presentation is a computational phantom, a review, and outlook. And I want to share some of my thinking, what drives the evolution of computational phantom. So firstly, I'll give a very quick overview of the evolution of computational phantom. As we know, phantom is classified as a computational phantom and physical phantom. And the phantom used by ICRP are mathematical models of anatomy of the human body. Because we cannot put a dosimeter inside the body, so we need the computational phantom to calculate the dose. There are also many challenges to develop the human phantom, such as a complex anatomical structure, individual variability, time-dependent emotion, and complex radiation interaction, and so on. And here, the computer phantom can be classified into three categories based on the geometric molding method that is stylized phantom, voxel phantom, and boundary representation phantom. And of course, ICRP has a reference phantom has evolved over more than 17 years since 1949, as shown in this picture. And also, there are many, many phantoms around the world. So we did some statistic analysis for the past 61 years. And there are 452 articles describe the phantoms, and there are 374 phantoms. So this is the trend. The number of published articles related to computational phantom picked up around 2010 and has since left off, likely due to the general gradually maturation of phantom construction method and a shift in research interesting towards individual dosimetry. At the same time, the number of computational phantom worldwide also rose exponentially before 2015, but the growth rate also slowed down since then. So in terms of the physical phantom category, currently the number of voxel phantom and the BRAP phantom is roughly equal. And here is the distribution of computational phantom worldwide. As you can see, many computational phantom developed in USA, Germany, China, Japan, and so on. And we also figured some the augurs, the number of the augurs from 1917 to 2020s. Augurs specified inside a phantom has raised from 20 to nearly 200, and the spatial resolution of the phantom has decreased by 1 order magnitude every 10 years, as shown in the left finger. And also regarding the calculation speed, and we can show that the calculation speed decreased quickly by 6 orders of magnitude in the past 16 years. And also, I draw the phylogenetic tree of international phantom. We can see the ICRP data. It plays a very important role in this. And also the application, we found that the notice registration protection and the medical field are comparable. But in recent years, you can see in the left finger, you can see the more application in medical than the occupational protection. So here's part 2, what drives the evolution of computational phantom from the perspective of technology push and the demand pull. So this is, I set up this conceptual framework. As we know, there are 5 key elements for construction of phantom: data source, organ segmentation, geometric molding, deformation, and simulation. With the underlying technology, we call it push by the underlying technology: tomography, image recognition, computer graphics, and geometric deformation algorithm, and the calculation algorithm and hardware. And pulled by the application, such as radiation protection, extended dose construction, and so on. And we think there are 3 indicators to describe the performance of computational phantom. The first one is geometric accuracy, that is spatial resolution and economically realistic. And second one is deformability. And third one is real-time performance, that is the speed of construction and the speed of simulation. So I'd like to give some example. For example, first regarding the accuracy, geometric accuracy. 3 key processes in phantom construction: data source, organ segmentation, and geometric modeling determines the geometric accuracy. And with their underlying technology, that is tomography, image recognition, computer conference. In early stage of development, the data source plays the most critical role in determining the accuracy. And in the evasion of the model CT, MRI, in 1980s, enabled the creation of the first voxel-based phantom in 1982, which achieving millimeter scale spatial resolution. And furthermore, the launch of the Visible Human project in 1993 in USA, which enabled make it possible to construct a phantom at sub-millimeter level. And following the advancement, the fine segmentation technology for the tomography images enables the modeling of high-resolution structure, such as blood vessel. And in 2007, researchers began to accurately model the bone marrow and using micro-CT images. And then next, the geometrical modeling method became the key factor improving the geometric accuracy. It was not until 2010 when the voxel-to-mesh conversion function was integrated into a commercial 3D modeling software that the BRAP phantom emerged within a short period of time, offering a greater economic realism compared to a voxel-based phantom, and is obviously a technology push case here. And then after the emergence of a BRAP modeling method, the geometric accuracy of phantom continued to improve in response to the demand for modeling more sophisticated structure. So then the algorithm-based generation method was used for modeling, such as the lymphatic system and secondary branching. The algorithm used for this process, I think, is a demand pool instance. And regarding the deformability improvement, because we consider it as a demand pool. For example, it's used for medical imaging and accident dosimetry. However, it was not until 1990s with the 3D modeling of software began to support nervous-based manual deformation function. The first deformable phantom based on nervous became feasible in early 2000, that is NCAT. And recently, the demand for more complex, realistic, and automatic deformation, such as accidental dose reconstruction and online dose monitoring, has significantly promoted improvement in phantom deformability, and also thanks to the push technology available, such as algorithm and devices such as Kinect. So regarding the calculation speed improvement, I think is a more characteristic of the technology push. In 2006, the CUDA GPU computation platform was released, and shortly after, the first GPU accelerated Monte Carlo code was developed that further reduced the calculation time. Notably, by about 2010, the discretization of mesh models into the tetrahedra has matured in the commercial 3D software that directly enabling the calculation of speed compared with voxel phantom. So here I will give a little outlook of the future. Firstly, is the advantage in differential geometric theory will facilitate the construction of computational phantom. For the current state, the BRAP phantom was constructed by converting voxel phantom into mesh phantom by using commercial software such as 3D Doctor. However, this conversion process is often imperfect, resulting in geometric accuracy, including cracks, holes, surface defects, and so on. So usually it's need a manual inspection. Because the closed surface usually do not process a global conformal structure, which leads to emergency of singular points. This problem cannot be solved by the current nervous modeling. So it has a hit the application of BRAP model to rapid construction of individual phantoms as a process frequently encountered in radiotherapy. So for a novel 3D modeling algorithm based on the conformal geometry theory, that is called discrete surface receipt flow algorithm. This method may enable the automatic generation of high quality unstructured grid without requiring a manual intervention and is catalyst and the development for the commercial application. So I think it's maybe in the future, with this technology become available commercially, so we'll advance the individual computational phantom. A second one, as we all know, AI technology will push the evaluation of the phantom. Firstly, the imaging segmentation, the deeper conventional neural network will be helpful for this step. And second, the model deformation, the deep generative models such as diffusion models will be helpful. And the last one, as mentioned by Philip, the simulation. The deep learning prediction model, aid-to-aid, dose distribution prediction will enable the real-time dose correlation in reality. And the third one is the multi-scale dosimetry application in radionuclear therapy. Will push the development of a multi-scale computational phantom. As we say, the radionuclear therapy requires a multi-scale dosimetry, and also we need to develop the cell level, DNA level models to equip with the phantom. As a conclusion, the computer phantom has undergone over 6 decades of evolution by technology push and the demand pull. The geometric accuracy, deformability, calculation speed has improved by several orders of magnitude. So in the future, what are the possible direction of the phantom? How small is the spatial resolution sufficient? And accurate, fast? I think it's an open question, but the answer, I think, is not only depending on the technology, but also depending on the system of the ICRP. In my opinion, the magnitude of the dose and the dose gradient within human body determine the required spatial resolution of phantom. And in a future, maybe short-range particle radiation under internal exposure will be very important. And currently, the dose assessment in radionuclear therapy maybe need consider the biological process. So we highlight the potential need for integrated physical and biological composed phantoms. So there is no doubt about that the computer phantom is going to keep evolving. The underlying technology push seems powerful in next year. For example, tomographer, image recognition, computer graphics, and AI. However, the demand pull from radiation protection application seems more important for future. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lia. I think it was a really comprehensive view of the status of the phantom. Thank you very much. So our last speaker is Chonzuk Lee. He comes from the US NCI, National Cancer Institute. He's a member of C2, and he's also a member of several task groups, task group 103, 113, 116, 119. I stop here. So thank you very much for your presentation. I'm looking forward in advance.
Okay, thank you, Chairman. So this work is about CT dosimetry reference dose coefficient really work from TG113. So I'm presenting this, but the whole work has been done by many people in test group 113. I'm going to show you at the end of my talk. There's no question about why CT dosimetry is important. So CT accounts for about 10% of whole diagnostic imaging, but is 62% of global medical radiation dose contribution. So there are many dose calculation tools, even organ dose calculation tools available out there, but there's some variation, uncertainty, depending on what kind of phantom do you use or what kind of method do you use. And in nuclear medicine field, ICRP has been publishing many organ dose coefficient and effective dose coefficient in the past, but there's nothing like that in CT field. So that's why we realized that this is an important project. And this reference dose coefficient will be serving as an internationally standardized dose data, and then will be support consisting report and dose comparison. So this is ICRP test group 113. It has 4 different subgroups, sub-test groups: CT, radiography, pediatric diagnostic fluoro, adult interventional fluoro. So this work I'm going to present is really CT work, really subgroup of CT. We had this purpose, the objectives. So first, we want to develop ICRP reference CT scanner. And second, using the CT scanner and combined with ICRP reference phantoms, we wanted to calculate the dose coefficients. And eventually, for convenient use of those coefficients, it's all the tables. So we wanted to develop this graphical user interface-based web dose calculator. So these are the phantoms we adopted for ICRP, the reference scan, CT dose work. The reference phantom, including adult and pediatric, from ICRP 110 and 430. For CT examination, you sometimes raise your arm or lower your arm. So to simulate both of them, for conveniently, we remove the arms while keeping the humeral head as there. These are the 13 different commercial scanners available. So the bow tie filter and technical details is obtained from each manufacturer under non-disclosure agreement. And we try to average them to come up with ICRP reference CT scanner. So the approach is each scanner we have bow tie filter and everything. So we collected this profile from, is this working? From center to peripheral. So we measured the air karma at each point and collected this profile for 13 different scanners. And we derived representative dose profile. So kind of average dose profile from that, those 13 scanners. And using mass distribution coefficient and density of aluminum, we virtually constructed this ICRP reference bow tie filter for head and body filtration. And next one is tube current modulation. There are 2 different kinds of tube current modulation. People modulate tube current to reduce those and enhance the image. So one is longitudinal, so it changes tube current for like vertical axis. And there's another kinds of tube current modulation for angular. So this is helical scan. So when it's surrounding your body, it's changing its current. So we created this called localizer, this projection image for each phantom for AP and lateral. So we collected, we derived the attenuation for AP and lateral to deal with longitudinal current modulation. And we came up with this equation for angular modulation for different body location. So we decided to use this sinusoidal model for angular subcurrent modulation. So we divide our dose calculation into two, with and without subcurrent modulation, and later we combine these two to come up with full subcurrent modulation dose. Dose coefficient library, we calculated, we used 12 phantoms, and we also used extra spectrum for head and body filters, and 80, 100, 120, 140 kb. And we use MCMP code for Monte Carlo calculation. So we calculated organ dose, and E103 calculated for each slice from top of the head to the bottom of the feet, phantoms. And we calculated active metal dose and industrium dose using dose response function. This is XYZ resolution and slice thickness and number of slices, phantom height, and etc. And you can see here, these are the number of Monte Carlo output for each phantom. So we combine and post-process everything to come up with a library of those coefficients. Eventually, this is final product or deliverable from this work. And first one is attenuation factors tabulated and provided in a table form. And those coefficients per CTDI air is tabulated with and without angular modulation. And later, to convert this to organ dose per CTDI-W, we provide CTDI air to CTDI-W conversion factor. So these are all tabulated in the annex of our report we are writing now. Okay, so this is effective dose calculated, effective dose, E103 calculated slice by slice from top of the head to the bottom of the feet. When I magnify, so you can see these are all average out of 13 scanners in this, and then this is based on ICRP reference scanner based on all different 13 scanners. So you can see it's representing about average of each of 13 scanners. We try to see that this is dependency of E103 on phantom age. You can see adult 15 and 10-year-old, and these are 5, 1, and 0. You can see each age, you can see as increasing age, you can see greater effective E103 they receive, depending on the age. And this is dependency of E103 on two potential. You can see there's increasing trend when I go with 80 to 140 kb. And this is E103 by gender, sex here, male and female. You can see, depending on the gonad location, you can see different trend here, and then depending on the breast location, it's different trend you can see. Okay, this is web CT dose calculator. So we combined everything into this web-based dose calculator. So you can select a phantom age and gender here. And we created 3 different views with skeleton and without skeleton to see better skeletal structure and organ structure better. And we also provide scout image, which normally used by radiologists to define the scan start and end. Here you can select head and body filter and different KBs. And 140 is only available for adult, male and female. So here, two-part modulation selection available. So no TCM, longitudinal only, and longitudinal and angular. So whenever you select two-part modulation, it says educational use only, because this is a model, not representing a certain commercial algorithm or anything. Here you can input a CTDI vol. When you select body filter, you're going to see 32 centimeter, and head filter 16 to 16 centimeter. And DLP is automatically calculated from here. This is web-based, so you can click, mouse click, to define start and end. And when you click, when you adjust this, DLP is automatically adjusted as well. These are organ doses. You can scroll this, and then there's a button called Export Dose. When you click it, you're going to see different window with this, and then you can kind of drag and copy and paste to your Excel or anything. Okay, did I use enough time? 15 minutes? I'm good? Okay, there's no clock or anything here. Oh, there.
If you finish earlier, nobody will complain.
Maybe I can do stand-up comedy or, okay. ICRP TG113 has been working on very hard in the past years to establish this method to create ICRP reference scanner and TCM and dose conversion coefficient, and to try to harmonize this assessment internationally, eliminating inconsistency. So this is really ICRP phantom-based and our TCM algorithm-based dose coefficient. And this, we hope this may support optimization, justification, risk communication in clinical imaging and population studies like epidemiological studies, for example, and strengthening radiation protection in CT practice. This is all I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I was starting to think of how I was going to explain you that we didn't have any time for questions, but thank you very much, Onsek. You gave us some time, and I think this work really will, for sure, this will be used. Contrary to what François said, we have to push. In this case, in the hospital, they are really waiting for this, and they don't wait for official authorities to tell them the green light. So we have a small amount of time, but please, all the speakers, if you can move to the front, please. And we have time to, well, let's say, well, it depends on the question, but if you're, maybe I will just start with the first question, and then, oh no, there is one. Just wait to get a microphone. And then I will go on this way.
Thank you. Wes Balch, University of Florida. I have a question for the first speaker, Philip. That was fantastic presentation, a lot of different medical exposures, occupational exposures, your South Texas project, motion capture. I'm just wondering about how to validate the doses from the Monte Carlo, right? So the first thing would be to validate the source term. I assume you could do that through area monitoring, just spatially monitoring radiation exposures, neutrons and gammas. And then I can envision asking one of your nuclear workers to wear a skin-tight, like a diving suit with a whole array of dosimeters down the legs and the arms, and have them kind of mock or actually real work during a fuel change, and then gather those dosimeters and compare it to your Monte Carlo. It's just a couple of, what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, so the validation often is a problem. Well, like for, well, the interventional, especially the people have a dosimeter, but it's a 1-point measurement. And you know, in interventional, it's very inhomogeneous. So if the dosimeter is worn here or here or here, it can be a factor 2, 3, whatever difference. So it gets difficult to compare it with each other. Also, for instance, for this thing we did in the South Texas project, we got the doses. People were wearing electronic dosimeters. We gave them some extra passive dosimeters. For the gammas, we were within a factor of 2 of what the dosimeters read. For the neutrons, the difference was much more. But then the question is, what are we going to trust, the dosimeters or the calculations? So yeah, it's not always easy to validate the values. The thing. Yeah. It's already challenging to convince nuclear medicine workers to wear 10 dosimeters on one hand, so a whole suit, yeah.
Good point. Maybe another question there, the lady here in front.
Thanks a lot. Claudia Engelhardt from Germany, from the Federal Ministry. So I'm a regulator. Thanks a lot for the excellent presentations. I have a question to François Paquet. If we are now changing from the voxel phantom to the mesh type phantom, are we expecting any changes in dose coefficient then?
Well, the mesh phantom will be used first for the calculation of the dose coefficient for the embryo fetus and for the nursing infant. So they will be used after the general ICRP recommendation. If ICRP recommendation change, for example, the weighting factor and so on, we will use this new mesh phantom for calculating again the whole set of dose coefficient. But that will be in many years, so you have plenty of time to implement this current new coefficient before.
Thanks a lot.
Well, it's already the time, but maybe if there is one more urgent question, Miro, and then we will leave for the break.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So I just more comment to François Paquet. Thank you very much for you mentioned IEA. I just would like to say that we are not proposing keeping for using the coefficients which are there. In my presentation, I said that we are basically having those coefficients from R to KERMA to HP10 or HP007, which are actually referring to ICRP publication 74 from 1997. But in my presentation, I said we need to separate using the coefficients which are currently in BSS in Schedule 3 from revision of the BSS. Revision of BSS is not that simple task because requirements documents as they are there in the main chapter of the BSS are going to stay because there is no proposal for change anything. But how to calculate these doses? It's a matter of the numerical calculation exercise, and we are actually going to and be ready to go to issue the amendment to the current tables which are there. I just said we need to wait, or we propose to wait this exercise until the EIRs are ready from ICRP, then we can undertake it. And even in the meantime, we are actually advocating member states to approach us to look what is the best strategy to calculate effective doses, regardless what is written in the BSS concerning these numerical values. So this is the way how to move forward efficiently and effectively without need to opening the GSR Part 3 for the revision. Thank you very much.
Yeah, my answer. Yeah, I agree. I did mention this amendment in one of my slides, but what I would like to say also that well, IAEA is seen as a reference organization, and everybody is looking to what IAEA recommend. And you remember the discussion we had yesterday or 2 days ago in the ICRP Committee 2. One of my colleagues mentioned that IAEA, you produce the dose coefficient, but you do not publish the bioassay function. And the bioassay function are calculated right now, are used right now by the operators just to calculate the dose from the bioassay, from the excreta and the feces. But on the other hand, they use the old coefficient. So it's a kind of mixture of old and new system, and that's really a mess. And so this is why we are so happy to see that you are taking the problem into account, and you will publish soon and integrate the annex as soon as possible.
Okay, thank you. Well, once again, it shows the contrast with the luck that TG113 has, because millions of hospitals will use it right away as soon as it is available. But anyway, so I thank you very much, the speakers. I think it was really interesting, and I hope you had as much interest as I had. And we will reconvene at 11, and we will have more time for the question because we have one less presentation as this session here. Okay. François?
check, check, mic. 1, 2.
Okay, good morning again, everybody. I propose to start this session, the second session on dosimetry, so it's the session 10, so take a seat, please. So we have a pretty short session with four presentation and one summary of the poster. But before to start, I'm trying to introduce myself. I'm François Paquet from the French Authority for Nuclear Safety and for Radiological Protection. I also work for ICRP as I'm acting as a vice chair of Committee 2 on dosimetry, and I'm also the chair of the task group on internal dosimetry. And let's introduce my co-chair.
Hello everyone, my name is Samia Mohammed. I work in Federal Authority for Nuclear Regulation as a senior specialist in secondary standard dosimetry lab. I'm also chairing the technical committee of ionizing radiation in GulfMed.
Thank you. So if you are all ready, I propose to start with the first communication. This first communication will be a summary of the poster, which are outside the room. It will be given by Jing-Wong Choi, who is a young researcher who is following a master PhD program at Yonsei University in Korea. She works on computational phantom under the supervision of the professor Yong-Soo Yoon, and she is also a mentee, which is a new young member of the ICRP TG 113. So Jing-Wong Choi, this floor is yours.
Thank you for kind introduction. Good morning, I'm Ji-won Choi from Yonsei University. I will present a brief summary of Session 10, Dosimetry II, Environmental Protection and Operational Quantities. Session 10 covered 9 studies on operational quantities, calibration, environmental dosimetry, and new shielding materials. The opening presentation by Michael Hayek et al. Introduced the IAEA's stakeholder approach for implementing ICRU Report 95. Workshops and a tech talk are supporting the transition to new operational quantities. 3 studies in this section focused on improving dosimeter calibration and reliability. The first, by Ram Karki, evaluated TLD 100 uncertainties using analytical and Monte Carlo method. Results met international standards, improving dose accuracy. The second, from Tomoyasuji and colleagues at JEAEA, tested X-ray field as alternative to COVID-60 sources. Responses were stable, proving feasibility for future calibration. At the Fenner Secondary Standards Dosimetry Laboratory in the UAE, Shimon Domansky et al. Optimized calibration of MyOSL dosimeters using a panoramic irradiator. This reduced uncertainty and increased efficiency for batch dosimeter. The session also highlighted environmental applications. Alexander Ulanovsky and the IAEA team improved wildlife dose assessment using modeling and field data. It enhances ICRP environmental protection dataset. A related study by Donovan Anderson et al. From Japan analyzed Fukushima tap and groundwater. Radon remains the main concern, but boiling reduces it by 95%. In the modeling category, Mark Hepakowski and colleagues developed a human thermal regulation model using the ICRP 145 mesh phantom. It enables realistic body temperature and radiation modeling. Another study by Joseph Marty Kliman et al. Evaluated active neutron detectors for area dosimetry in proton therapy facilities. 4 detectors types were tested up to 229 MeV, showing reproducibility within 18%, angular dependencies below 6%, and dose linearity within 50%, confirming good performances under clinical beam conditions. The final study by Roma Algeri and collaborators from Saudi Arabia investigated cement LDPE and bismuth oxide LDPE composites as lead-free shielding materials. They achieved strong attenuation and mechanical stability. In summary, Session 10 showed advances in dosimetry and environmental protection through innovation and collaboration. Thank you for listening.
Now let's welcome Mr. Francois Bouchou. He is the chair of ICRP Committee 2 in Dosimetry and also professor at University of Lausanne in Switzerland. The topic that he will present today is ICRU Report 95, the way to go in operational radiological protection. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I have actually two co-authors that I need to present. Thomas Otto from ICRU and at CERN in Switzerland, and also Tristan Gente, who is also working at CERN, but he's actually my PhD student. So my talk will be about ICRU Report 95. Do we think it's the way forward to go with operational radiation protection? So, as you know, the ICRP is trying will propose new general recommendation, and the stakeholders, a lot of them actually, say that we need to simplify the system, but at the same time to keep it as it is. They also say that try to be less conservative, but please try to keep the good level of protection. So it's not always easy to answer to these questions, and actually the ICRP and the ICRU are trying to do their best for that. So in publication 147, as you may know, the unit sievert is proposed as to be defined as for the effective dose only, so it's a global stochastic protection quantity. And for the tissue reaction and for organs and tissue-specific effect, we propose to use only the gray, which is defined for the absorbed dose. On the other side, the ICRU proposed a document, ICRU Report 95, which deals with the protection quantities associated which proposes to have quantities that are coherent with the ICRP report 147. And for the whole body protection, they propose to have quantities that are much better related to the effective dose. Okay, and for the other side, try to be less conservative. Actually, when we apply ICRU report 95, what do we observe? We observe that we are less conservative for the photons that are used in the low energy range, between 20 to 50 kilo electron volt. And this is mainly the field that is applied in medicine. You have to keep this in mind, because if you look at the UNSCARE data and you look at who are actually the workers exposed to ionizing radiation, you realize that 4 out of 5 workers are working in medicine. So either in terms of number or either in terms of collective dose, they are about 80%. So that means this population is clearly important in our system. Okay, so let's rewind and go back to the present situation. So we are not already in the next general recommendation. Do we think the protection and the operational quantities should be, well, how are they actually? So right now, if we talk about the operational quantities, the ones that are defined by the ICRU, they were defined in the 1980s, beginning of the 1990s. They are defined in the points. They need to be measurable. They are used for practical application, to do measurement, to do calibration. Whereas the protection quantities that are defined by the ICRP, they are defined over whole volume or part volumes of the body, and they are not measurable. And they are used to define limits, dose constraint, and reference levels. So you have to keep in mind these two aspects, the protection quantities and the operational quantities. And I'm sure you know all the protection quantities. you have the absorbed dose to organ and tissues, you have the equivalent dose to organ or tissues, or you have the effective dose. These are the protection quantities. For the operational quantities, we have two broad kinds of operational quantities, the area monitoring and the personal monitoring. Typically, the mostly used are, for instance, H*10 for area monitoring or HP10, HP007 for personal monitoring. Which phantoms do we use? Well, I don't want to repeat. You probably know all the phantoms by heart right now. These are the phantoms from the ICRP. Then what are the phantoms that we use in ICRU? Well, you may be surprised. I don't know. You should know, but these are the phantoms that we use within ICRU right now. So spheres, slabs, and rods. What are the weighting factors that we use in ICRP with WT, WR? I'm sure you know them. For the operational quantities, we have one tissue that fits for all, that is the so-called ICRU tissue, and we don't use WR, we use the Q factors, which depend on LET. So what are the simplifications that are proposed by ICRP and ICRU through publication 147 and ICRU report 95? So let's start again. ICRP has the protection quantities, so we will continue to have absorbed dose for dose to organs and tissue. The equivalent dose to organs and tissue will be discarded as protection quantities, and the effective dose, obviously, will be kept. On the other side, the ICRU in report 95 proposed to get rid of the ICRU sphere and to take the same phantom as the ICRP, to define the whole body quantities with the same phantom. Okay. So that means that, just to let you see, the dose equivalent, not the equivalent dose, but the dose equivalent in the case of operational quantities will be discarded, and we'll again have area monitoring quantities and personal monitoring quantities, but for the effect on a given tissue or organs, we will, as we do within ICRP, have absorbed dose expressed in gray, whereas for whole body quantities, we'll have ambient dose and personal dose. So what are these quantities? If I try to summarize them. So the ICRP has protection quantities for the whole body expressed as the effective dose, whereas for the ICRU, for the operational quantities, for area monitoring, we propose to have ambient dose, H star, based on the same phantom. And for the individual monitoring, we'll have a personal dose, HP, and no more HP10 in order to estimate the dose at the depth of 10 millimeter within a sphere, but just HP in order to estimate the effective dose within the whole body. So that will be the definition. And in practice, how will we actually calibrate the dose meters? For area monitoring, as I said at the beginning, we need to do a measurement at one point. So we will put the dose meter at one given reference point and do this measurement here, and that will provide the quantity H star. And for HP, the personal dose, we'll do as we do right now in every calibration laboratory. We will put the dose meter in front of a block of containing water in order to estimate, to have the production of the backscatter of the person wearing the dose meter. So exactly the same as we do right now. So what are the data that are provided in the ICRU report? Well, as we do right now, the calibration laboratory will have to estimate the radiation beam that they have in terms of, for the photons, that will be in terms of air karma or in terms of fluence. So that's what they do, and that what they will do afterward. They will look in the ICRU report 95 in order to have the conversion coefficients. Here you have them in terms of fluence in order to estimate H star or HP. And actually the report will also provide data normalized by air karma. And for the dose to the eye or the dose to the skin, we'll have something very similar, but in this case, we will have the dose expressed in absorbed dose in gray, because that's what is important in this kind of situation. And obviously, there will be data for other beams than photons. You have the list here. The coefficients will be provided in terms per unit of fluence, and actually the energy range will be quite extended compared to what we have before. So what are the main consequences in terms of photon exposure? So I will just concentrate in photon exposure for the whole body, because this is the most common, I think. So here in this graph, you have the energy on the x-axis, and you have the conversion coefficient that is provided in ICRU report 95. And what do you see? Well, you see the protection quantity that is calculated according to the methodology of ICRP, and you have the present operational quantity, HP10. If I have a personal dosimeter that I wear on my chest, I need to measure HP10. And here you can see the difference that we have. And I remind you, when you are wearing your dosimeter and you measure HP10, you expect to have a good estimate of the effective dose that the reference phantom would receive if this reference phantom was you at this location. You understand this? So what is the difference? Well, it's quite obvious to see it. Well, I have to remind you that with ICRU 95, HP will be equal to E. Will be equal to the effective dose. That's important to realize. And what are the difference? Well, you see that at high energy there is an underestimation with the present system, whereas at low energy there is an overestimation with the present system. So if I zoom in the middle way, so between 50 keV and 3 mega electron volts, so a lot of people are working in this energy domain, you see that the two curves are relatively parallel. Actually, if you have the present dosimeters, it's very easy to switch to ICRU 95. You just you make a change of 15% and you are in. So that's fine. The problem, I think, or at least the challenge, is for the low energies. And I remind you that a lot of people working in medicine, actually the majority of the workers, are more or less in such kind of energy range. So this is important to make sure we do things correctly. In particular, the person that are the most exposed workers in the world, they are working in interventional radiology, and they are the ones who receive the highest doses. So you see that just by looking at the difference of these two curves, we have more or less a factor 4. So it can be quite important. But it's not actually a real factor 4, because we have to do real measurement. So that's why my PhD student is actually doing some work. He has developed from a CERN development a spectrometer in order to estimate the dose coefficient that we have depending on the energy. And this is what he gets for the two kinds of measurement that he can do. So you see that if we take into account the energy range, the factor is not 4, but anyway, it's a factor 2. So it's not nothing a factor 2. And in the future, we want to have not only a spectrometer, but we want to be able to do this measurement actually. And we have, in my institute, we have such a personal dosimeter with 4 OSL pellets, and we are trying to see if we can actually have a calibration that works with this system. Right now, we don't have this is just a work in progress, but it's quite promising, and I think there is a good chance that we can have it. Maybe we would need to change the calibration, the calibration spectrum, because right now these dosimeters are based on the N series of the ISO, and as we saw before, in practice, the people that are exposed have broader spectra. They are exposed with broader spectra, and therefore maybe using RQR or RQA IEC spectra will be better and easier to have these kind of things. Anyway, that's a work in progress. He did a lot of measurement in operation rooms, and in a distant future we'll have values to see if it's possible or not. But it's quite promising. Okay, so if I try to summarize, if I go back to my first question, please simplify the system. Just, I will ask you, what is the difference between the equivalent dose or the dose equivalent? You're not obliged to answer, but why do we use Q instead of WR? And is it correct to use WR when the endpoint is an erythema? And what is the motivation for overestimating the dose of the most exposed workers? All these questions make the system a bit cumbersome. And I think applying ICRU report 95 will really erase these complexities and make things simpler. And I think that if the system is better understood, it will be better applied. because people are intelligent. So if we explain better, they work better, and maybe that could reduce the cost. Actually, I don't know. It could be, and I think what we propose is not a revolution. It's an evolution. Clearly, it will not dramatically change the way radiation protection is applied, but it will be better. We will have coherence between the different quantities. It will be less conservative. We don't need to overestimate just upfront the dose. It will help also for epidemiological studies, because there are retrospective epidemiological studies that rely on these measurements. So if we have, for some people, a factor 2 from the beginning that is wrong, then the epidemiological studies of the future will be worse. The Vancouver Call for Action wants to promote radiation protection for the young professionals. So, as you could see, we had young professionals just before. They were all enthusiastic to use 3D phantoms. If you tell them, well, go back to the sphere, what will they think? Well, they will just work somewhere else, I think. But there are problems to be solved. They will be described in more detail by the next speaker, so you will have them. But for sure, there will be some problems to develop personal dosimeter, not above 100 keV. That will be easy. Below is a bit more challenging, but as I showed you, if we make some effort, if we apply some research, I'm sure there will be solutions. There will be challenges for the metrologists. We will need to recalculate the dose coefficient if we change the system, but I'm pretty sure that the difference will be very small, and actually Thomas Otto just made a publication that shows that the difference will be small. We will have to educate the professional, we'll need to do this on the long term, but anyway, that's our work. Well, that's something we need to do. It's not a problem that we will have to educate the new workers, because they will have to be anyway. And finally, I just wanted to say that for the first time ever, an ICRU report has been translated into Chinese. So that means that things are moving, and we'll hear about it later, I'm sure. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, François, for this very comprehensive presentation. We propose to stay exactly on the same subject, because as many of you know, that there is many controversy about this report. Now we've got from François the advantage and the benefit of having this new recommendation, and now I propose to get the answer from Markus Fiegel. Markus Fiegel worked for several years in the field of calibration and in dosimeter development, and he's now acting as a managing director of Mirion Medical, which is located in Munich in Germany. So Markus, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I have the pleasant task now to play the bad guy, let's say it like this. But I think we have to look into this whole matter a little bit more in detail. So this is a rehearsal of what we heard already before. The operational quantities have to be measurable, because, as we said already, the protection quantities are by nature not measurable, okay? That means we have to find something that we can measure. And now my emphasis is on the second point, okay? So if we want to have an acceptable measurement for radiation protection, we have on the one side the radiation that we need to measure, and on the other side we have a measuring device for the radiation type. In between there are a lot of steps that you can see here. At first, yes, we need a dose quantity appropriate for the measurement. That means we need a quantity that we are able to measure. Then the conversion coefficients, the reference field, then performance criteria, standards, everything that is done in different international gremias. And at the end, we have to design and we have to calibrate a measuring device, which manufacturers have to do at the end. Measuring devices can be handheld servimeters, they must be light. Installed instruments can be heavier, and personal dosimeters that must be small, light, and cheap. This is a thing I come back later in my talk. We have the whole body dosimeter, the islands dosimeter, we have the skin dosimeters. I want to stress at 2 points at that thing. The thing is really, we need a dose quantity that is appropriate for the measurement. Yeah? And we need measurement equipment. And that means it's appropriate for the measurement, means not only to show how to calculate a quantity, but also how to measure it. And how to measure means how to design a capable dosimeter. And let's have a closer look into this. So on the one side, we have the old quantities. The effective dose, yes, we heard, is not directly measurable. We had a definition. And the definition we have up to now is a very easy to implement physical and practical concept. It is easy to design an ideal dosimeter. If we go to the new quantities, the effective dose, I mean, there's no change here. It's still not measurable, yeah? But the new quantity is directly based on the unmeasurable effective dose. That means we propose that what is unmeasurable is now, because we can calculate it, measurable. This makes it nearly impossible to design an ideal dosimeter. And this is a contradiction in terms. We have to measure an unmeasurable quantity. And this quantity is now directly in the definition of the measurable quantity that is proposed. Yeah? So let's look how such a dosimeter can look like. Up to now, as I said, easy concept. We have a tissue equivalent detector. We place 1 millimeter of tissue equivalent material on top of it, and we have an ideal dosimeter. Yeah? That makes it easy for us as manufacturer to build a one-element detector which is cost efficient and can be produced in large quantities that we need in personal monitoring worldwide. The costs are very easy and very low. So, and one thing is we needed about 30 years to optimize these systems. We see this in the Eurodos intercomparisons when we check the systems. Yeah, even now we do it since nearly 15 years now, more than 15 years, and still we have a lot of systems that are not compliant with the international requirements. How does ideal HP or E dosimeter look like? I put in here E dosimeter because this is how the ideal dosimeter is look like according to the definition of the new quantities. The number of detectors is for sure bigger than 10 for each organ, let's say. The weight is about 55 kilos. You see the size, and the cost is about 20,000 euros. Yeah? So this is really an ideal dosimeter for the new quantity. The problem we have now is that somehow we have to combine this to find a practical dosimeter. Yeah? But you see already the definition by itself makes it very complicated. If we look to the relation between the old quantity and the new quantity, we can see that in practice it's not as bad. We saw it already beforehand. Yeah? So if we go at first to real fields or real spectra, that means we have broader spectra. Also in the medical fields, you can see here in these publications where we end up. And you see, for example, that above, on the left graph, you see that above 1 MeV, there is not a big problem up to 10 MeV up to now. I come back to this later on. And we see this overestimation in the X-ray part. Yeah, and if we calculate it in vacuum, This is also a point I will come back later. Yeah, we see this strong underestimation. If we go to islands and skin dose, this is only for photons, I have to say, the problem is not as big. Yeah? The existing dosimeters, HP3, should be able to measure the new quantity D lens at photon energies bigger than 10 keV. The same will be probably the case for the skin dosimeters, a little bit depending how the change to mesh phantoms will change the coefficients there also in future. Yeah? But now for this application, it looks not too bad. Yeah? If you want to have more practical information on this, I refer to the Eurados report where you can find a lot of curves for different dosimeter types that were checked already. In the practice, I want to show you now some curves for or results for existing dosimeters, simple dosimeters that are in principle one-element dosimeters. All of these dosimeters I'm presenting now are have two elements, one for HP10 and one for HP7. That means they have possibilities to do some algorithm to make an energy correction. And here, for example, is an example for lithium, magnesium, titanium, TLD100. And what you see on the left graph is that you see this overestimation that we expect. On the right graph, you see the possibility to use non-branching algorithms to correct this, and you see we will fail with this kind of dosimeter. Yeah. So then there is another dosimeter. This is lithium, magnesium, copper, phosphor. It is TLD100H. That is used also in principle a one detector system with an additional HP007 detector. And also here you see in the middle graph you see the big overestimation. Yes, it's about a factor of nearly 2. That's what we heard already in the last talk. But as you see in the right graph, even with changing algorithms and thinking about other optimizations, it is very, very complicated to adopt such a simple system to the new quantities. Here is another example, other material, very tissue equivalent at that point, but you see the overestimation. You see that if you have a slight underestimation, so lower Z effective on the detector than the tissue, which is for the case for beryllium oxide, it is a little bit easier, so we would be able to be within the international requirements, but if you see the blue line in the middle, we will never have such a good system as we have now at that point. That means the errors will be and uncertainties will be much higher at that. So here you see electronic dosimeters, and that's what we already heard also, that for example if you go down to 100 keV or even down to 50 keV for many of these dosimeters, we need a recalibration. François said, it's easy. I tell you, it's not easy. You as a user, you are not able to recalibrate your electronic dosimeter. You have to send it to the manufacturer, and the manufacturer will do it for you. And this will be not for free. I will come back to this. Yeah? So in principle easy, yeah? But you will never be able to change the calibration factor of your own dosimeter. On the right side, you will see the graph for the extended energy range, and you see if we go to the medical field, it will be more problematic. So what are the solutions? How can we solve this issue? New filters, change of algorithm, multi-detector systems, allow higher uncertainties, allow poor dosimetric quality, question mark, widen international and national requirements. Do we really want to do this? And the challenges at that point is to work with branching algorithms, which is always a problem for uncertainties, higher costs, bigger design, it's weakening the standards. Is this the way we want to go? Let's have a small look to the economic impact at that point. That means most of the currently passive dosimeters will have to be redesigned and replaced. All electronic active dosimeters have to be recalibrated by manufacturers or redesigned and replaced. High investment costs, and I make a small calculation here. So if you go for unscared, we have about 24 million radiation exposed workers, let's say 20 million were dosimeters. If we go to personal dosimetry, we have a factor of 2, or let's say a factor of 2. Usually you need a factor of 2.5. Yeah? One is in the post, one is WERN, one is at the monitoring service. Let's take the electronic dosimeters on top of it. Let's say a recalibration or U dosimeter will cost you 24.5 euro. This is very, very, very cheap. Yeah?
You have 1 minute left.
Then this means 1 billion euros total costs. And this is a very, very conservative estimation. The real costs will be much higher at that point. No manufacturer will make it for free. Then let's say a short look to the curve we saw already. Yeah? Let's look. Everything is calculated in vacuum. Nobody of you is working in vacuum. And with monoenergetic energies, there are no real monoenergetic fields in practice. And if we go to real fields, and this is an example also from Thomas Otto, even in CERN with 10 giga-electron volt, the difference between HP10 and HP, or H star or H star 10, is between 10 and 20%. So dosimetry we have now is good and doesn't need a change from that point of view. Even for aircrew members, for example, also with high energies, the difference is about 10%. And one of the worst thing is also we get rid of all conservativeness. That means if you wear a dosimeter at your breast, an ideal HP dosimeter, and you turn or move in the field, you will always have an underestimation. Effective dose, HP, as it is defined now, will in practice always underestimate. We have no conservativeness here. Yeah? And I will finish soon. One thing also is the island dose you see. This is a calculation by my colleagues from UK HSA. And this shows a whole body irradiation and the ratio between island dose and whole body dose. And that means the limiting factor in future will be island dose up to 1 MeV. It will be the island dose who is hitting first the limits. And that means for all workers, most exposed workers have to wear eye dosimeters in future. For the people, especially important for the ones from the regulatory authority. The islands limit will be the first one that is hit, and that means we have to monitor it. No more the whole body dose. Practical, and this is one of my last slides, this shielding, we had it already, medical field, conservativeness, the risk, we will increase the risk for the medical workers compared to now by a factor of 2. And this is also something you don't have to forget. The proposal did not change the unit. That means for over probably more than 10 years, we will have 2 different kind of measuring devices that show the same unit, a value within millisievert, but the difference will be between two devices will be a factor of 2 and even more. How can you communicate this to an exposed worker?
I propose that you conclude, please.
Summary, I will not go through the lines, but for me, from the practical point of view, from the cost side and everything, the new quantity is no benefit for radiation protection in practice, but it will lead to very, very high costs for every one of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Marcus. It was very informative. The next presenter is Mr. Hyunil Kim. He's a young researcher in ICRP Task Group 103 on mesh-type phantoms and a member of ICRP Task Group 112 on emergency. He's from South Korea, and his topic today will be a visual-aided Monte Carlo simulation code for external exposure. The floor is yours.
Thank you for your kind introduction. And hello, everyone. My name is Hyunil Kim from Professor Chanyoung Kim's laboratory at Hanyang University. Today, I will present visual-aided mesh phantom-based Monte Carlo simulation code for external exposure called MEXI. Recently, ICRP organized Task Group 103 to develop next-generation MEXI-type reference computational phantoms. Adult and pediatric phantoms were released through publication 145 and 156. And pregnant female phantoms have been developed and will be released soon. Mesh-type reference computational phantoms have anatomically realistic structures and flexibility for transformation. As shown in the figure, even thin and tiny structures such as micrometer thickness radiosensitive layers are well defined. Additionally, various phantom sets with different body sizes and postures have been developed. Acknowledging these advantages, Task Group 112, the emergency dosimetry group, also aims to use these next-generation mesh phantoms to calculate the external exposure dose coefficients for accident scenarios. However, emergency exposure scenarios are countless, making it impossible to calculate those coefficients for all cases. Therefore, Task Group 112 decided to provide representative external dose coefficients along with user-friendly dose assessment software to perform those calculations specific to exposure situations. As part of this project, in collaboration with Committee 2 and Task Group 112, we are developing a new external dose assessment tool called MEXI. MEXI is an intuitive GUI-based dose assessment course. It uses various mesh phantoms and the Gen4 Monte Carlo toolkit, allowing anyone to easily perform reliable dose calculations for external exposure. Now let's look at how MEXI works. MEXI consists of two main parts, the GUI module and the dose calculation module. First, users enter exposure geometries through the GUI module. Then, dose calculation module runs Gen4 Monte Carlo simulations based on entered geometries. And finally, those values are visualized in the GUI module and saved as a result file. Let's look at the GUI module in detail. GUI module has 3 input panels, geometry, phantom, and source, and 1 output panel. Users enter exposure geometries in the 3 input panels, and the entered geometries are displayed in the visualization window. And the output panel presents comprehensive dose results on the fly. The dose calculation module performs Monte Carlo simulations using Gen4, and since it's embedded in the GUI module, users don't need to write any code or install Gen4 separately. Users simply click the execute button in the GUI module, and the simulation runs automatically. Now let me introduce the functions of each panel, starting with the geometry panel. In the geometry panel, various shielding objects can be installed by entering Java formatted parameters, as shown here. This allows users to easily create various structures such as rooms, pipes, or hollow spheres. And materials can be defined in a similar way to MCMP. In the text edit box, each nuclide is defined using its atomic number and mass number, and users then enter either the mass fraction or atomic fraction for each nuclide to define the material composition. Next is Phantom panel. In the Phantom panel, users can select and implement multiple mesh phantoms. MEXI includes ICRP adult and pediatric reference phantoms from publication 145 and 156, as well as around 100 phantoms with different body sizes and postures. These phantoms are automatically selected and implemented based on the entered type, gender, age, height, weight, and posture. Additionally, beyond the built-in phantoms, users can import custom mesh phantoms created in arbitrary postures. Users can easily create these custom postures using our separately developed program called MPPD, the Mesh Phantom Posture Deformer. With this program, users can transform standing mesh phantoms into various postures and then import them into MEXI for those calculations. MEXI also offers dummy phantoms for shielding purposes. Full mesh phantoms consist of millions of tetrahedrons, which increases memory usage and slows down calculation when many number of phantoms are used. To address this, we developed dummy phantoms by mixing soft tissue, excluding lungs and skeletons, then decimating the mesh faces. These dummy phantoms contain only 0.5 to 0.8% of the original tetrahedrons, and significantly reducing memory usage and improving computation speed in multi-person exposure geometries. Users can easily switch between full and dummy phantoms by simply clicking the dummy phantom checkbox. These phantoms also can wear clothing and glasses for shielding purposes and personal dosimeters for calculating personal dose equivalent. Next is source panel. The source panel offers 9 various source geometries to cover most external exposure situations. Due to the time constraints, I'll focus on 3 representative types: point source and volume source, which are commonly used, and phase space file, which allows defining complex source geometries. First, point source is defined by entering the source location, radionuclide based on publication 107, and activity. In addition to radionuclides, user-defined energy spectrum files can also be used. Several point sources can be defined either as a mixture at the same source location or as multiple points at different locations. For the volume source, the homogeneously contaminated volumes can be defined by selecting objects installed in the geometry panel. And for each volume, users can enter the radionuclide and activity concentration. For complex source geometries that are difficult to define or large-scale source requiring significant transport time, phase space files can be imported. MEXI supports the IAEA PHSP format provided by IAEA, as well as phase space files generated directly from general Monte Carlo codes such as MCMP6, FIT, and FLUCA. This allows users to define almost any possible external exposure geometries. Last is the output panel features. In the output panel, various dose values are calculated and displayed. First, organ average absorbed doses are calculated for 28 organs needed for effective dose calculation, plus 2 additional organs, the islands and the enamel. Additionally, MEXI calculates the detriment weighted dose, which is just the sex-specific effective dose, and personal dose equivalent, ambient dose equivalent, air coma, and local skin doses at 1 and 10 square centimeters, as well as skin dose distribution, are also calculated. The output panel continuously updates during simulation to display calculated doses and computation status. As shown here, the panel has 5 main sections. First, organ absorbed doses are listed on the left. And second, below that, a bar graph provides an intuitive visualization of these doses. And third, in the center, line graphs show those values over time for each organ and effective dose with statistical relative errors displayed at the top right to monitor statistical convergence. First, the visualization window shows skin dose distribution on each phantom using color mapping. And finally, the status bar at the top displays memory usage, thread count, remaining time, transported particles, and runtime. Finally, a comprehensive result text file is generated containing all the input exposure geometries and calculated dose results for documentation or further analysis. So far, I have talked about MAXI's feature, and to ensure the reliability of MAXI, we are conducting verification and validation studies. As part of this VMV process, MAXI is being tested against real radiation accident cases documented in IAEA reports. We are currently validating about 70% of applicable cases, and the results show good agreement. I will briefly demonstrate 2 representative cases through demo videos. The first case is the Cochabamba accident. An iridium-192 source for non-destructive testing was exposed without shielding for 8 hours in the bus cargo compartment and exposing many passengers. In MAXI, we first modeled the bus geometry, including seats and cargo compartments. Then we placed 9 seating phantoms at the selected positions. And finally, we defined the iridium-192 point source in the cargo areas, and the simulation calculated doses for all 9 passengers simultaneously. The second case is the San Salvador accident. In this case, 3 workers in various postures stood close to the source rack and manually trying to free the stuck cobalt-60 source rack from the irradiation position and were exposed during this operation. For this case, the 3 workers' different postures were precisely created using MPPD, our separately developed phantom deformation program, and each cast of posture took approximately 10 minutes to create. As shown, we imported 3 custom phantoms created in MPPD, then defined the floor and source rack in the geometry panel. The phantom positions were easily adjusted using simple mouse dragging. And finally, dose assessment was performed for all 3 workers. Beyond internal validation with IAE accidental cases, we are currently preparing a test version of MAXI and recruiting testers for external validation and user feedback. Finally, let me summarize and conclude. MAXI, a user-friendly mesh phantom-based Monte Carlo dose assessment code, offers intuitive GUI and implementation of next-generation mesh phantoms with various transformed mesh phantoms, flexible geometry modeling, and comprehensive dose results with on-the-fly updates during calculation. MAXI will be further developed and thoroughly verified through collaboration with radiation protection experts. A test version is currently in preparation and will be distributed to radiation protection and dosimetry experts, as well as interested researchers. And MAXI will be reviewed by Committee 2 and Task Group 112 and is expected to be distributed through the Task Group 112 publication. And we believe MAXI will enable radiation workers and regulators to conduct easy and reliable external dose calculations. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for your very comprehensive and complete presentation. Now we move to the next speaker in a completely different field. The next speaker is Aleksander Ulanowski. He's a researcher and specialist in nuclear physics. He has worked for more than 40 years in many fields. In the Institute for Radiological Protection in Munich, he is currently staff member of IAEA and also expert in many task groups, including ICRP, ICRU, and UNSCARE. In ICRP, he was member of Committee 5, which was on the environment, on Committee 2 on Dosimetry, and he's now in Committee 1 on the effects. So, Alexander, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Francois, for a very good and comprehensive and detailed introduction. So, indeed, I'm going to switch from the human-related dosimetry aspects to something different and tell you briefly of the ideas and outcomes of the IAEA coordinated research on external dosimetry for terrestrial animals and plants. So it's well recognized that the radiological protection of the environment is among the fundamental safety objectives, and that's why it appears as an integral part of the current ICRP radiological protection framework. The dosimetry system, dosimetry framework of the current ICRP approach is summarized and last updated in 2017 and largely based on the developments made decades ago. So that means it pragmatically uses simple generic models which cannot address all natural variability of organisms as well as of their habitats and the environment they live in. That means, in turn, that the new developments, emergent data, technologies, modeling approaches, all these warrant modifications and improvements in the current dosimetry framework for wildlife. Fully understanding this necessity, IAEA initiated the special coordinated research project to address certain gaps which can be found still in the ICRP framework for dosimetry for wildlife, targeting the mostly external exposures of the terrestrial wildlife. So, few data points about the project itself. It focused on the external dosimetry for terrestrial and freshwater animal and plants. It was initiated in December 2022. It has 12 participating organizations from 11 member states of the IAEA, and what is important, it has a permanent observer from the ICRP Committee 2, and this is, we found, a very good and convenient practice to make a coherence and put more relevant sense in our activities, targeting our intention to help and to contribute to improvement of the ICRP dosimetry framework for wildlife. We had so-called first research coordination meeting in March 2023. This year we had second research coordination meeting, which was in the online format, and the third and last is scheduled and anticipated in the first quarter of 2027. The overall completion of the project is anticipated by the end of 2027, and major, as I already indicated, the project looks to the improving external dosimetry methods and data for environmental radiation protection by validating existing and creating new methods and data for external dosimetry of wildlife, to study uncertainties associated with doses of external exposure in various natural, terrestrial, and I can also say in freshwater environments, as a part of terrestrial in the wide sense. Consolidating experimental studies and extensive modeling work which can be done in different counterparts and organizations. Developing appropriate models and data to support future international recommendation on dosimetry This is work, as I said, implemented in coordination with the Committee II. To characterize research activities which are developed in our project, we can say that geographically, these are experimental studies which currently developed in legacy and accidentally contaminated sites in different countries, and as well as in the areas with elevated natural radioactivity levels. Techniques which our counterparts use in their research include direct measurements of ambient dose rates in situ, characterization and assessment using remote sensing and satellite imagery, individual dose measurements with the GPS-assisted color dosimeters, individual dose measurements with the thermoluminescence optically stimulated lasers, radiophotoluminescence dosimeters, and also dose reconstruction using the EPR techniques for the teeth enema. Modeling is another important component of our activity. It includes Monte Carlo simulation of radiation transport, probabilistic modeling and statistical analysis, and as well as mapping and spatial statistical analysis. Just to give you some examples of the ongoing studies, these are, for example, external dosimetry for burrowing animals. This is still regarded as one of the gaps, or not the gaps, but the places where the ICRP framework needs substantial improvement. External dosimetry for freshwater organisms. This was found a very challenging task and deserving very careful consideration. External dosimetry in the non-ideal, non-flat areas like forested mountainous areas. Use of advanced and modern techniques like remote sensing for characterization of radioactive contamination and properties of the terrestrial environments. Important thing is the influence, to study influence of seasonal factors and precipitations on the external dose and dose rates. To study external dose rate from the beta emitter radionuclides in soil and in other environmental media. Experimental studies with the luminescent dosimeters of various types for large and small mammals and insects, even insects. Monte Carlo simulation of radiation transport in the environment, animals and plants, would be essential supplement to our experimental activities. And also we try to undertake some dose reconstruction for mammals using the EPR measurements of their teeth and enamel. Just to give you some example, just a few studies of this developing shows the activities done in Australia to study the dosimetry of burrowing mammals, animals, not only mammals. And this develops in the legacy site with the natural and anthropogenic radionuclides in desert environment. The counterpart uses TLD, direct dose rate measurements, and they do experiments in the constructed burrows and also plan to do some Monte Carlo modeling to support their studies. Another example number 2, is develops in Japan with a larger mammal with a very diverse living conditions on the ground, on the tree, and very different and variable living conditions. So here again, the TL dosimeters I used, direct dose rate measurement, EPR techniques I used, and then also the realistic computational phantoms developed to support these experimental activities. Our French colleagues, they're doing the very exciting and interesting studies which are targeting the dose measurements for the small animals like tree frog or even the insects with the honeybee. And then they managed to attach some tiny RPL dosimeters to these animals, and they use this to measure doses to such freely moving organisms, freely moving animals through the contaminated environment. And this is a really interesting, exciting study which is properly supported by the modeling activities using their own Monte Carlo calculation code. Another example covers the research performed in Ukraine on the external exposures of the freshwater organisms. Here, again, the advanced experimental techniques are used with using the TLD for those measurements, using ultrasonic devices to track location of the organisms within the water body, and also they use the sophisticated techniques and systematic observations to characterize radioactive source and then the behavior of the organisms. And of course, this largely contribute to the modeling statistical properties of those distributions and better understanding of the levels of exposure for such moving organisms in highly heterogeneously contaminated environment. So these were a few examples, and coming back to our project and the expected outcomes, we hope that among the outcomes will be the collected and systematic data which would be required to characterize variability of organisms, exposure conditions in the terrestrial environment. We hope to develop more realistic models for dosimetry of animals and plants, which would allow to test plausibility of our generic models implemented in the current framework. We look forward to the new dosimetric models and data sets, including the dose coefficients for certain situations which would be deserving the extension. We want to improve understanding and to quantify uncertainties which are inherent for radiological assessment task in the terrestrial and freshwater environments. And we want to contribute the models and data to facilitate improvement and further development of ICRP radiological protection framework and dosimetry tools. Here, we can just remind you that, as I already mentioned in the beginning of the talk, the current ICRP dosimetry framework for non-human organisms was formulated and presented in publication 108 and 136, and currently implemented in two software tools. One of them is ICRP dose coefficient calculator Biota DC, available online, and another is well-known standalone tool, ERIC version 2. Okay, sorry. It was nobody commenting, yeah. So that means we hope that research activities in our project, which cover the external dose distribution and uncertainty due to mobility of animals in the heterogeneous environment with non-uniform contamination, external dosimetry for boreal animals, dose coefficient for external exposure to electron sources in soil and air, external dosimetry for freshwater biota in terrestrial water bodies, radiation sources and external dosimetry in forested environments, external dose coefficients in new radiation geometries like forests, lakes, correction factors, functions for precipitation, because the precipitation influences dose rates like moisture, snow, ice, seasonal variability, would be able, all these activities would be able to contribute to the improvement and hopefully formulation of the future ICRP recommendations, and probably with the improving our computational tool. For example, we can think about the Biota DC version 2, which also can be both online or standalone implemented. And with this, I come into conclusions, and briefly to say that our research coordinated project focused on the external dosimetry for radiological impact assessment for wildlife in the terrestrial environments. This activity is justified by the fact that the current scientific recommendations on dosimetry for animals and plants in the terrestrial environments are deterministic, based on simple generic models, and don't reflect diversity of the environments, organisms, and sources of ionizing radiation. The project is expected to result in improving knowledge in the field of external dosimetry for wildlife organisms in the terrestrial environments and developing novel assessment techniques based on probabilistic frameworks. And with this, I want to thank you for your generous attention. And please visit the link below if you are interested, or reach me individually. I am always happy to answer as a coordinating officer of this research project. Thank you.
So thank you, Alexander. We will start with a panel discussion. So we will request all the speakers to come on the stage, and Q&A will start. We need a microphone.
Let's sit together. Yeah, it would be better to do like this. Yeah.
Yeah, start, please.
Hello, good afternoon. Just an afternoon. My question relates to the dose quantities debate that's been on stage. Very interesting debate, and I thank both Francois and Marcus for very interesting and passionate presentations. Thank you. My simple conclusion from their presentations is that on one hand, the proposed quantities are significant improvements and much less conservative for 2050 kV photons. And this is very important for 80% of workers in the medical sector, and those who get higher doses. So it is very important. And on the other hand, the proposed quantities are not particularly beneficial and are expensive for workers in higher energy sectors. So we have, very basically, two different arguments. So my question is, rather than keep what we have or move to the proposed system, can you two guys think of some other, maybe my word is optimized or third way, that we could work together to find a practical solution? Not the science, I realize the science, that's fine, but a practical solution to this. My challenge is, do we have to focus on just one or the other? Is there a practical way that you think we could work towards?
I think from my side, I think if we discuss it, we will find a practical way. I didn't say that we will not have a solution for the dosimeter problem. Yeah? For sure we will have dosimeters. Yeah? And we as a manufacturer, we will develop these dosimeters, we will sell it. But you have to pay it. That's the point. You said only for the high energy it will be costs. The costs will be mainly in the low energy field. Yeah, because in the high energy, in the higher, let's say for the nuclear power plants, they have to make a recalibration. But the other thing is really new designs if we go to lower energies. But I think one of the points is if we could add a little bit of conservativeness, okay? Let's say like this. Let's say we move up the 20% difference from the calibration point. It would mean we can use most of the electronic dosimeters that are used, for example, in the nuclear field without any change and without any costs. It would also help the dilemma that what I showed, that if you move in the field, that you have a little bit of conservative resource that you can use if you have shading and stuff like this. I think that might be a possibility. I don't know how to implement it into the model, but I think this could solve a lot of issues.
I think I have some agreement with what you say, having more adding some conservatism. And actually, I think the problem when you showed the difficulty to be accurate is the reference, because we don't take the same reference. The reference you take is the secondary standard of HP10 that has been very well defined and which is really precise. And I'm taking the effective dose as a reference. So this is why I think we have some difficulty to to have the same opinion. So if we start from the idea that we really want an instrument that estimates the best we can the effective dose, then the curves will be totally reversed, the curve that you presented. That means even an instrument that is not really precise, but which is accurate in determining HP, will be closer to the effective dose. I'm not sure, maybe a sketch would have been better than my hands. I'm sorry about that. But I think we can join each other on this. If we just decide to have the same reference, if the reference is really to estimate the protection quantity, which is the effective dose.
Can we have a microphone for the first row for the gentleman? Okay, then you are next.
Okay, thank you for a very interesting talk. And I have a question to Dr. Fier about the operational quantity. So my name is Tatsuhiko Sato from Japan Atomic Energy Agency. So you talk about the photon issue. So I would like to know your opinion on the neutron dosimetry impact. So because Sievert originally is H-10 or HB Sievert, but now neutron is also for gray in the definition, in the new operational definition. So is that, how much impact do you expect to change the dosimetry system?
Well, to be honest, I cannot directly answer to this question, so I don't know. Do you have a direct answer? I would need to think more about it, so sorry.
If you look to the Eurodosi report, you will find some answers on your question, because there you see also the how current neutron dosimeters might perform for the new quantities in the neutron fields. It's on the first side, it seems not to look as bad, let's say it like this, but more I can't say, because I think, like, I have not seen any new publications, let's see, on the performance of CR39 detectors or albedo dosimeters that are commonly used for the neutron dosimetry. One effect will be probably for the high energy fields that probably we will no more be able to use TEPC counters. Yeah? They will no more work. That means also for aviation personnel, we still are able to calculate what we do, but we have no verification tools anymore. This will be an issue.
I can confirm. I totally agree with you that it would be an issue to be able to really do the measurement like TEPC. That's clear. But for me, I'm working in a hospital. In my institute, we are responsible for the dosimetry of patients in radiation therapy, and we cannot measure all the doses that we are giving to our patients. So we have a reference, absorbed dose in water at a given depth in gray, which has a traceability to the National Meteorological Institute. And here in dosimetry, we are more or less in the same situation. Our meteorological traceability will be the air kerma, whether for photons or the fluence for neutrons, for instance, and for aircrew dosimetry. If we have a Bonner spectrometer to measure the spectrum, or at least to estimate the spectrum, because neutrons are terrible. I hate neutrons, so that's why I didn't want to answer the question first. And maybe it was the same for you. If we can have the spectrum, then we have a traceability to the spectrum, to the fluence, and then we apply a calculation to estimate the dose. And that's actually what we do if you are a patient in a radiation therapy department. You will have to be confident in one dose measurement and then a whole bunch of calculations. So I think in personal dosimetry, we can also be confident to have one reference which is traceable to a meteorological institute in Kerma or in Fluence, and then we do calculations. So I don't see a big difference.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. I have questions regarding the benefits of introducing the new quantities. I fully understand the benefits that's in terms of better estimation of protection quantities and in terms of simplifications that we have like now unifications of the phantoms. But actually, when I was a student, like I was really confused, and the question that you raised, like the difference between dose equivalent dose, like it was confusing for me, like, and why we have two phantoms, like measuring effective dose, like for protection quantities and for the operational one. But it seems like it's very complex in the applications. Like I'm representing, for example, the World Nuclear Association, industry companies, like we have 245 members coming from the nuclear industry, and they have really some concerns, not only about the complexity that explained by Marcos in terms of high cost, that we need like to change the filters, we need to redesign the filters or change the algorithm, or sometimes we need like to recalculate the instruments. It's like one side of the complexity. We have another side. For example, like at a nuclear power plant, we have around 2,200 instruments. Like it's splitting between dosimeters and also survey meters, monitoring areas, and so on. So we cannot change all the instruments at once. It's very complex. So at some point, we will have the two instruments working together. And now it's linked to the new phantoms. This is like, it seems non-endless process, because we know that ICRP is keep changing the phantoms, and maybe like they're gonna change it to mesh type phantoms. So it's like kind of endless process. So we will keep updating our dosimeters. I can understand like for a protection quantity, it's easy to be implemented because it's like in a computer code within 5 seconds, you can just like change these numbers. But we are now like talking about physical quantities, instruments, and we keep updating that. So like, if we can take example of a nuclear power plant with the energy range, as you explained, like between 100 kilo electron volt and 1 mega electron volt. So we expect a lower dose records by 15 to 18%. And according to Andescare, the average dose of the workers is around like 0.1 millisieverts. This is the average dose. So we expect like just 15 to 10% like lower doses values, which is like not be noticeable, like cannot be noticed in the field. So my questions like, in terms of cost-benefit analysis, like we know that the current system is really improving, is really like provide very good estimations of protection quantities, and also provide very good level of you know, safety for protection for public and environment. So like, I believe the industry can go with a new system if it's really improving the safety situation. But if it's not, and it's like gonna have like more high cost.
Well, I think you raised something like 15 to 20 questions. So
there is a lot of
could you just summarize it in one sentence?
Yeah, just maybe like my last questions in terms of cost-benefit analysis. Does it really worth it to go to the new system? Does it really improve the safety situation? This is like the basic issue that we have.
So you ask me if a cost analysis was done. No, there was no cost analysis. But I think we cannot just take the numbers of what will be the cost of changing all the dosimeters. It's the same as saying, okay, what will be the cost of all the cars that will be in circulation in 10 years? That's a tremendous amount of money. So, but anyway, people will change car anyway. So we have to take this into account. Huh? And for instance, in my institute, we have a small dosimetry laboratory. We have 12,000 clients, so it's not a big one. But anyway, it's not a very tiny one neither. So when we changed our system, because we had to change it from TLD to OSL in that case, we chose a system that was able to measure HP10, HP007 right now, and currently we are elaborating the way we can change the algorithm in order, when we'll have to pass to the new quantities, that we can just change the algorithm in one night, possibly. You see, so there are possibilities, and it's hard to calculate the amount of money that will be necessary, because things have to be changed anyway, and if we plan them sufficiently well, I think that could reduce the cost. I'm not telling that it will cost nothing, definitely, but we can reduce the cost, and it's quite difficult to make a proper estimation.
Maybe to make a proper estimation, I didn't say that all of these people were dosimeters, and I reduced the numbers quite drastically. If you looked at my numbers. And the cost estimate, I said 24 euros. You will not get even now, you will not get a dosimeter for 24 euros. If you have an electronic dosimeter, it will cost 20 times more. So it is, I think it's even if it's half of it, what I said of this, then it's still 500 million. So the costs will be there. And maybe one thing about also in the nuclear field, if you look to the curve with the islands will be also for the nuclear field then, if we don't make any changes here, the leading limit. That means also in the nuclear power plant, at first you have to check the islands doses and no more the whole body doses. This is a complete difference to what we have now. And we have it now only because of the overestimation for the whole body, or for the photons for the whole body, for HP10.
Thank you.
The lady.
Thanks a lot. As a German regulator, I appreciate the discussion here. It's very interesting. But I want to go to Alexander now with my question regarding your research. So thanks a lot for all the presentations. And it's very interesting what you're doing in the research, but my question is, what is the objective of this? At the end you said you want to contribute to a framework for a dosimetry framework for wildlife. Is this the objective, that we have, that we measure the dose of animals at the end?
Actually, our objectives are improving our approaches which we use to assess the impact from radiation exposure to the environment and to the living wildlife. The situation here is, current approach was often criticized, saying that it's overly generic. It uses very simplistic models. It's really considers no biokinetic for animals, just the concentration ratios to come from the environmental contamination to the estimate of the whole body average dose in the organism. Here we go to the with the research to the environment, which is highly diverse, which is a terrestrial environment, because in aquatic conditions the geometry of exposure is quite simple and uniform, and we can be quite safe with our assessment. In the terrestrial environment, it's very highly heterogeneous. It poses non-uniform contamination. It also involves animals which move across such contamination. So it's often to answer the quick and simple question, how strong are non-human organisms are exposed and affected by human activities with radioactivity. It's not easy, because we even can say, okay, in this point, the very interesting example was showed by some colleagues from USA who studied with those TLD-assisted color doses received by a wild boar in Fukushima prohibited area, which was spending nights in the contaminated forest and then was traveling to some abandoned fields to get some feed. And then the fluctuations of the doses were orders of magnitude because the contamination of the environment was very non-homogeneous, very heterogeneous. And that's why we already, during the last symposium in Tokyo, we introduced the call or proposal to consider the probabilistic frameworks for the assessment of doses and impacts. And such frameworks would be really helpful when we consider radiological protection of the non-human species, because here endpoints of protection are quite different from the human ones. And here we look not in the individual exposures, but to the distribution of doses within the populations, within the large group of wild organisms. So here there are subtleties, there are differences, and there are specific objects, and that's why we hope that our project will help us to collect information and develop methods to cope with the diversity, to develop, say, another probabilistic language, to be able to effectively apply it and try to integrate in the protection framework. But this is still a way to go, and this is a long path to go. And if I'm already holding the microphone, and I could just have a question to my colleagues who introduced this discussion on the...
No, I'm sorry. I would prefer to have a question on the code on MAXI. I'm sorry. Does anybody have a question on the code? Yes, Vladimir? I'm sorry.
Vladimir Berkovsky, chair of 112. And yeah, thank you very much, Hanil, for your presentation. I really appreciate your contribution to the work. My question to you, whether you consider that one day your code could be connected somehow to the global network of AI, whether it will be possible to ask AI to calculate doses with your tool. Thank you.
Thank you for your question. And in my understanding, you said that AI technology can be used in our code, MAXI.
If it could be connected to AI, whether one day we can ask AI to calculate those with your tool.
Yeah, it's not planned or scheduled, but it could be very helpful for the improving computation speed or to calculate the emergency scenarios, to calculate doses using these technologies. So, but but not how I can use that technology to make code or some kind of Monte Carlo simulation. As far as I know, I do not have now I do not have a very detailed information about it, so maybe we can talk later about that. Thank you.
Probably not tomorrow, but far future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I think it's time, unfortunately, to close the session because it's already the time for the lunch, which is also important. So thank you very much to all the speakers for this presentation, the debate. Thank you to my co-chair. Thank you to you for the question. And do not forget to go to see the poster. And now the next rendezvous is downstairs for the lunch. Enjoy your stay. Thank you.
Mic check. 1, 2, 3. Check. 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 Mic. 1, 2, 3. Check. Mic. 1, 2, 3. Check. Mic. 1, 2, 3. Check. 1, 2, 1, 1, 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Check. Mic. 1, 2, 3. Check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 3, 3, 3. E, 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 E. 1, 2, 2, 2, 3, 3, 3, E, 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 4, 5. Check. तेरा पीछे में बोल रहा था, sorry. 1, 2. Check, check. Check, check. 1, 2. Check. Check, check. Mic check. 1, 2, 3. Check. Mic check. 1, 2, 3. Check. This is far. Check. 1, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, S, S, 6, S. തിരിച്ചൊന്നും പറയാൻ പറ്റത്തില്ല. S, S, check. S, S, 6, 6, 6, S. How much is the gain that you put? That's a lot. Because you can hear this. Good afternoon, Vishnu. Screen no kandu. closer. Oh, check, check. Mic check. Test, test. Check, check. Mic. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Test, test. Check, check. Mic. 1, 2, 3, 3. E, E. I'm not singing. I'm giving you the tone of the feedback. E, 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 3, 3, E, 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 4, 5, 1, 1, 1, O, 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 4, 4, 1, 2, 3, 3, 3, E, 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 5. Mic check, 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 check. E, 1, 2, 3, 3, 3, 3. It's sounds very sharp. Get that sharpness down. Okay. If I'm going to talk to you like this normally, it sounds fine, right? Okay, cool. That's fine. Should be fine. ആരുടെ ലോസ് കുറവാ എൻ്റെ ലോസ് If you want me to talk in a bass voice, I can. Check, check. Check, check. Check, check. Arjun. Check, check. നിന്നെ വെറുതെ വിടില്ലടാ. Check. 1, 2, 3, 3, 3, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6, 6, 6. That's fine. Check, check. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 3. Panels, panels. We got feedback from panels. Now from podium was fine. Check, check. Mic, check. 1, 2, 3. Sorry. 1, mic, check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's good. Yeah. 6, 6, 6. It's, yeah, it's fine. It's good.
Check, check, mic, check. Vishnu, leave him alone. Check, check, mic, check. Check, check, mic, check. 1, 2, 3, check. Can I change the position, please? Can I change the position? Yes. Check, check, mic, check. 1, 2. Check, check. Check, check. Oh, like that. Ida. ഇങ്ങനെയാണോ? Check, check. Check, check. ഞാൻ ഇങ്ങനെ വയ്ക്കൂ. Check, check. Mic check. Test, test. Mic check for Arjun. Check. Mic. Summary of contributed posters. Amina Alabduli, Manager, Radiological Environmental Laboratory and Acting SSDL Manager, Federal Authority for Nuclear Regulation. Okay. Check, check. 1, 2. PPT is towards the extreme right of the screen. Check. T, E, P, P, T is on the extreme right of the monitor screen. It's fine. Check, check, check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6. Yeah, perfect. Yeah. No, monitor. Give me monitor. Yeah, blow Arjun's ears off. Abba sir. Abba sir. Check. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, this is good. Keep it at this. No. Keep it at this. This is fine. Check, check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, this is good. Check, check, mic, check. Two, three, 4. Check, mic. 1, 2, 3, check. There's a timer on the screen that says 2 minutes and it's gone. Check, check, mic, check. 1, 2, 3, check, mic, check. Sorry, check. Mic, check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 5, 5, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It sounds good already. It's fine. That was only from the? Oh. Check, check. Mic, check. 1, 2, 3. Check, check. What? Check, check. Mic, check. 1, 2, 3. Check. Mic. 1, 2, 3. Check. Mic. 1, 2, 3. Check. Nobuhiko Ban. Helen Johnson. Finland, Sweden, Japan, Germany, Denmark. Everyone's on screen. Check. Mic. 1, 2, 3, 4, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, sounds fine. What about you? All good on your end? All good on your end? Check, check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Okay, welcome to the session 13, RP Concepts 1, Justification and Optimization of Protection. I am Nobuhiko Ban. I am a member of main commission and also the chair of the task group 124 on the application of justification principle. I will co-chair this session with
I'm Helene Jönsson, and I'm working at the Swedish Radiation Safety Authority.
Okay, let's start. Let me start with rapporteur's summary of poster session. Our rapporteur is Amina Al-Abdouli. She is a medical physicist who has been with the Federal Authority for Nuclear Regulation, FANA, since 2010, specializing in health physics and currently managing FANA's radiochemistry laboratory and secondary standards dosimetry laboratory. Her previous experience includes working as a medical physicist in nuclear medicine and as a radiation protection officer and dosimetry laboratory with additional engagement as an observer at the IAEA RASC.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Co-Chair, and Ms. Co-Chair. So we'll start with the summary of the contributor posters for this session. So from the posters that has been submitted for this session, 4 posters were accepted. And the 4 posters accepted for this sessions, the studies scan theoretical, let's say, assessment and risk models, practical innovation in those assessment, and in terms of some of the countries' practice in radiation protection, how they are implementing it, and also in the nuclear fuel cycle operation. The first poster that we would like to present is from Nada Sufyan from United States of America. It's titled Rethinking the Linear Non-Threshold Model, Adaptive Responses to Low Dose Ionizing Radiation. So this study challenges the traditional linear no-threshold hypothesis, which assume that risk from ionizing radiation increase linearly with dose without a threshold. And it also emphasizes on the emerging evidences suggest that at low dose exposure lower than 100 millisievert can stimulate adaptive biological responses. Some of the protective effect appears most prominent at doses between 1 to 5 millisievert. The study also emphasized on harmful outcomes dominate at higher doses, which is more than 20 millisievert and above, where the LNT model remains valid. However, the prospective biomarker-driven model innovation offers a more nonsensed approach at risk assessment. Our second poster is from South Korea, titled Validation of Dose Assessment of Algorithm Based on Dose Rate Measurements. So this work introduced and validate a computational algorithm designed to estimate worker radiation dose from dose rate measurement, particularly useful in occupational scenarios where the direct source information is lacking. The method of the study is based on a point kernel approach tested using cobalt-60 source with a shielding and multiple source terms. The results of this study estimates a source strength deviation is by only 3 to 4%, which calculated dose rates at 64 measurement points were within the 12% of observed values. So the accuracy was highest in the areas of close to the source as per the study of this poster. The next poster we have from India. It presents or details India's comprehensive radiation protection strategies in uranium mining and processing facilities, emphasizing both workers and environmental stewardship. The key measures included in their program or radiation protection program or strategies include occupational controls such as ventilation system, dust suspensions, closed protection system, filtration exhaust system, negative handling of the yellow cake, for example. Other aspects include worker protection, which is very important aspect personally, like personal dosimetry, respiratory protection, and PPEs. Other key measures include environmental oversight, like environmental monitoring programs that include many multiple elements of air, water, soil, and vegetation, along with the effluent treatment and reporting to the regulatory body. In addition, training and preparedness on continuous safety training and emerging response and drills. The last poster is from Canada. The study of this poster emphasizes on the importance of aligning scientific evidences with the regulatory framework in nuclear power plant operation. It presents the ALARA principle and how it is often applied without adequate consideration to the realistic risk levels. The study or the poster also emphasizes on minor radiation events are sometimes managed disproportionately, creating regulatory and also the public perception challenges. It emphasizes on the integration evidence-based risk assessment into regulation, can also balance safety, operation efficiency, and also gain the public confidence. Thank you.
Thank you, Amina, for your summary. Then we will have 5 presentations. After all the presentations, we will have the Q&A session. The first speaker is Michael Boyd. He retired in 2022 as the director of the Center for Science and Technology in the U.S. Environment Protection Agency's Radiation Protection Division. He is a former member of Committee 4, the chair of Task Group 98 on contaminated sites, and a member of Task Group 124. The title of his presentation is Overview of TG124 on the application of the principle of justification. Mike, floor is yours.
Thank you, Nobuhiko. So yes, first slides, I guess. There we go. So this is the outline of the talk I'll be giving you today about the work of the Task Group 124, which started about 3 years ago. The first meeting was in Vancouver, and it's still a work in progress, but I'm going to tell you, where we are at this stage. A little bit about the history, definition, and challenge of the concept of justification, our draft table of contents, some points that we intend to emphasize, some issues to be clarified, discussion points, and then showing you who our members are. So, this is the definition in Publication 103 of justification. Any decision that alters the radiation exposure situation should do more good than harm. So the challenges here are that this can be more than scientific and technical rationality. There are societal and ethical values that are becoming increasingly important. And in our terms of reference, it notes that we should identify the essential elements and key perspectives in the decision-making process for justification, aiming to clarify what do more good than harm really means in society today, and on what basis the judgment should be made. So here, a quick draft. This is really the structure of the report. We'll have an introduction, the basis for the judgment, looking at ethics, health detriment, the concept of well-being. We've heard a lot already. This conference on sustainability and unjustified exposures would round out that chapter. We'll go over the relationship to the other concepts in radiation protection, exposure situations, optimization, numerical protection criteria, and protection of the environment, which wasn't explicitly considered in Publication 103. And then general considerations include assessment of benefits and detriments, potential exposures, emergency procedures, uncertainty, roles, responsibilities, stakeholder involvement, of course, review of justification decisions, and a bit about the graded approach. Chapter 5 is still to be written. When we've finished all the other chapters and gone through our initial reviews with our initial feedback from the committees and critical reviewers, we'll write Chapter 5. This is the timeline where we are now. We've been drafting chapters 1 through 4 over the last 2 years, and as I said, moving into the coming year, we'll be drafting Chapter 5. The points that we need to emphasize, obviously judgment is ultimately a decision to be made by society. Ethical considerations are essential, as has been pointed out repeatedly in the discussions of how we need to form the next set of general recommendations. Sustainable development, again, sustainable development, which you've heard so much about this conference, can guide justification decisions. And it's important to realize that doing good and avoiding harm aren't the same thing. They can belong to different dimensions. There are a wide range of factors that need to be considered, and we note that radiation exposure may in many cases, or at least some cases, be a relatively minor issue when you're considering the overall justification for a action that you want to take or a decision you need to take. The rigor of the justification process should be proportionate to the magnitude of the radiation risk and the complexity of the issue. This is the graded approach, which you're familiar with. This is no vehicle. I find this interesting because we on the committee have come to a consensus that there is overlap or can be overlap between justification and optimization. And we heard from one of our consultations with one of the other task groups this week that really we should make a clear distinction between justification and optimization and avoid defining it in such a way that there could be overlap. So this is one of those points to be hashed out over the next year or so, I would say. And justification decisions, of course, will always entail uncertainty. So here are some issues that we think that we want to clarify. I'm trying to see where there it is. Just want to make sure I didn't go over time. The aim of the ICRP recommendations is to contribute to an appropriate level of protection for people and the environment against the detrimental effects of radiation exposure without unduly limiting the desirable human actions that may be associated with such exposure. This is from paragraph 26, publication 103. So the question is, should sustainability be explicitly stated in the aim of the next round of recommendations and in the application of justification? On protection of the environment, there was just a brief mention in publication 103, so we're asking, how does one include the potential impact on the environment in determining a net benefit in the justification process? These are, again, issues to be clarified as the work of the task group progresses. Scope of justification. The Commission only recommends that justification require that the net benefit be positive. But is it beyond the scope to consider alternative methods or approaches when you're considering whether, it's not just is there a net benefit, but is it moving too far into optimization to say that, yes, this benefit outweighs that benefit, so this is more justified than that? Those are the kind of questions we'll be wrestling with in the committee, the task group. On potential exposure, in order to maintain a strict coherence in the treatment of actual and potential exposures, this is again from publication 60, it would be necessary to extend the concept of detriment to include the probability of occurrence of the situation giving rise to the detriment. So we're asking, is it practical to deal with exposures from low probability, high consequence events on the basis of mathematical expectation? Just giving you a flavor of what we're doing. And this is one of the areas where we're breaking a little bit of new ground on the task group. As you know, the tiered system for medical exposures was introduced in the last recommendations, where actually before that, in one of the, what was the publication number for the, it's not listed here. I forget the name of the publication, but there was a publication where the medical 3 tiers was introduced. So, and that's where you have the generic justification for medicine, the use of ionizing radiation in medicine is justified, and then you justify the use of a specific procedure for a generic clinical condition, and then the third tier in the medical approach is this procedure or for a specific individual patient justified? So we're asking, is this tiered approach, whether it's 3 tiers or 2 tiers or whatever, is sort of yet to be determined. But hypothetically, if we consider a 3-tiered approach for another application, you could say that the first tier would be that the use of ionizing radiation provides a net benefit to society, and then that the use of ionizing radiation in a generic application or technology has a net benefit. And finally, the use of ionizing radiation in a specific context must consider all the individuals, including vulnerable populations. This is just a hypothetical example of how a 3-tiered approach might be applied in other than medical applications. So here we're asking the question, who has the justifying authority in a 3-tiered system? I think initially we understand that the top level justification has typically occurred at a national level, whether it's a regulator or a national authority or a government decision. But then as you get lower into the tiers, it might be more a regulator or a local stakeholder even. So what elements should be considered in the benefit-detriment balance in each tier? How many technologies and applications should be grouped together? What does stakeholder involvement look like for each tier? And how would this affect current national justification practices? Is this too prescriptive? And we've sort of hypothetically again tried to come up, this is just a thought process, how would a three-tiered system work, for example, for nuclear power? And the tier one would be yes, a justification for nuclear energy is or is not acceptable in our country. And that decision is made sort of before you even start considering whether you're going to build your first plant. And then you would need to, that second tier might be the justification of the type of reactor and application. It might be a CANDU reactor, an AP1000 reactor, a small modular reactor. Those would be typical decisions that might be made at a next level down. And then the third justification might be getting into siting. Is this the place where we want to put this particular reactor? So again, don't think that this is what we're advising or recommending. It's just a hypothetical process that we're going through to examine how a multi-tiered system might work in the principle of justification. So what are our next steps? We're going to complete drafting chapters 1 through 4 that I showed you earlier. We're going to continue to get feedback on the proposed 3 levels for non-medical applications during the Committee 4 technical discussions, which have taken place somewhat this week, and during the joint committee meetings and during the ICRP symposium. So that's happening now and has happened over the last few days. We've gotten some good feedback. We're going to draft Chapter 5, which will consider working examples of the application of justification in different case studies. We'll have our critical reviews, both at the committee level and then with the SLOs and eventually through the public consultation process and the main commission review, or not in that order, the main commission review and then the public consultation, and eventually we'll hope to get to an end product, which will then be used to advise the concept of justification in the next round of general recommendations. So this is who we are. Dr. Bond is our chair. Julie Burt from Canada is the vice chair. And there's probably a lot of names there that you recommend, that you recognize. I'd like to particularly give a shout out to our mentee, Sanna van Balen, who has been a great help to us in sort of sorting out the work that led to the production of this slide set. So thank you, Sanna, if you're in the room. And I believe that I'm going to leave Mikkel a little bit of time at the end here. If there are any questions, we do have about 4 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mike. As I said, questions will be accepted after all, all the presentations.
Very good. Thank you.
So let's move on to the next speaker. The next speaker is Mikko Markkanen. He's a principal advisor at the Radiation and Nuclear Safety Authority in Finland, and he has a 40-year experience in various aspects of radiation protection. He is a member of the ICRP Task Group 1 to 4 on justification, and earlier he was also a member of the ICRP Task Group 76 on norm industries. His presentation title is Relationship Between Justification and Optimization. Mika, floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, Nobuhiko. Just my apologies in the very beginning. My health doesn't allow me to stand on front of here, so I have to sit down. So I will be sitting down for my presentation. So let's start. I start with a disclaimer. So what I'm presenting, it's not necessarily my employer's opinions, and it's not necessary, at least not yet, the ICRP TG 124 opinion. So I'm presenting things based on my own opinion at the moment. The overall content of my presentation, I will start with asking a question. Is there a distinct order between the application of the principles, namely the justification and optimization? I try to answer that. And then I discuss the relation of these in the different exposure situations shortly. I try to draw a few conclusions and then a few questions for the future. And noting that in this presentation, I'm not going to deal with the specification of medical exposure. It would make the presentation much way long. So the question, is there a distinct order? If we look at how it's presented in the ICRP 103 at the moment, that the process of optimization of protection is intended for the application to those situations that have been deemed justified. So based on those wording, at least I tend to draw a conclusion that this seems to provide for a distinct order in the application, so that the justification is always examined first, and then it's followed by the process of optimization of protection if the proposed practice is justified. But question, is this really happening in the practice? Let's start looking at the optimization of protection in the planning phase of a planned exposure situation. So when we are introducing a new source, we just don't jump directly to the justification assessment. Certainly we are doing much things in the planning state. We are selecting among different solutions, what type of sources, what type of shieldings, etc. De facto, we are doing much optimization already in the planning phase, before any justification assessment. So justification assessment is de facto made to a situation for which the process of the optimization is already ongoing. That's how it goes in practice, at least in my mind. And then there's also the recommendation that we should revisit the justification as needed or periodically, for example, when new information and on radiological or non-radiological factors appears. And always in those cases, we are adjusting against the situation where the optimization process is ongoing. So my conclusion from here is that in reality, there is no distinct order between the application of principles of justification and optimization, because de facto it starts from the very beginning in the planning phase. This is not necessarily clearly stated at the moment in the ICRP recommendations, but I'm talking from a regulator's point of view that this is what happens in practice. Then going to the same definition of justification with what we had on the screen just a minute ago. So the key questions there is that should do more good than harm. So in that definition of justification, we don't have any quantifiers. It's a pure that more good than harm. And in principle, this allows introduction of a source or allows to consider justified the introduction of the source also, for example, for solutions which are far from ideal from optimization protection. Bad design, even the wrong sources used but if the overall benefit is positive, by the definition of current recommendation, it can be justified. And also solutions going beyond causing doses exceeding a dose limit. By current definitions, that could be even considered justified. So, of course, we accept such a practice where the dose limit is expected to exceed. So that such practice would be rejected or based separately that the dose limit is exceeded, not on the basis of our thinking that it's not justified because of the dose limit is exceeded. And this is the way the regulator usually thinks. And I think in most countries, the regulations have been drafted in that sense, that we consider that, of course, if dose limit is exceeded, it's not justified. But in the ICRP recommendations, there's no dislinkage at the moment. Okay, here's a picture how at least myself see how it's working in practice at the moment. This is not exactly what is now written in the recommendations. So really, I want to emphasize the middle part of that, which is the process of optimization. So we have planning phase optimization, then we can come to the point where we introduce a source, and at that stage, we consider the justification, that's for sure. We don't necessarily, okay, in practice, of course, we also look at the dose limitation. So if the plan is such that the dose would exceed the dose limit, that will be rejected. And then if this phase is passed and the practice commences, then there's the normal process of optimization during the operations. And also on those phases, we reconsider justification, which may stop the operations, or if the dose limits continuously exceed, then the operations will be stopped. I've put kind of in the brackets a game stopper. It's not a term. We are not trying to propose and invent such a, but I think it's quite prescriptive, the way of how the justification and dose limitation practically work in the process of optimization. Okay, then if a few words about the principle of, in case of emergency exposure situations. Perhaps in the previous, one of the key wishes here actually for the plan was that the justification, optimization, and dose limitation function totally separately from each other. But then when we come back now to the emergency exposure situations, their justification and optimization interact very closely in all the phases, including the planning phases. So when we are doing our emergency planning, we are considering the justification of possible protective actions and also the optimization of the possible protective actions. We are optimizing the protection strategy by comparison of justified protective actions, and we justify the protection strategy as a whole. So they are very much working together, the two principles there. And then when we go to the implementation phase, once something has happened, then we need to justify the decision to protect the people or the environment, and then we implement the protective actions by we optimize that the implementation of protective action by comparison of justified protections and considering the characteristics of the situations. And then at some stage we are lifting the protective actions, and we have to also make a decision there, and that is one type of justification. Then if I jump to the existing exposure situations, and here once again they work together very closely, and in the slide I didn't, on the left-hand side, I didn't even try to make a distinction between justification and optimization, because they are so closely interlinked, at least in my mind. So essentially what happens that we justify and optimize a protection strategy. So the protection strategy might concern, for example, the overall situation in a country, for example, raiding in dwellings, or it can concern, let's say, a nuclear accident fallout situation, large scale, and what is the protection strategy in that? That's what is the strategy to do the cleanup work, and etc. Or we can make a decision for implementing requirements of plant exposure situations. For example, Roma industries, by default they are existing, but we might make a decision that we treat them as a plant exposure situation. Okay, conclusions. In emergency and exposure situations, principles interact very closely together, but for the planned exposure situations, they are separated. I bit rushed to my last slide, so my questions for the future that are, would there be a need to elaborate the interaction between the principles in planned exposure situations? Really the questions that should there be some additional, some quantifiers for the criteria on justification? Do more harm, not do more good than harm, and or, for example, the question if the dose limit is exceeded, then for me that's one criteria to consider not justified. And then the other question is there a need to elaborate the process of optimization so that it would be clearly include the optimization taking place in the planning phase? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mika. Then let's move on to the next speaker. The next speaker is Cameron Jeffries. He is a principal medical physicist with South Australia Medical Imaging and has practiced radiation protection in healthcare since 2010. He previously worked as a radiation protection regulator and at Olympic Dam copper and uranium mine. He is a member of the IRPA Executive Council. The title of his presentation is A Practitioner's Perspective on Justification and Optimization in the Context of Sustainability. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. And thank you for this vast audience that's turned up to hear me speak. So I think we heard yesterday, how's that sound? We heard yesterday that Werner said that experience is one of the key pillars. So this presentation is about sharing my experience as a practitioner over about 30 years in implying sustainability, justification and optimization. Sorry, I'm going to change mics. And that probably, this is a perspective of a practitioner, and that's my disclaimer as well. So it's not IRPA, I'm not speaking for SAMI, it's not their opinion. It's just my opinion. So I'll probably start by defining some of the terms and how I see them as a practitioner. So we have experience in applying the system. And if we look at that, you know, justification is an easy concept. It's very easy to understand, risk and benefit, and everyone gets that. The environmental impact statement, simplistically you could say, yes, there's your justification for a new practice. Is benefit, I've said is benefit included? Certainly environmental impact statement covers harms and risks and potential harms. There are benefits in there. Does it cover the benefits in great detail? Maybe not, but that's digging back into my regulator time. I've got to say that all the ethical values investigations, maleficence, beneficence, prudence, etc., that's excellent work. It's highly interesting. In real life, as a practitioner, I don't think it adds any value. It doesn't help me do my job, which is to translate this to our employees. So if we look at optimization, that's, yeah, again, the framework is very well developed. It's much more complex to understand, and people have difficulty. So if I go to train my employees and I tell them about optimization, what's the one word they hear? They hear ALARA, and they translate that into as little as possible most of the time. Regulators need, or perhaps more precisely, the regulators' lawyers, they need a number. They need a hard number. ALARA doesn't translate well for regulators. They can't do judgment often, not always. And so that's why we have 9 microsieverts being good in some places and 11 microsieverts being bad. And the reality is the error bar there is so big that 9 microsieverts might actually be 15. So probably I'll talk about, you know, obviously discuss optimization with other practitioners, and their feedback is no one understands it, it doesn't work, it's not being applied properly, just get rid of it. Okay, so I'm not that pessimistic. I think optimization is a good thing if it's devoid of the sophistication and the complexity. Okay, so it's a good tool if it can work well. I'll talk about sustainability. I've borrowed from task group 125. So again, this is my simplistic perspective. It's not the technical definition, but basically sustainability is about pulling out resources and maximising the value we get from those resources, maintaining that value and using it as much as possible. Obviously, we're balancing between societal, economic and environmental inputs to get our sustainable development, but this should feed into a holistic decision-making process. Radiation protection alone is not the reason to decide not to do something. And yet I'm aware of thousands of tonnes of metal sitting in the desert with trivial amounts of contamination that is not being recycled because of that radiation. So I'll probably dig into some examples, and firstly I'll go to the norm task group. So ICRP have a norm task group. They've done a lot of great work looking at practical examples. So what they've found basically is everyone does everything differently. Okay? Optimisation, yes, is the cornerstone of radiation protection, but what happens is limitation becomes the foundation of that radiation protection. And so understanding the risk is a difficult problem for a lot of people, and it depends on competencies. And yet optimisation is depending on understanding that risk. A slight add, the task group's about to release their handbook on good and bad examples of radiation protection in norm industries. So one example we had given to us within the norm task group was potassium-40 in a baby formula. So we get the baby formula, add some water, you feed cute babies with it. There was a case where the baby formula reached its expiry date. And then what happened? It was now a highly dangerous radioactive material. It had to be put into a hazardous waste facility, and so we're being unsustainable. Nothing's changed, but we're using up valuable hazardous waste facility space, we're spending money, and we're not disposing of when we could tip it into landfill. So my sustainable perspective, we'd tip the powder out, we'd recycle the tin, get the metal back. We might be worried about the radiation protection dust issue with the powder, so we'll add some water, and then that will dilute the baby formula, and suddenly it's less than 10 becquerels per gram. But again, in that country, the regulator did not allow dilution. So yeah, this is a kind of crazy situation for a trivial, non-existent risk. I am also on task group 126. So I wanted to bring up, we're basically revising publication 62. So publication 62 has a great table that links risk and societal benefit and dose. So this is basically a foundational input into justification. If your research has this much dose, this is the benefit you need to justify that research. One school of thought within the task group was that the risk categories also define the dose constraint. So if your research comes up with a certain dose that they want to give to patients or participants, then that's your dose constraint as well. So you design a dose constraint, you design research that has a 100 millisievert dose, and suddenly 100 millisievert is your dose constraint. Okay, so this is members of ICRP, and they had quite a bit of difficulty in sort of accepting, well, that's probably not the way to do it. And really this is blurring justification and optimisation together. So picking up on the points of the last two speakers, yeah, there can be blurring, but I think the justification does not determine your optimisation number. Okay, it might be an iterative process, there might be back and forward, but deciding that your justification, your risk category is this, and therefore that sets your dose constraint, your optimisation level, I think, again, that's a bit of a crazy idea. Look, I was going to go into a little bit into diagnostic reference levels, optimisation in medicine. Really the key point here, and look, there's an example of Australian dose reference levels that are used in clinical practice, as distinct from dose constraints. And really what they're doing here is trying to precisely measure the average. And a lot of the work that we do, phantoms, we're trying to precisely measure the average. So I think that's a bit of a thing. What we found is if we talk to practitioners about their dose constraints for research, often they came back with the member of the public constraint of a third of a millisievert, or they came back with their diagnostic reference levels. So there's confusion in the terminology in different areas of practice to do with optimisation. So look, in conclusion, I probably want to, the system's well formulated. Some of these examples make me question if it's robust, but I want to extend the car analogy. So we heard someone mention EVs are better yesterday, and so that's a new, better system. No, that's actually an optimisation and justification decision. So in Australia, if I want to go and visit my brother-in-law and I want to get there in less than 1 day, I'm going to take an internal combustion engine car, right? Because I know I can get there. The system is actually a Formula One racing car. Okay, it's designed by the best engineers, it's built by the best engineers, the researchers, the members of the ICRP. It's maintained by the best mechanics in the world, and they're our regulators. And meanwhile, the driver is the practitioner. So we're the suckers who have to get in that car and go out there on the racetrack and make it work at 300 kilometres an hour, right? So if you don't have discussion between the engineers and the mechanics and the driver and a feedback loop, you're not going to get up on the podium at the end of the day and drink champagne out of your shoe, right? You can't do that. It doesn't work. So I'd advocate for a real need for better engagement with advanced practitioners. And hopefully this comes up well. So I wanted to highlight, we've just had the Medical Physics World Congress in Adelaide, Australia. Every year they have a photography competition. I think we had 53 entries this year. I like this one. So the competition does fund the charitable work to provide medical physics support into our neighbours in the Asia Pacific. I like this one, I bid for it, so I've contributed to the funding. And look, a young medical physicist registrar created this picture. So that's someone in his first 3 years, maybe 1 year, 2 years, 3 years of starting. That's his impression of ALARA. This is someone who's been 1 or 2 or 3 years in the business, and that's his impression of ALARA. So certainly tell me, and I agree, 100% the framework is well formulated, it's robust, but this is what the practitioner thinks. Immediately they start working. Okay, and that's theory is being pushed onto practice. I'm going to say, at the very least, it should be theory and practice having a discussion, engaging with each other. And on that note, I'll leave you with one more example of bad radiation protection practice. And if you can pick it, spot it, let me know. And thank you.
Thank you, Cameron, for the stimulating talk.
So, and the next speaker is Augusto Gisane. He is the head of the group External and Internal Dosimetry Biokinetics at the German Federal Office of Radiation Protection, with main expertise in the field of biokinetics and internal dosimetry. He is a member of ICRP Committee 2 and chair of the Task Group 36. He is also a contractor professor at the Specialization School in Medical Physics at the State University of Milano, Italy. And we will now listen to your speak. Please, stage is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. We are going now to the medical field, and we will speak about, or I will speak about diagnostic reference level and overview of the application of diagnostic reference level in Germany. Diagnostic reference level are a tool for optimization, and as ICRP in its publication 135 writes, Already in the 70s and the 80s, there were evaluation in the US and in the UK about typical exposures for radiographic techniques. And this was, for the first time, the terms diagnostic reference level was introduced by ICRP in '96 in the publication 73. And these were adopted by the European Commission in its directive from '97 and again in the directive from 2013. And there they are defined as a tool for optimization, and they are those levels in medical radiodiagnostic or interventional radiologic practices, or in case of radiopharmaceuticals, levels of activity, for typical examination, for groups of standard-sized patients or standard phantoms, and for broadly defined types of equipment. In Germany, diagnostic reference levels are regulated in the Radiation Protection Act and in the Radiation Protection Ordinance, and my institution, the Federal Office for Radiation Protection, is in charge for setting and for updating and publishing the diagnostic reference levels, and at least every 3 years, after the most recent publication, it must be checked whether these levels need to be updated or not. As you know, Germany has a federal constitution, so there is a little bit of complication of the system because we are the federal office which sets the diagnostic reference level, but the check and the quality assurance and the verification that the diagnostic reference levels are applied or they are not exceeded is made at state level. So there are organizations at state level which check them. These are called medical and dental bodies. This is the translation of the German term, ärztliche und zahnärztliche Stellen. And how does it work? How do we set the DRLs? Most importantly, which data do we use? On one side, these medical bodies, when they check the verification of the DRLs, they send us the data. So we have data from the different institutions, the different centers in Germany. Then BFS also financed projects, so specific projects in order to collect data for specific investigations, and also medical or professional association in the frame of their internal surveys can collect data and send us to BFS. Based on this data, we make proposal and we check if update is needed or not, and then we make an expert meeting under representatives of medical and professional association, medical bodies, the local competent authorities, the German Ministry of Environment, and after the discussion in this expert meeting, the updated DRLs are published in the Federal Gazette. DRLs in radiology were first defined in 2003 and then updated more or less regularly, 2010, 2016, 2018 for interventional radiology, and the last update was made in 2022. The analysis of the data is a little bit like that. So we collect, as I said, the data from different centers, different institutions, different hospitals. The median for each institution is made, and then you calculate the 75 percentile of this median. The data here are presented for different years, both as a distribution of the values and also as a box plot. The red line is the old DRLs, so the DRLs that was valid at the time of the data collection. The black line is a 75 percentile, and the blue line is a new DRLs, which is not exactly the 75 percentile, it's a result of the discussion in the expert meeting. And also here we have all the different statistical parameters of the distribution. So what we have seen that in general, we have an average of 20% reduction in the last update with respect to the previous values. So DRLs seems to be working as an optimization tool. In the last update, we have changed some boundary condition or some rules. For example, for CT examination, we give DRLs only as expressed in CTDI vol and not longer as also DLP, doses length product, because in order to avoid some misunderstanding or some incoherence between the two values, but we still give typical scan length as orientation. Pediatric examination are stratified by weight, and for some examination we also give clinical indication as recommended in a European project, Euclid. And here you can see also for some examination, here is a different examination. Different examination, you see that in general values decreases with time. The red lines are the average value from EU survey, so in general the values in Germany are very well in agreement or below the values in the EU. The same is valid for here conventional radiology. Again, we see that over the years there has been an improvement in the DRLs, and also in the pediatric examination we don't have much statistic at the moment, only values for the last two definition, but we see here that the values are quite lower than the EU reference value. It's a little different, this one, DRLs are defined for frequent or doses intensive examination. However, we often get from clinics, from practitioners, from medical physicists requests for DRLs also for other type of applications, and so a group of medical physicists and other professionals have defined what they are called orientation values. So they are, let's say, kind of local reference level defined in the same way. The difference is they are not legally binding according to the German law. And information about this orientation level is given in the publication that was published in February this year. In nuclear medicine, the situation is a little bit different. Also, they were defined the first time in 2003 and updated in 2012 and 2021. They are defined now the same way as they are the DRLs for radiology. However, in nuclear medicine, there has always been this interpretation that the DRLs are the typical activity that need to be administered. So they are some kind of recommended value. So there is not this trend or this urge to go below. So we have tried now to underline the significance, the meaning for DRLs. That is not the activity that has to be administered, but you should and you can give less activity, provided that, of course, the image quality remains appropriate, because of course, the main importance of or the main meaning of the examination is to have a diagnostic information. And now, in the last update, we have included also some DRLs which are defined based on the mass of the patient. So for me, DRLs are like a snapshot. When we collect the data, we have a snapshot of what is the situation in the country. And the meaning is if some institution, some center, some hospitals is below the value of the DRLs, it means that is in the 25%, which is above the DRL. So probably something is not made correctly. And so there you have the possibility of optimization. And again, DRLs are not a goal, are not the value that you should strive for, but it's just an indication that if you are above, it may be that you are not perfectly optimized and you can optimize your procedures. And the way they are defined in Germany now is a little bit different than it was defined in the European document, because we collect actually data from representative groups. So the population for which we have DRLs is actually a snapshot also of the general population in Germany. Then recently, in the last year, there have been an European group, an expert group at European level that has made some consideration about current issues and discussions and problems in the application of DRLs. They have published a position paper that, okay, unfortunately the link is not very user-friendly here. And some of the issues that have been identified are, for example, the fact that DRLs based on clinical indication, they are more meaningful than just DRL based on the anatomical part, which is image. However, it is difficult to collect data. There is, unfortunately, no general or harmonized way to define the examination. And this seems a banal problem, but it's quite a difficult issue at the moment. Hybrid imaging, image-guided therapy are also applications which are very interesting. For example, in the conference in Australia last week, it was shown that the dose due to CTs made during image-guided therapy may be very high, and so DRLs can be very helpful in that case. However, you will need other DRLs than you have for normal CT, and there is a danger of overcomplicating the system. You have different types of DRLs which may overcomplicate the system. So summing up, I have 8 seconds. The diagnostic in the system of DRLs is well established in the German system. It works. We have some challenges due to the federal system, due to the not optimal way to collect the data. But I think that it's a good way to optimize, and we will perform this challenge. Thank you very much.
So, thank you. And we will proceed to next speaker, Mikkel Øberg. He is the Director of Radiation Protection, Environmental Health and Safety and Quality at Danish Decommissioning, where he has worked for the last decade. He is a certified health physicist and vice chair of the Committee on Radiological Protection and Public Health under OECD, as well as the Article 31 group of experts and Euratom. Please, the stage is yours.
Thank you. Oh, it's working already. Great. Thank you all for coming. It's a full schedule. That's interesting. You can definitely see I'm the one from Scandinavia because I'm the one without a tie. I apologize. And just before we start, the presentation just before mine presenting new DRLs and DRL methodology really warms my heart when my master thesis was revising the Danish DRLs for CT scans. So wonderful. A short agenda. The theme is justification and optimization. Why even have them? A bit about the complex side. The main reason I'm standing here is I was part of a group working on a holistic approach to complex site decommissioning. More on that framework, a bit on waste management, and finally, of course, we have to end with Kierkegaard because he's the greatest Danish philosopher. So, why do we have justification optimization? Whenever I teach classes and health physicists in Denmark and RPOs, I always start with this slide and showing there is one reason we have this system. That's because in Hamburg, they built a monument, a memorial, der Ehrenmalte Radiologie, on which is written, Unsterblick ist der Totentatenrum, which is eternal is the glory of the deed of the dead. Someone paid a price before we had this system. So we can discuss all day long if it works, how it works, if it's good enough, but we have a system, which is far better than none. When I last attended ICRP in 2019, I also presented a wee bit on our company, and we have a fuel fabrication plant. Down in the basement, there was a water pipe. It had leaked over 40 years, so there was uranium. All right. We do the math, we do the health physics calculations, we do the MCNP on dose. We realize we have to remove 21 meters of concrete, 1 meter wide, go down to the basement, clean it all up, do sampling, do everything. In the end, we show there are below 0.1 becquerel per gram in the top few centimeters. Everything below is clean, clearable. If this concrete was standing, already decommissioned up against a wall in 1,000 kilogram pieces, it would pass Danish clearance regulations. But because it's part of a building, and the buildings have a different way of interpreting the dose limits and the optimization process than material has, due to Danish regulatory law, we were told, you have to clean this completely. This cannot be cleared or exempt. Is that optimized? Is that justified? We try to avoid this. So I was part of a group lucky enough to do a report with the longest name I ever worked on, a holistic process for decision-making on decommissioning and management of complex nuclear sites. The basic idea, it just came out in July, is to say, well, a complex site, and we spent a lot of time discussing what's that. It's far easier to say what's not a complex site. If you have a site, one facility, one purpose, it's not really us you need to look at. If you have already post-plan shutdown, you already have a plan for decommissioning, it's already under regulatory control, it has been so throughout its entire life, you have constantly reviewed your safety measures, it's constantly being revised. If you have no significant incidents, no significant accidents, and then a very long sentence, but this, you already have the regulatory framework needed to decommission this. So if you have a facility in a country where you can say, oh, we have a fuel fabrication plant, and here's all the regulation for decommissioning those, this isn't the report for you. But if you have something that goes against this, maybe there's something in it. So how do you do that? Well, we have a number of figures, and one of them states that you have sites that are under operation, decom, and legacy sites, and then disposal. But then we expand it a bit and say, all right, we also have orphan sites. We have past chemical contamination, which may also be radiological. We have buried waste. We have all these different kinds of things. And our idea of a complex site is one where you have all of it. So the scope of work of this report, if you want to use it, is that you have a conglomerate of issues. You don't have 5 or 6, you have 20 confounding factors. And together it becomes complex. And what we saw in the task group is that many sites say, all right, I have a site with 3 facilities. One is an NPP, one is a fuel plant, and the third is a waste disposal. Then I look at IAEA and look, here are 20 documents on NPP decommissioning, you guys do that. Here are 20 on fuel fabrication decommissioning, you guys do that, and so on. But that's not a plan. Then you end up with 10 project groups doing 10 times different kinds of work. So the whole idea in a holistic approach, as defined by Merriam-Webster, is simply to look at the system as a whole. This sounds awfully close in my mind to the ICRP POP 103 definition of optimization. Consider more or less all factors. So what is holistic? Well, it's been misused a lot. A lot of things are called holistic just because they are broad. But the whole idea is that it's the opposite of reductionism. It's the opposite of stating, I have a problem, I need to sort out the 20 elements making up the problem and have 20 engineers provide 20 solutions. That's reductionism. Holicism is saying, we need to put those 20 engineers together and figure out how to do the majority of work and then figure out the nitpicks afterwards. Oh, by the way, reductionism for a long time was also called atomism because you atomize the problem, so we're still in the right field. Now I'm going to very briefly try and run over how it works. And just to be able to quote correctly, I didn't get my printout, so I have it here, so I'm going to read a bit. Otherwise, I'm going to miss all the great words we spent so long time on. So, situations to consider. You need to effectively involve breaking it into manageable components, but still looking at a concise and structured summary. Then you go into the stable framework where you recognize the issues. You need to consider the diversity, the scale, the complexity of all the situations and assess as necessary. The most important part is determining when and how actions should be taken, not which actions yet, that comes down the road. The framework, if you establish it at a strategic level, needs to consider both factors that drive and hinder. So, I know it's a bit of a word dump, it's a lot of information, but the report really goes into detail. But the idea is, before you begin having 20 engineers like me solving things, consider what the issues are. Then you have to prioritize. If you need to build a consolidated framework that's stable for a long period of time, you must have established your priorities, not only considering safety, but other factors as well. You need a general strategic approach, goals to be achieved, and you need to identify enough to think this is probably going to work for decades. If you cannot even at this high early level define something that should work more than a few years, you're going to have bumps down the road. So make sure this is overview. Now you move to the resolution. Now all the engineers and me go, finally. You define appropriate options for each priority. So now you've done it the right way round. What are my factors? How do I prioritize them? And what do I do to solve my prioritized problems? And then you do the easiest thing, implementation, which is always the thing that takes the longest, but you make an integrated decision. Now you have let's say, a framework of solutions, and you already prioritize them. Now you can begin to define and say, all right, what is the implementation? How do we actually do this? And never forget, it's easy to say stakeholder engagement. We discussed a long time and agreed not to use the word stakeholder in the figure, because stakeholder is a term we just throw around whenever we say someone who's interested and don't know what they're talking about. That's what we call the stakeholders often, far too often. It's interested parties. It's the regulator if you're an operator. If you, as we just heard, are a regulator creating a regulatory framework, it's the operator that are the interested parties. In the end, everything has to be done and approved also by society. So that's the people you need to include. Briefly on waste management. Knowledge management, I'm a civil engineer by trade, and I also know something about IT, and my main issue is people having no knowledge management. There's always a guy in each company called Bob, and if Bob leaves tomorrow, you don't know what's in the corner of that room because Bob did it 40 years ago. You each have a Bob, make sure to interview him. They have a lot of knowledge 40 years down the line when you ask, why is that floor completely new even though we haven't used that room? Probably because someone did something. Make your waste streams, they can be local, national, and international, different solutions for different types of waste. Make sure to do your resource allocation correctly. If you have 5 neighboring facilities under 3 different licenses, it's probably a good idea to get them to talk together and try and make some kind of adjustment concerning, I don't know, waste packages for final disposal, for instance. The Conrad container in Germany. Try and find
2
these.
minutes.
2 minutes, thank you. Try and find these solutions. Also, environmental protection. We have instances of countries having 4 nuclear facilities within 100 kilometers, and they each do an environmental risk assessment. It's the same environment. It's so close to each other. Do it together. And circular economy is something we say for new facilities, but do note, older facilities, I have to say it, but they're mostly concrete and steel. It's pretty good concrete most often, and it's pretty high quality steel most often. It's really, really, really good for circular economy and reuse. Second to last slide. I visited the Marilinka test site in 2019, where there are a lot of different things, among others, a sign. Because how do you do things to infinity? How do you tell people, here were nuclear bombs, and then they write, well, we cleaned up. They didn't clean up completely. That would have cost more than the Australian government makes in 100 years. But they cleaned up enough so you can eat meat, but you cannot stay. So you can eat the meat, but you can't stay. That's optimization. And my final slide, slutning with Kierkegaards afsluttende uvidenskabelige efterskrift til filosofiske smugler, where he has 3 lines I'm going to finish on. All decision, all essential decision is rooted in subjectivity, he said to a room of scientists. At no point does an observer have an infinite need for a decision. He doesn't need infinite information. This is the falsehood of objectivity. Nothing is infinitely decided because everything turns back on itself, and what he's trying to say is that the whole process of optimization turns back on itself. And therefore, there are more than enough results everywhere, but you can never reach a decisive result. The result of RP work shouldn't be to find the correct optimization, because there's a multitude of correct optimization. Because everything is rooted in subjectivity, especially ALARA, and if you look for the objective truth in everything, you'll never be happy. Thank you.
So, thank you very much, and you can stay on stage. Please, we invite all speakers up to the stage to take a chair. And we will start questions and hopefully some answers. I see a first raised hand down there.
So please bring him a microphone. Yeah.
Hi guys. All good, really good presentations. Question for Cameron. We talk a lot about optimization and how we might be overly conservative. And I know in Vancouver 4 years ago, Romina Velshi gave a speech from the CNSC about how we are overly conservative and we need to look at real optimization. But certainly as a practitioner in Canada, I'm not seeing that from the regulator. So how do we encourage the regulators in the different member states to actually do this and actually make it trickle down? Because I'm not seeing it at the field level. So maybe it's happening in strategic level, but I'm not seeing it at the field level yet. So how do we actually encourage regulators to do that?
Yeah, look, I mean, that's a great question. And I think, I mean, the fundamental thing is regulators will develop their rules, right? And so you're constrained by that. My thought, though, is that we, from the bottom level, should be driving upwards. So optimization should be a case-specific decision. So you set your rules, you set your dose constraints for each particular situation and scenario. And so as an operator, surely we have within the scope of the regulations, we have the ability to do our optimization ourselves and decide the level we think is correct. And then if we have to, put that for approval. Or, in my case, I can work to whatever I want as long as I'm below the dose limit. So I think we should be driving back to the regulators, forming a relationship.
I agree. I just think naturally executives, management do not like saying no to a regulator.
Yep.
And so, if you put it all on the practitioner, it becomes quite a high pressure environment. If you're right, if you're within the regulations, it shouldn't be an issue. But we have seen that still be an issue, so yeah.
And look, I mean, obviously it changes by country, so I have the advantage I can write my radiation management plan, and if the Radiation Safety Committee approve it, that's great. I mean, the other element is a relationship with the regulator. So, I've come into 6 years where I am now, difficult relationship with the regulator. It's getting better, but they still want us to verify, for example, pregnancy for patients getting plain X-ray on their hands and extremities. So, yeah.
Thank you. Any more questions? Then we have next over there.
Thank you for the presentation. My name is Ahmed Al-Akbari. I'm from FANAR, Federal Authority for Nuclear Regulation. And just my question to Michael regarding the statement that's both in your presentation, the ultimate justification for the society. How we can link this with the basic safety standard or general safety requirement base part 3, where the government and the regulator should only authorize the justification, authorized practice that only. And also, how can regulator ensure the society judgment is effectively reflected in the justification of radiation practice?
If I understood your question, I think if you're saying that the top tier justification happens at the national level, it's the responsibility of the regulator or the government. And what is, if I understood it, what is the role of the public or the interested parties Mikkel, or what we might call stakeholders as well. I think it's not in conflict. I think that a good regulatory system should generally have a public comment or a public engagement process so that the decisions of the regulator can be informed by the views of the public. I think if I understood your question correct, and if I didn't, please clarify. Is that okay?
Okay, in the basic safety standard or general safety requirement from the IA, they emphasize the requirement and specifically that say government or regulatory body should only authorize justification practice. So we should develop, as a regulator, we should develop a process that we ensure that only justification practice are only authorized. In your statement, you say that public have the right to justified society. Sorry, the public I mean by society. So how regulatory body could reflect that in their process? It's in your slide number 6. I just quoted here, said specifically, justifications, ultimate judgment by society.
Oh, okay, yeah. Well, depending on the country, of course, the society may have more or less influence on their regulatory authority but I still don't think it's in conflict. I don't think, it's not for ICRP to tell a government or a country how to establish the relationships between the society and the government. But in general, you would benefit, I think, from having a society-informed or society-approved decision. I'm sorry I'm struggling a little bit because it's a little bit outside of my own experiences. Does anybody else on the panel have a comment?
Yeah. At least in my mind, the regulator represents society. They represent the people of that nationality, the people living in that nation cannot all fend for themselves, and therefore they have regulators that fend for their environment on their behalf. But also, I don't think it's the job of the ICRP to go in and define how a national regulator should incorporate their stakeholder engagement. But my personal view would be that as a regulator, you have an obligation to include your own stakeholder, your own society in your methodology and your framework.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, just to add, in the discussion of task group 1 to 4, so in the past, justification was regarded the expert's job and just like a cost-benefit analysis. But now, in the modern society, it is not justification. And one member said justification is in the hand of society. And that notion was agreed by all the members.
In some cases, it's probably aspirational, but yeah.
Thank you. Next question, we have one over there.
Thank you. I had a comment for Cameron. I wanted really to thank you about your great Gary Larson style comics that you showed at the end. And actually, I will use it for my course because I think it's a great illustration for optimization. But maybe I understood it exactly the other way you understood it. Because for me, Maria, she has the white coat. She seems to be intelligent. She looks at Greg, looking at him, well, are you a really stupid guy? You didn't understand what optimization is? So I really loved it because clearly optimization is just not finding the lowest dose. And if you read the latest memorandum published by the main commission and which is accessible on the website, we mentioned that optimization can lead in some cases to increasing the dose. And for instance, when Augusto presented DRL, I remember in my country a couple of years ago, it doesn't happen very often, but just by having some institutes that have those values that were above DRL, led to an analysis of the situation, and the result was to increase the DRL, because those who were lower than the DRL were actually wrong because they were not able to perform the diagnostic. So I think if we have intelligent people practicing, and maybe intelligent regulator, I shouldn't say this maybe, but this should be very easy to understand. So that's why I understood it differently than you did, but that's all.
Well, I think it illustrates that you can be working with people who have completely different interpretations, and both in theory intelligent, and of course regulators are intelligent. And maybe going back to your questions, it's about building a relationship with everyone. The DRLs are an interesting question. So Australia reviews DRLs perhaps annually, and they've just gone down significantly. And the real question that's come up is, are we able to diagnose? And so the concept, the difficulty we're thinking about with DRLs is that they seem to be this, you just have to keep going down, but there must be a limit, because at one point you will not be able to diagnose anymore.
So in this case, send them the memorandum and they will maybe understand.
Yeah, and if you do that, it's just wasted photons, right? You're giving people dose for no purpose.
So I have a question for both Mike. Here is Thierry Schneider. I have a question for Mike and Mika, because both of you question the challenge between optimization and justification. And then, Mike, in your presentation, you suggested to have different type of justification or different level. Then we have to refine what does it mean depending on the type of exposure situation and so on. But my question is, do you think that introducing different level of justification could solve the challenge between optimization and justification? For me, justification is the first step. Then I fully understand that depending the type of justification that you consider, you may challenge optimization, but we need, before to optimize, we need to justify the practice or the protective action. And then, so I would like to get your feedback to both of you on the challenge between optimization and justification, introducing a different level of justification.
Right, so I think that first tier, that top tier of justification, which is all we've had for most of the history of the system, certainly comes first, and I think I will probably pass this over to Micah in a minute, but because he had I think a more well-described process how you could actually then weave iterative justification along with an optimization step, and I think our task group 124 is beginning now to struggle with the idea of what I've always thought of as a gray area, and Micah's slides clearly also embrace the idea that there's a sort of gray area, if you will, between justification and optimization, whereas others, I believe, think that it should be a clear and distinct difference. But I think when you get into that second or possibly even third level that we're proposing, much like the medical approach for 3 tiers, then you're sort of combining some of that decision process, and maybe, do you want to?
Yeah. As for the 3-tier system, I wasn't talking about it. He was, but in my opinion, that might very much clarify the system in the sense that if you make the highest level decision, that would be quite more or less political even. For example, nuclear power plants, if it's justified in country to establish nuclear power, then it's clear that it's some level. And then having these lower levels, then the regulatory body would make only, let's say, individual decisions on the individual application at certain purposes. And that would help because essentially currently many regulatory body has done some kind of pre-list what they consider which are currently which are justified practices and which are not, and just making a list of practices, and if this is clearly defined in the recommendations, I think it would help. And then as to your question about the optimization and justification, the mixation, with the planned exposure situations, I didn't have much problem that they would be mixed. The only issue I had that was that are they applied at the same time, or the basic problem for me was that it's not clear if you do the justification, if you define the justification just doing more harm, or as the first step, then it's not clear, does the harm caused in that assessment, does it really include any justification? So is the starting point that, okay, you introduce a source and you have done nothing, or you are introducing the source and you've done this pre-planning and de facto you've already made a optimization. So this is the main issue, and then but I think that can be easily solved. But then the real picture, in my understanding, is the existing exposure situation. For example, to be honest, I cannot give you an answer that what is part of, for example, establishing protection strategy for existing exposure situation. And okay, establishing a reference level, that is optimization, but implementation, in case, is it decision of making, implementing protective action, is it really justification, or is it part of the optimization project? I'm not totally sure. So major concern on the mixing is, for me, is the existing exposure situation.
I've had another minute to think about this, and I'm not in the field of medicine, but it's my understanding that, say, that third tier in medicine where you choose a specific procedure for a specific patient, because that is, that's the right decision, the most beneficial decision for that patient in that situation. But then there's a further optimization step. Once you've chosen the right modality for the right patient, then it's up to the practitioner, the imaging technician, whomever, to make sure that the dose from that procedure is right-sized, that they're getting the right amount of dose to get the image that you need, that the radiologist or needs to make the, to interpret the image. So it's two kinds of benefit there. I mean, there's the benefit you get in the optimization process from not giving too much dose, but there's also the benefit of maybe just giving a plain radiograph instead of a CT, because that's all you need to make that decision. So to me, it does become a gray area, but I'm willing to be educated on that point.
I'll keep my answer briefish. It's if I'm having a controversial Scandinavian day, I always say we don't need justification because it's included in optimization. You cannot have an optimization that is independent of a justification, and if you cannot optimize sufficiently, you will not have a justified solution, therefore it fails. But being a programmer, I always think that if we agree that justification is the first thing, if A, then B. All right, I need to do more benefit than harm, but the RP part in harm is more or less the dose. If the dose is the thing I'm comparing against, and a dose is a result of an optimization project, how do I define justification, yes or no, binary, before I optimize anything, because I don't know the harm yet? So I'm moving more and more towards not seeing as a gray area, but one gray box where justification optimization exists, with one noteworthy exception. Let's say we want to implement a situation which in of itself by society is not acceptable, then it's unjustified. So I see justification as something that can deny us going further in a discussion because on principle this is unjustified. But something being justified without being at all optimized, I simply cannot see that happening. I'm very much in line with Mike saying that there are different kinds of optimization at different points. So it's very difficult to make a distinction in my mind.
Thank you. We will put an end to this question. I know we have one more, and that's going to be the last one.
Okay, thank you.
This is more a remark than perhaps a question. It's to Mike and Mika. Thank you very much, Mika, for pointing out how the system, the rather theoretical system, works in practice. And it's a message to, perhaps I see Thierry Schneider here, C4, for ICRP to not perhaps explore, because we're late in the process, but at least address this interaction between the basic principles and sort of in line with what Mika said, like how the interaction is between the principles and what you said, Mikael, that it's not necessarily linear. Because I think it is explained in 103, it's kind of linear, it's separate justification, separate optimization to those limits. So perhaps for the future recommendations, the ICRP could at least somehow address this interaction and sort of a meandering way of coming to licensing, etc. Thank you.
I don't have a response to the comment, if it's okay. I just wanted to make one, with the picture I put up, I'm not the copyright holder, so if you want to use it, you need to get permission from the creator.
Yeah, and thank you for that comment. It's, looking at it, it would be detrimental in other ways, but I sometimes late at night consider if we shouldn't have dose limit, that's one thing, and then one other principle being optimization, justification, benefit to society, making, instead of trying to have two words and having them fight, just say that justification is part of optimization or the other way around. It's one box. And this is not the right time to say it because we're already pretty far ahead with the drafting, but I know when drafts come out, that's probably one thing I'm going to try and discuss. What is the benefit of having separate issues that cannot be handled separately if we want to look at it holistic instead of deconstructed? Thank you.
Thank you, and I think we'll put an end to the questions right here. The time is up. And if you didn't know before, you now know that justification and optimization, they are beautifully mixed. No one knows when one starts and the other ends, and put a little Kierkegaard on top of it, you don't know anything at all. It's time for a coffee break.
Okay, thank you very much for your participation and enthusiastic discussion. And these fundamental principles, justification and optimization, need to be revisited from a modern perspective based on past experience. And ICRP will continue this discussion. And I would ask all of you to support and give feedback to the relevant task group's work. And finally, I'd like to ask you to give applause to all the distinguished speakers. Thank you very much.
as in the other sessions, the presentation by the rapporteur and 4 lectures. So may I ask the rapporteur to come up and give a short overview over the projects. And the rapporteur is Ludmila Liutsko, and she is a member of TG21.
Hello, good afternoon. I'm Ludmila Liutsko, and I have a pleasure to present our one poster what we have in our session number 16. So, is it moving automatically or? Big one? Okay, no. Yes. So this session, sources and impacts of uncertainty, and co-chaired with Andrei and Daniel, and reporting by myself. And the poster we have with ID 150, entitled Quantitative Evaluation of Conservatism, included in the derivation of clearance level, a case study for major radionuclides. The others are Michia Sasaki and Tatsuki Kimura from ICRP, Japan. What they say that as estimated by IAEA, clearance levels are based on effective dose of 10 microsievert per year. And these levels are widely used. However, they might be overly conservative. And others present in their study analysis and updated statistical data to assess this conservatism. So in this poster, you can see results of the estimation of factor of conservatism for activity concentration corresponding to an effective dose of 10 microsievert per year. And they evaluate about major radionuclides, and these factors was oscillating between 2 to 17. What is important, what they conclude in their study, is that given this low concentration of 10 microsieverts per year, a balanced approach considering uncertainty, societal benefits, and sustainable development goals is essential for conservatism assessment. And what are regulatory implications of it? So acknowledging this conservatism, it could help that regulatory body can balance precaution with practical safety protocols. Here you are, and you are welcome to see this poster was displayed, I think, this morning, but still you can maybe find later online. And that's all from my part, and you can follow with the session for oral presentations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ludmila. I forgot to present myself. I'm Andrzej Wojcik, and I will chair this session together with my colleague Daniela Giuffrida. Okay, we now have, so, and please go and see the poster that Ludmila just presented. May I ask the first speaker? And the first speaker is Catherine Higley, who is professor and former head of School of Nuclear Science and Engineering in the College of Engineering at Oregon State University. She's a medical physicist and the current president of the National Council on Radiation Protection and Measurements. Kathy, the floor is yours.
Just a correction, I am not a medical physicist. I am a radioecologist and a health physicist. So a subtle but important distinction. You don't want me doing treatment planning for you, unless maybe it's like for a frog or something like that.
Then we should check the information on the internet, Kathy.
Okay, so this afternoon, it's listed me as talking for 20 minutes. I'm not going to talk for 20 minutes. I'm going to be speaking about a recent publication that came out from ICRP called Commentary on Recommendations on Statistical Approaches to Account for Dose Uncertainties in Radiation Epidemiological Risk Models. I did not write this. I am presenting on behalf of the group of scientists, doctors that actually did write this, and so very few questions will be answered. I'll refer you to the authors. So again, this is a commentary. ICRP publishes reports, commentaries, and statements. This is a commentary that's written by our scientific committee, SC1-28. The co-chairs are Jonine Bernstein and Harry Collings, and then Michael Bellamy, Benjamin French, Mark Little, and Carmen Tequi were authors, assisted by Helen Grogan as the sort of scientific editor, if you will. And the funding for this work came from the U.S. Department of Energy, of which we are very, very grateful. So the reason for this work is that how do you deal with dose estimates in radiation studies? Because typically we want to understand dose and risk, and there is some uncertainty associated with the presumed dose, and you'd like to be able to predict what the risk is. But all of these studies have considerable uncertainty, and the dosimetric uncertainty can be very, very complex because oftentimes, even if people are wearing dosimeters, that is not the final answer on what the actual dose is. And the point being is if you don't account for it appropriately, it's potentially going to affect your conclusions about the risk of adverse health effects. And that's what we really would like to be able to hone in on, is to have a good, robust understanding of the risk from any particular exposure that may have occurred. Okay. So the NCRP has provided other documents on issues related to uncertainties. NCRP report number 158, Uncertainties in the Measurement and Dosimetry of External Radiation. That's been out for a while. Report number 164, Uncertainties in Internal Radiation Dose Assessment. And then 171, Uncertainties in the Estimation of Radiation Risks and the Probability of Disease Causation. And so uncertainty has been covered in a number of these documents, but the statistical methods that are necessary to account for it in risk regression, dose versus risk, do an regression to be able to extend through your data, has not been done. And so that's what this particular commentary is intended to address. So it provides a guide regarding a number of common, I say that in quotes, commonly available statistical methods for dose response analysis that incorporate these dose uncertainties. And it talks about the types of studies to which these methods can actually be applied, and it goes through the advantages and disadvantages of these particular methods. It looks at studies of both external and internal exposure, so it examines some pretty classic radiation studies, and particular interest, of course, is internal emitters. And then it talks about shared and unshared uncertainty and estimation of absorbed dose, and I'll go through that in just a minute as to what that actually means. So, again, the statistical methods to account for uncertainty in independent variables have been around for a long time, often not used in radiation epidemiology, but there's also been new methods that have been developed, and some of these are very, very complex. Some of the models are very complex for estimating doses, particularly for internal doses of radioactivity. And so you may have Monte Carlo type models that have many, many parameters, and each parameter having an uncertainty associated with it, which again makes it a challenge to be able to propagate and account for uncertainty in this system. Just a little bit of terminology. We talk about variability and uncertainty. So variability is any variation or non-uniformity among values, and it could be a consequence of natural processes or not. Uncertainty reflects our lack of knowledge of some or all of this variability, and I'll show a diagram that kind of breaks this out. Error represents the difference between that which is true, and you may not know it, and what you've actually observed. And then you have a random error, which may have a non-zero mean, and if that's the case, then you may introduce a systemic error into the system. Okay. We can also talk about shared and unshared uncertainty. So unshared uncertainty is each member of a cohort may have a different deviation of the observed versus the true value. So an example, look at using the atomic bomb survivors as an example, is where people were at the time that the bomb drop occurred. Okay, so there's each person's location is their own. That's an unshared uncertainty. But if you're looking at this group, you may have shared uncertainty, and one of those is the yield of the weapon. All of the individuals that were exposed have the same weapon that they're being exposed to, and so that's an example of shared uncertainty. It also examines what are called classical versus Berkson error. So classical error is this observed dose may be distributed around a true dose. So your observed value is what the true dose is plus some error. And again, survivor's location at the time of the atomic bombing, that there is where they think they were versus perhaps where they actually were with an error. And then the Berkson error, this is typically distributed around a value applied to a group of people. So you have a true dose, but then there's what's observed and an error associated with it. And for example, you're trying to account for radiation transport, transmission through a wall or something like that to be able to predict doses. And so this is an example where you would have a shared error. So just kind of drawing this out, you have variability, just range of values. You have variation in truth, could be a natural variation, and then the uncertainty associated with it. In one instance, it may be random. Certain measurement errors just random and fluctuate around 0, or systemic, where you can actually introduce a bias into the system. And you can have classical and Berkson errors in these cases. Right? So dose uncertainty, one of the things that has been recognized is that this uncertainty can cause bias when you're estimating your central estimates of risk. And so the top graph is showing a linear response with a true dose versus an observed dose, and what you see is that the slope has shifted downward. So it's attenuated the dose as a consequence of that bias. The lower graph shows a true dose versus with an observed dose that has a curvilinear response, and the bias actually limits that curvature. So what this does is it increases the uncertainty of these estimates, and the idea is that statistical methods can reduce the bias. They can't reduce the uncertainty in these risk estimates, but they can provide better estimates of an uncertainty. So a number of methods were reviewed in Commentary 34, and I'll touch on these pretty briefly, and then some of the recommendations. So they looked at the simulation extrapolation called SIMEX, which successively added random uncertainty to dose estimates, repeatedly refit regressions, plotted the risk estimates versus the error, and then you extrapolate to 0 dose uncertainty. Another method is called regression calibration, risk assessed by replacing the true dose in a regression model by an expected value of the true dose, and then the unknown true dose is estimated from the observed dose estimates, and this is based on knowledge or assumptions regarding the distribution of the dose and the statistical relationship between the true and observed values. Likelihood-based methods include Monte Carlo maximum likelihood, and they use multiple probability models for relationships between true and uncertain dose, and between true dose and epidemiologic outcome. And often these are estimated using Monte Carlo methods. Another one was Bayesian Markov chain Monte Carlo, and it's a likelihood-based method solved via MC methods. They looked at 2D Monte Carlo with Bayesian model averaging, which uses Monte Carlo sampling to generate multiple sets of estimated doses. They looked at frequentist model averaging, which is similar to Monte Carlo with the Bayesian model averaging, but uses a frequentist technique. And there's one called a corrected information matrix, uses a score statistics to adjust the confidence intervals, and then also looked at moment reconstruction and moment adjusted imputation. Okay. So the commentary comes up with recommendations, and what they basically say is a rigorous analysis of dosimetric uncertainty should be included in a radiation epidemiological study. And so that's going to require cooperation and collaboration between the epidemiologists, statisticians, and the dosimetrists. And that statistical methods need to be used to account for dosimetric uncertainty within the risk regression model. So they talk about, they look at all these under different circumstances, and they make these general recommendations that regression calibration, Monte Carlo, maximum likelihood, Bayesian, and FMA are the most generally applicable methods, but there are some potential problems with incorrect confidence intervals for risk estimates when Monte Carlo maximum likelihood and FMA is used, and FMA is prone to bias, particularly when shared Bergson uncertainties are large. Also made the recommendations that moment reconstruction and moment-adjusted imputation are best suited to problems in which there is thought to be a nonlinear dose response. So these examples are considered in detail in the report, or in which errors are differential with respect to the outcome. The SIM and the SIMX are limited in the problems to which they can be applied. SIM is only good for Bergson errors, SIMX only classical error, and in both cases the magnitude of errors must be known, and for SIM the error correlation structure must also be known. Okay. The 2D Monte Carlo with Bergson MA is general, Bayesian, sorry, is quite general, but has decisive statistical problems that need to be considered. A bias in the risk estimates and incorrect confidence bounds on these estimates. One of the other things they've definitely recommended is a free open software repository that should be created for as many methods of analysis as possible, which makes accessing these methods easier and basically sharing results. They also noted that definitely more research and working groups should be devoted to developing and evaluating methods to account for dose uncertainty in these studies in combinations with model uncertainty and outcome misclassification. So as I said, this commentary goes into quite a bit of detail on these different methodologies. It looks at their strengths and their weaknesses, and it considers a number of different examples from epidemiology that might be applicable. So it's a pretty short read, but it is very thorough. And I would definitely like to acknowledge the work of the scientific committee in developing this product and making it available to folks for their use. So, and again, I'd like to acknowledge sponsors for our work, both current and past and present. So, thank you.
Thank you very much, Kathy, for this overview, and we have quite some time for discussion. So, are there questions? Yes, please, we have a question there. I believe it's Miro.
Thank you, Kathy. I'm not an expert in models, so my question is much more because we are talking about uncertainty. Well, you well explained about different methodology, but probably one of the most important uncertainty, and particularly at low dose of exposure, if for example, I take into account nuclear workers, it's other confounding factors. Because in epidemiological study, we take into account only the dose received by the dosimeter and so on, and it's one of the biggest issue at very low dose, to be sure that what we observe is really due to ionizing radiation, and it could be also chemical products, or it could be imaging, it could be other. Well, it's difficulty also the quality of the data, and be sure that what we are measuring, it's only due about what we would like to do. You understand what I mean?
I do. I mean, I think you raise a really, really valid and important point, and the question, which I'll leave to the epidemiologists and the dosimetrists and the others, is there some way to account for this, or you just assume it's lost in the noise or the bias? And I'm looking at the front row here to see if there's
and of course the question is not at high doses where it's no question. I'm talking particularly when we try to decrease.
Oh, I mean, agreed, because you know even your background dose rates vary by a factor of 10 to 20. So when you're trying to drive your estimates to very low doses, that's a challenge. Thank you.
Okay, are there further questions? Okay, Kathy, I think your message was very clear. So thank you again. Okay, we have the next presentation by Richard Wakeforth. Richard is an honorary professor of epidemiology at the University of Manchester. He's a member of ICRP Committee 1 and of several other international and national task groups working on radiological protection. And his talk will also be on uncertainty. And Richard, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Yes. That's interesting. Anyway, that says uncertainties factors from epidemiological studies of nuclear industry workers. So I've been asked to look at the uncertainties surrounding these nuclear worker studies, of which there are many. For those of you that aren't epidemiologists, it really is important to bear in mind when we look at this, these studies, that, and this is a good quote, these are observational studies, they're not experimental studies. We don't have the benefits of clinical trials, randomization, which is a very powerful tool. These observational studies have to make the best use they can of data from everyday life, and that makes things difficult, and often very difficult. So bear that in mind when you're looking at these studies. Nuclear worker studies are particularly important for epidemiological studies of low-level exposure because there's good personnel records. You usually have access to personnel records of the nuclear industry workers, dates of birth, full names, etc. Good dosimetry records. Well, in general, although the early records will be to some extent incomplete and to some extent inaccurate, so that has to be borne in mind, but at least you do have records of doses, usually all the way back. And globally, there are large numbers of employees or former employees in the nuclear industry. Therefore, you've got large numbers to work with. And over a working lifetime, many small doses are received at a low dose rate, many small doses. And there are now large numbers of workers and numbers of deaths that have occurred among them. And that leads to reasonable statistical power, of course, if the study is sufficiently large. So there are good benefits to doing nuclear worker studies. And here's some of the sites which are particularly important, the old sites. And here's Sellafield in northwest England, Chalk River in Canada, Hanford, we've seen, where the first plutonium was extracted in 1944-45, and Mayak in Russia, which performed the same duties as Hanford, and where doses were particularly high, particularly in the early years of operations. And why are these sites particularly important? It's because they are the sites in general that are supplying the highest cumulative doses that give you the power of the study. And you can see, for an example here, in works, which we'll come on into in a moment, around about 20,000 workers have accumulated doses of 100 milligray over 100 millisievert over a working lifetime, but accumulated as many small doses received at a low dose rate, and it's very important to realize that. InWorks is a large study. It's one of the latest studies, international studies that's done, and it includes workers from 3 countries, France, UK, and 5 sites in the USA. Almost 1/3 of nuclear industry workers are included. A lot of follow-up, over 10 million person years. The mean cumulative dose is quite low at about 26 millisieverts. But as we've just seen, around about 20,000 workers have accumulated doses of greater than 100 millisieverts, and that's important. And also of importance, you can see here that there is now over 31,000 cancer deaths, 28,000 of which are solid cancer deaths. Now, this is the US 5-site study. I'm not quite sure why the formatting has gone wrong, but this is the US 5-site studies, which is the US component of InWorks. And what I've shown here is the subcohort workers that were hired before 1960 and those hired in 1960 or later. And you can see it's about 50-50 across here. And of course, the average dose, the mean dose accumulated by the earlier workers is as expected higher, because as we've just said, you know, these early sites, then the doses tended to be higher. But this, to me, is quite a striking pattern. So here's the main cancers or groups of cancers listed down here. So here's all solid cancers combined. And these are the excess relative risk per sievert for the later hard workers. And here's the same thing for the earlier hard workers. And you can think of that as the slope of the linear dose response for these cancers. And so you can see what I regard as surprisingly high ERR per sievert up here, but negative ERRs per sievert for these main cancers down here, which, as I say, at least to me, is pretty surprising. And why is this of some concern to us at ICRP and radiological protection? So if we look at mortality from all solid cancers combined, if we look at the later hard workers, the contemporary US workers, who might be expected to have the best or the more accurate doses, so we're looking at an ERR per sievert here, 2.23 with an associated confidence interval. And if we compare that with the lifespan study, so this is adult males and the colon equivalent dose in this case, no DREF applied, you can see that you've got about a 7-fold difference in here and quite a marked statistical difference if you look at these confidence intervals here. And also, this is in terms of an HP10 dose up here. If a colon dose had been used, as was used in InWorks, then this would be approximately 40% greater. So it's telling you that the risk estimate for the later workers in this US study is quite adrift from the lifespan study estimate. And of course, it's the lifespan study estimate which is the basis of the ICRP system. It's not just the US workers that have some problems. This is the UK National Registry for Radiation Workers study, which also contributed to InWorks. In this case, rather than cancer mortality, we're looking at cancer incidence. And I'm showing here the dose responses for solid cancers, lung cancer, and solid cancers excluding lung cancer. And this is in terms of external dose only, so just the external doses along here, and the dose responses. These are, on the left-hand column, are for the workers monitored for external exposure only, and on the right-hand columns, we're looking at those workers who are monitored for both external and internal. And I invite you to sort of compare the difference between the two, which is rather strange. And I know very well, because obviously I'm from the UK and I know these people quite well, that a considerable amount of effort is being expended in trying to work out what's going on, looking at these high doses to see how accurate they might be. They're predominantly from Sellafield, and also trying to include internal doses, which again at Sellafield will be quite important for those that are monitored for internal exposure. So these spill over into INWORKS. As you recall, the INWORKS is the US 5 study, UK and France. Here's the year of hire. So in the middle, it's all high years, the early high years and later high years, diluted by the US effect is diluted by UK and France, but you can still see there's a difference here. Not so great a difference for the monitored and unmonitored workers in terms of radionuclide intake anyway. So this does spill over into INWORKS. And this also comes out into mortality from all solid cancers combined. Here's the INWORKS estimates down here. So the earlier hard workers there and the later hard workers here, so a six-fold difference in here, and here's the confidence intervals. Again, comparing with the lifespan study, which we saw before, so a striking difference between these two. And I just mentioned down here, because we've heard about the million-person study, and this is the results from the nuclear power worker study, which has just been published by Linda Walsh. I haven't really had time to take all this in at the moment, but anyway, what they have done is looked at workers monitored entirely before 1979, and those monitored at some time after 1978. And you're not really seeing on either of those periods, which is done in terms of monitoring rather than higher, anything remarkable. What is more surprising is when we look at leukemia rather than solid cancers, for INWORKS here, by year of hire, the situation is reversed. So before 1958, the risk estimate is higher than after 1957 there. I mean, there's nothing to write home about between these two, but certainly you don't see what you saw in solid cancers. And there's not much to say about monitoring for radionuclide intake either. So a surprising difference between leukemia and solid cancers in INWORKS there in terms of year of hire. Now, finally, I just show you the MIAC worker study. This is solid cancers, but excluding cancers of the lung, liver, and bone, which are the sites of plutonium deposition. And certainly in the early years of MIAC, there was a lot of plutonium deposition in workers there. So these tend to be excluded to avoid any interference with plutonium. So this is just in terms of external cumulative dose. The MIAC dose response is in red, and the comparison that Mikhail Sokolnikov did was with the lifespan study again. Again, it's adults and sex weighted to get the right proportions for MIAC. And in this instance, MIAC is below the equivalent lifespan study dose response. So the other way around from INWORKS, and I think if you've been at the right sessions, you will have heard that before. So again, that's a bit of a puzzle. How accurate are the doses in MIAC? I'm not too sure. So what are the conclusions? Well, there's large numbers of nuclear workers and of deaths now, and indeed for some studies, instant cancer cases among those workers, and are now available for study, which produces studies of reasonable power. But there are these troubling patterns of results by period of first employment in the US 5-site study, and monitoring for intakes of radionuclides in the UK NRRW study. And really, these really do need to be paid attention and resolved before the results can be properly interpreted in terms of radiation-related risks. And if it moved, I could show you the second and final conclusions, but it won't move. So either the batteries run out or someone's treading on a lead. What? Nothing will happen.
Can I ask the technicians to help? Okay.
Hey! Okay. Right. This is. So, results of studies of occupational exposure to radiation potentially offer a valuable source. Wild stuff. Right.
It's back on screen, Richard.
Oh. It's down here, but it's not up there. Okay, right, let's try it again. Boom, bang, right. So, I try again. Results of studies of occupation exposure to radiation potentially offer a valuable source of evidence to complement the findings of other studies, such as a lifespan study. But, well. Well, I have to run through all of them now. Anyway, the point of the matter is, these are potentially good studies. They need work done on them before they can be properly understood. So, let's do it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Richard, and thank you for the great mastering of technical problems. So it's now, the lecture is open for discussion. Questions? Maybe I can start. So the INWORKS is a continuation of the 15-country study, which I believe was published in 2007. And INWORKS is only France, UK, and USA. So are there any results from the countries that were included in the 15-country study? Except now UK, USA, and France.
Yeah, I mean, there have been 3 big international collaborations coordinated by IR. The three-country study, Canada, UK, and US, certain sites. Then, as you say, the 15-country study. Many of those 15 countries were small and didn't actually contribute much in the way of data. Canada was included, but there were problems with the Canadian data, and the Canadians are still working to deal with that. The US nuclear power workers sort of came in and out of the international collaborations. I think that the US million-person study will provide a pretty important set of evidence on the worker study. But I have to say that the task before them is intimidating. That's a lot of work. Well, as you could have seen with some of the presentations, it's a lot of work and it's a lot of data to get through. But it's promising. So Japan's coming along with its workers, as is Korea and as is Germany. So, but it's, as I say, it's the power. The power of these studies come from the early sites, mainly weapon sites, because the doses that were received in those days would not be acceptable in these days. So, you know, we have to take advantage of that, peculiarity.
Okay, and now Dominique, can we have the microphone in the first row, please?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the very detailed presentation. I would like to balance the results. There are a lot of questions that are open on the nuclear worker study. That's clear. And the more we are going to have studies, the more we are going to have questions about variation between different cancer sites, different parts of the studies, different monitored for internal contamination or not, and so on. All these things are completely true. But if we have to keep in mind the big picture, which is that finally, 20, 30 years ago, we had only almost one study, and the radiation protection was based on one study, which is a very good one, but which is the LSS, which is a very specific situation of exposure. Today, we have a lot of studies coming from workers, coming from medical workers. There are also studies of environmental exposure, like the Techa River cohort. We have a lot of different cohorts. So, of course, these new cohorts raise a lot of new questions about variation of risk between different periods and so on. But the big picture is that finally, today, we have all these different studies. And finally, the global picture is that all these different studies confirm that we have a dose-risk relationship with something which is in the same range as what we have from the LSS. So a factor of 2 can for us is clearly something which is coherent in the coefficients. So in some of the different studies, you can have more, and we have to understand that. I completely agree. We are not at, we don't have a clear picture at the time being. But the global picture, finally, is anyway that we have much more confidence in the system right now, because we have now studies of people that have been chronically exposed, and finally with those risk relationship, which is rather coherent with what we have in the system today. So I would like to make sure that we are not drawing up the baby with the water of the bath, you know, that of course there are a lot of questions that are there, and we are going to have more and more. And with the follow-up of the study, there are new studies going on. We already have a lot, but clearly, finally, the picture for me is I'm much more confident in what we have today than what we had 30 years ago.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. I mean, I've emphasized the importance of the nuclear worker studies. They've been going, you know, they've been assembled for over half a century now. What I've always banged on about, and I'm obviously banging on about now, is that it's very important to get to the bottom of accurate dosimetry, and why are you seeing these patterns? I mean, what is this? I mean, I really have considerable difficulty in understanding what could be producing the patterns that I've put up there. I mean, this is just a snapshot, and my response would be, if we don't understand what's doing that, we don't understand fully what the risk estimates are that are coming out of those studies. And that's what disturbs me, because we're trying to make a comparison with the atomic bomb survivor estimates when we don't really understand what the estimate is that we're using from the nuclear worker studies. I'm sure that this can be resolved at least to some extent. I'm just trying to say to people, you really do need to devote the effort on these things to understand what's causing this. Otherwise, we're not going to be getting anywhere.
Okay, and any other questions? Yes, there is a question. Simon.
Thank you. Not really a question, but a point of info, which Richard knows extremely well. But on the British National Registry for Radiation Workers study, we are currently undertaking an analysis of the Sellafield cohort specifically to try and address the internal-external issue I think you're bringing out. Sorry, I came in partway through your talk. But also to note, maybe in a year or two's time, we'll be starting a further full analysis of the NRRW full cohort, which will have additional follow-up, additional people included, and it should bring substantially more statistical power. We hope. It might raise further issues, but I think it's these studies are ongoing, as you well know, and hopefully we'll be able to sort of resolve some of these complications.
Yes, thank you, Simon. Quite so. I mean, Sellafield has always been a problem. Putting internal doses in, I mean, it's reasonable to turn in doses, not anything like the size of the MIAC doses. And there are other dosimetry problems there. They should have been tackled some time back, but I'm very glad that they're being tackled now.
Okay, if there are no more questions, then thank you again, Richard. And I pass the chair to my colleague, Daniele.
Thank you.
Thank you, and let's move forward with our session. And the next speaker is Philippe Van Haveren from SCK-CN in Belgium. Philippe is also the chairperson of Eurados in Europe, and he is also a member of ICRP Committee 2, and he will give us a presentation on dosimetry, personal dosimetry, and specifically a question that we always ask: how far should we go in limit of detection and uncertainty? Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Daniele. Yeah, so I was asked to fill this gap in this session, and I will not talk about epidemiology. So I will talk about personal dosimetry from external radiation. So I will talk about what kind of uncertainties and detection levels we have. So it's not really novel things, it's just basic knowledge among dosimetrists, but I think it can be useful also for epidemiology, actually. So personal dosimetry, just as introduction, you know, the three principles. Dosimetry is needed, of course, for optimization, to check for the dose limits. There are several objectives for the monitoring. We have to estimate the radiation exposure of the workers to see that they comply with these dose limits. For demonstration of good working practices, determining the radiological conditions in the workplaces, evaluation of operating procedures, provision of information that can be used to motivate the workers to reduce their exposure, so the optimization part, information for the evaluation of those in the event of an accidental exposure, and to be able to do risk-benefit analysis, provide input for the medical records, and it's also written there for epidemiological studies. Now, again, nothing new. Personal dosimetry, external radiation, what we try to measure, HP10. So this is the operational quantity, which should be a good estimate of the protection quantity, which is the effective dose, and possibly the equivalent dose in the organ's HT. Now, because effective dose is not measurable, that's why we try to measure the HP10, especially for the whole body, it's the HP10. There's also HP3, HP007. What I will tell doesn't make so much difference for these three. So what we try to do, we have personal dosimeters, which we give to workers. Workers should wear it. And basically, this dosimeter should try to measure this HP10 for all practical situations, for all energies, for all directions of the radiation, for all types of radiation, and it should be done with an overall prescribed accuracy. Now, this accuracy, this is also determined or guided by a recommendation from ICRP. In ICRP publication number 75, it says that in good laboratory conditions, it should be possible to achieve an accuracy of about 10%. Meaning, if you know the energy, if you know the angle, and you put the dosimeter on a phantom, good laboratory conditions, then you should be within 10%. Okay, of course, in practice, in reality, you don't know the angle, you don't know the energy, it will be a mixture, so it will be much less. And then it says, the ICP says, well, the overall uncertainty around the relevant dose limit may well be a factor of 1.5 in either direction for photons. In either direction, so it's like an asymmetric criterion. Yeah, so we can have 50% overestimation and 1 divided by 1.5 underestimation. So that's why it's a bit a strange curve there. And that's for the high doses. That's for the doses close to the limit. If you go lower, then greater uncertainties are inevitable at low levels, and you can have a factor of 2. So if you go to low values, the ones that you measure daily, actually the dosimeters are allowed to have a factor of 2 uncertainty. And then in between there is like a formula connecting them, and this is what we call the trumpet curve. So in occupational dosimetry for workers, we try to estimate, we try to make our dosimeters so good that all values will always be in this trumpet curve. Now this is for gammas. There's also written in the ICP 75 that this uncertainty might be substantially greater for neutrons of uncertain energies and for electrons. So already, I mean, we're trying to measure as good as we can. We are allowed a factor of 2, which personally for me it's not very good, but okay, that's the reality. And for neutrons it can be even much bigger than that. Now, okay, why are these uncertainties allowed so big? Or why are they allowed? Well, Of course, it's an estimation for risk. First of all, HP10 is an estimation for effective dose. Effective dose will give a link with the risk, and you saw in the previous talks that there is quite some uncertainty on all these things, so it's logic that you have this. And I will try to give an overview of the uncertainties, of the radiological uncertainties, order of magnitude, so that you know what is important, where is it coming from, the uncertainties that we have. But there is also non-radiological uncertainties. I mean, people lose the dosimeters, then you have 100% uncertainty, of course, but also not wearing it correctly. And it's depending on the homogeneity of the field. You might really have big differences if you wear it here on the collar, if you put it in your pants or whatever. In most situations, it's not so, but there are many situations where it really makes a big difference, factor 2, factor 3, even more. Now, how well do dosimeters measure? What is the state of the art in the field? Therefore, I show you some results from Eurodos intercomparisons. Basically, just took some old slides, and this is from 2016, but the results for the whole body for HP10 for the gammas are more or less the same. So this is 103 participating services, so more than 2,000 dosimeters. So this gives, okay, it's mostly Europe, but it gives a good idea. And actually the results are not so bad. So we compare with the trumpet curve, and about 7% of the data points are outside. 87% of the services have maximum 2 outliers, and the overall mean response was 0.98. So very close to 1. There are some outliers. Some people had some calibration issues, but in general, personal dosimetries have no problems in satisfying the trumpet curve in intercomparisons. Now, the situation is a bit different if you look at extremity. These are similar results from an extremity intercomparison from 2019. 68 participating services. Again, the median response is not too bad, about 6% outliers for gamma radiations, which is also okay. But then if you're going to look at krypton, so the beta, then actually more than half of the results were outside the trumpet curves. So if you go at low energies and high angles, as you also had some, in some of the intercomparisons, you had like strontium, which is higher energy betas, but if you do it under an angle, then again you get half of the ring dosimeters, which go really outside this trumpet curve. So there are still improvements needed for this. And then if you go and look at neutrons, this is from the neutron intercomparison 2017. Medium value was okay, but 12 out of 33 have more than 2 outliers, and actually 22 systems require workplace field information. So these results were even with workplace field information, so they knew what kind of workplace they were exposed to. So it was not completely blind, because otherwise the results would have been bad, even worse. You see it also on the graph. This is a similar graph, but you see here it's logarithmic to get all the data here. So for neutrons, it's actually much worse. Another factor which comes into play, because this is intercomparison, so we irradiate the dosimeters on a phantom with a certain energy. But if you use it in practice, there sometimes correction factors are needed. And this can also make a magnitude of difference. For instance, you have ring dosimeters. I showed you the results. But actually, if you wear them, they are not so good in estimating the maximum of the dose, because the dose limit, the 500 millisievert for the hand, should be on the maximum point of the hand. And if you want to compare what you measure on your ring dosimeter with the maximum, you need a correction factor. It could be, and there could be, for instance, a factor of 6 even, or even 10, depending where you put your dosimeter, depending what you do. But in nuclear medicine, these correction factors can be big. And there's large uncertainties on that. So there we are actually far away from the factor of 2. And the same for neutrons. If you have the type testings they have the ISO 21909, which gives the type test criteria. There's not many dosimeters that fulfill this type test criteria. And then the standard says you need to apply correction factors depending on the radiation field. Again, with a big uncertainty, which increased the uncertainty that you saw in the previous slides. Now go back to gammas, because that's a simple thing, that's most used, of course. Where does this uncertainty come from? So we cannot do better than a factor of 2, 1.5 at high doses. How come? What are the uncertainties? Well, you have reproducibility, you have a 0 value, background value. I will go more into detail on this background. Energy dependence, angular dependence, these are the major ones. And depending on the type of dosimeters, you have fading, nonlinearity, traceability, which is small, individual sensitivity, one detector compared to another, stability, dependent on ambient temperature, humidity, depending on some devices, and exposure to light. Now, I will give you some values. This is from our dosimetry service at SEK. So this is what we get typically in a passive dosimeter. So these are the standard uncertainties that we report to the customer. So we have reproducibility, 3%, 0 value. So if you do not irradiate and if you read the dosimeter twice, you get a very low value, but there's a lot of fluctuation on that. Background, I will come back to that. And here you see angular energy dependence about 11%. This is K1, so this is the non-expanded uncertainty. And the other ones are the same order, 2, 3, 4%. If you combine all this uncertainty, it will of course depend on the dose value that you got. If you go to higher dose values, you have lower uncertainty, but you cannot get really lower. And here I go to KS2 to make a bit my point, that even for higher doses, because of this energy dependence and the small other things, you cannot go better than 30% on a typical dosimeter. So already 30% KS2, so 95% of all cases, you have coverage interval you have for high doses. And if you go lower, if you go close to the detection limit, you get to 50 and eventually to 100%. So, for instance, if this 0.1 millisievert, if you measure this, because this is a value which is measured daily, I mean, you don't, in a dosimetry service, it's very rare that you find doses of a few millisievert. Most of the times you find 100 microsievert if you find something. Actually, what you measure in this case is not 100 microsievert, but it's somewhere between 60 and 140. Now, a big influence is the background subtraction. So you want to compare to the legal dose limits. Now, these legal dose limits are the radiation that you get when you work. So the background should be subtracted. So your dosimeter, of course, is measuring background, and this should be subtracted from the value that you get. Now, there's different methods. You can, some services, they use a national average, or you can do local values, customer specific. So there's different ways. You can do it by control dosimeters. Some dosimetry services send control dosimeters to their customers. They have to keep it aside. They cannot be used. They are sent back. They are read. And then this value is subtracted from the reading. And another method which we are using is based on the assumption that the majority of issued dosimeters are only exposed to natural background radiation. I will give you an example of that. So there's actually a large uncertainty on this background. For instance, I give you an example. From Belgium, if you look, lifetime dose of the average Belgian for a man is about 350 millisievert, for a woman 380, because they live longer in general. Now there is natural radiation. You exclude, of course, medical exposures. You have about 200 microsievert a month. 100 radon-toron, 23, 30 from internal, from the potassium-40, 35 terrestrial, 31 cosmic, and 4 microsievert man-made. So these are averages for Belgium. From these ones, about 70 microsievert is seen by your dosimeter. The others are internal, and you cannot measure, your dosimeter does not see. It's about 2.3 microsievert a day. So this is on average for Belgium. So this is about 70 microsieverts, what your dosimeter sees every month, even if it's not used. Now there's of course variation. I'm from Belgium, very, very small country, but even in Belgium there's a lot of variation. So this variation is kind of everywhere, depending on the ground, depending on the altitude. So we are about between 0.7 and 1.1 millisievert per year. And we try to subtract this background by, in our service, by fitting actually all the data into one graph. For instance, if we take from one customer, for instance, if we take all values from the last 10 years and we plot it like this, you get a curve which looks like the blue one. And then if you fit on the left side, you fit a Gaussian, then you have this average value is more or less the background that you get for this customer. So it's a method, and all these blue ones here, these are small doses that are received by the customers. On the left side, you should not have it, so that's why you can fit on the left side. So this is an easy method. There are more and more services doing it like this, and it's easy to calculate the dose, the background dose for each customer, and you can see also the spread in this, and the spread is the uncertainty on the background. Now, just again to give you an example, in Belgium, between 0.7 and 1.1 millisievert per year, based on this measurements on the territory, it's about between 1.9 and 3.0 microsievert per day, if you recalculate it. Actually, from our services, we found in the method that we have between 1.5 and 3.0 microsievert per day. And that's also depending, because it's depending on the building. We actually have customers which not live but work in a wooden building where there's no bricks and they have actually a lower background. Now, okay, so our customers between 1.5, 3.0 microsievert per day. Just as an example, you have dosimeters, monthly readout, so they wear it for 1 month. So this means that actually they are read out every 2 months. They are sent to the customers in advance. So now I'm talking specific for dosimetry services. And so you send it to the customer a bit in advance, they wear it for 1 month, they send it back to the lab, and then it takes maybe 1 week, 2 weeks before they are read. So in total, it's about 2 months. 2 months, that means between 90 and 180 microsievert to be subtracted. Suppose, as a service, you subtract only the Belgian average, 130, you can see already that the doses cannot be determined better than 50 microsievert a month, because that's the spread in the natural background. So any value between 0 and 50 microsievert per month can be because of the spread in the Belgian background. So if you do the determination per background per customer, then only then you can get lower. So if you don't do that, the detection limit will be about 60, 70 maximum, minimum, sorry. The same, you can do the same exercise for electronic dosimeters, active personal dosimeters. You know, often people wear active dosimeters and then you see immediately the dose. And this might be, they pretend to have an accuracy of 1 microsievert or 0.1 microsievert. But actually it's the same there. You have to subtract the background. And it's depending. Some of these dosimeters are switched off when they not work. Some dosimeters are kept on. So the detection level is different there, and you can do the same exercise. Suppose 20 working days, the APD is switched on during 10 hours. Actually there you get, you get detection levels of around 6 microsievert per day. So again, the background should be subtracted, also from the electronic dosimeters. So if you see 1 microsievert on your electronic dosimeter, don't think that you have 1 microsievert. If it would be relevant, I mean, I think we all know that it's not so relevant, but try to explain that to the people using it. I will hurry up a little bit. So also this recording level, this is, yeah, I see time is up, that's why I said I will hurry. So this is also a recommendation by ICRP for the minimum level, minimum recording level, so what you should report to your customer. I will read the sentence. The Commission considers that the recording level for individual monitoring should be derived from the duration of the monitoring period and an annual effective dose of no lower than 1 millisievert or an annual equivalent dose of about 10% of the relevant dose limit. So if you calculate that, the 10% or the 1 millisievert you get for monthly exchange, you should be at least 83 microsievert. So dosimeter services who report only from 100 microsievert actually do not follow this recommendation. For 3 months, it's higher. For daily, for an APD, you should have 4.2, which in general, it's possible. It's also important to see for skin dose, you should actually report only a few millisievert, while most report the same for the skin dose. Okay, I have a few concluding slides. So with all this in what I just explained, so how well do dosimeters measure HP10? In principle, good. If you look at the intercomparisons, they do a good job. That is, if you think a factor of 2 is a good job. But the factor of 2 we manage. But of course, this is in intercomparisons. So there are no or very few mixed fields, which you can have in practice. You have no other influence factors, like environmental influences. Normally not high energy, high angles. Sometimes they do angles in intercomparisons, but not high angles. It's standard fixation on the phantom, so it's not wearing and somewhere in a jacket where it's moving. and it's no workplace fields, it's only standard fields. So, do we need to improve dosimetry? Do we need to improve our dosimeters? Well, for me, like I said, I think factor of 2 is actually not very strict, and these huge uncertainties, they actually lead to doubts with the customers. If you look, I mean, many of you will probably use dosimeters. If you look at your dose report, very rarely you will find the uncertainty there. There will be a link somewhere, you can find the uncertainty somewhere on a website. Why is it? Well, if you should start reporting, this month you have 100 microsievert plus minus 100 microsievert. People will stop, well, maybe they will not stop using it, but they will start mistrusting the dosimetry service because many of the users don't understand all these uncertainties. They don't know this factor of 2 which is allowed, and they would pay much less attention to the correct use. So I think improving this uncertainty would certainly help in getting the trust, and every gained uncertainty, even though there's a lot of uncertainties coming in the rest, is positive, even for the very small doses. So we could improve the performance of the dosimeters. Now, at a normal day at the office, for dosimetry service, you get different questions like this. So people calling the service and saying, yeah, there's something wrong with the dosimeter because I suddenly have 50 microsievert and I always had 0. Or last month I had 50 and now I have 60. What happened? I didn't do anything differently. Or my dosimeter is not working because it gives 0 while I have been in a controlled area. Or my electronic gives 50 and the other gives 60. What's wrong? So there's a lot of, yeah, there should be some education, because if you've seen all the uncertainties that I explained, it's logic that you get this because the uncertainties are just quite big. Similarly, also from dosimetry service, some dosimetry service still make the mistake. I still see reports from dosimetry service that report 22.6 microsievert or even 5 microsievert. So metrologically, if you look at the fluctuation of the background, it doesn't make no sense. Because actually, if you would do the background subtraction, there is uncertainty. Sometimes you would even, you get negative doses because there's uncertainty on the background. Negative doses, principle, okay, that's possible. So how low should we go? This is the last slide. So as I've shown you, the limit of detection is largely determined by this uncertainty of the background. So I think you don't need to go lower than the spread on the background. But you can do efforts to better estimate the background. There's still a lot of services that take a national average, and as I've shown, this immediately increases your detection level to 60, 70, 80 to 100 microsievert per month. This should also be applied to active personal dosimeters. So I think lower detection levels and uncertainties will help in establishing the trust in the dosimetry service, will also help in applying optimization. And if you believe in LNT, of course, if you don't believe in LNT, we can actually change the trumpet curve and stop at 100 and call it the Trump curve or something. Okay? So that was my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Philip. This was really good, and we enjoyed the presentation. Thank you. Are there questions for Philip?
Thank you, Philip, for a very interesting and very clear presentation. I'm Samih Melhem from Boardi Nuclear Association. I would like to ask questions not really directly linked to the presentation, but if the new quantities for operational dose is adopted, how will the dosimeter will perform, in terms of the sources of uncertainties? Will we have the same sources of uncertainties? Do we have higher or lower uncertainties? Thanks.
Well, it depends on the manufacturer. I mean, well, you were in the session this morning. The HP10 in principle is measurable. So it's 10 millimeter depth in a phantom, which is not a person. So if you put an ideal detector at 10 millimeter depth, if you would have an ideal point detector, you would be able to measure perfectly HP10. HP, you will never be able to measure perfectly, which does not mean that if you stop, because in reality also the dosimeters do not measure perfectly the energy and angular response from HP10. So if you have a very good algorithm, very good dosimeter, you might reach similar uncertainties as for HP10. I think it's possible, but in general, if you look at all dosimeters, I think the uncertainty on angle and energy will increase. Yeah.
Thank you.
There is another question here.
Thank you. It's a very impressive presentation. My question is that about the recording level. As you mentioned, the recording level measured by ICRP, also IAEA, is 1 millisievert for annual active effective dose. So do you know why they set the value of recording level as 1 millisievert per year?
I have no idea. I mean, when I started in dosimetry, ICRP was some higher force which decided and knew everything and was always correct, so I never questioned the 1 millisievert. I don't know where it comes from. Now I'm here, I don't know. We will probably discuss in the next years this, but yeah, I don't know where it's come from. Maybe somebody who was involved in this, but I was not.
Okay, thank you. I'm also very confused about this.
But it makes sense. I mean, 80 microsieverts, I think it's a good aim, it's a good value as detection level. As a dosimetry service, if you aim at 80 microsievert, to get to 2030 is difficult. It's possible to get to 30-20 if you do good background. So it's possible, but it's difficult. 50 would be nice, 100, okay, so 80 is not bad, I think.
Okay, thank you.
Philippe, can I ask a question? It's not directly about uncertainty, but about confusion. And that's, why is HP10 unit sievert? Wouldn't it be easier to use another unit? Because there is a lot of, I think, confusion about this. Why don't you use, I don't know what unit, okay, but whatever, something else.
Also this, sorry, I don't know. I mean, yeah, I mean, it's already complicated to try to explain the different sieverts gray, and then if you would have another one just for the dosimeters, I don't know if it would simplify the system, but yeah, I understand. It's yeah, you can question it for sure.
Any other question or comment? Okay. Oh, Dominique, please. Here in the first row.
No, just to answer about the 1 millisievert. In fact, the 1 millisievert is explained in the ICRP 60 as half of the mean of the whole population exposure, the natural exposure, and so it has been taken as a criteria, which is corresponding to approximately the exposure of the general population without radon. And what is written in the ICRP was that at that time the Commission was thinking that it was a prudent approach, so to have a limit of excess exposure that was no more than what is the mean exposure of the general population in the world. So this 1 millisievert is explained like that in the ICRP reports.
Thank you.
Okay, so thank you very much to Philippe. And the next presentation and last will be given by a new face in ICRP. So Dr. Dominique Laurier, he is from the Regulatory Authority in France, ASNR, and he is also the chair of Committee 1 in ICRP. And his presentation will be on how to consider and communicate uncertainty within ICRP activities. Thank you, Dominique.
Thank you, Daniele. So yes, it's going to be the last presentation, but in fact, you may be disappointed because we are not going to get into methodology to assess precisely uncertainties associated to HP10 or confidence interval associated to excess relative risk. My presentation will be much more general. In fact, well, the definition of uncertainty, if you look at the common sense, you're going to find an explanation which is uncertainty means doubt. And if you look at Wikipedia, that's a state of limited knowledge, so you don't know everything. And that's what the ICRP has to deal with. Of course, the level of knowledge is never complete. And there are different types of uncertainties, and there is a lot of literature about that. The idea is not to get into detail about that here, but to see how uncertainty can cope, can manage finally the management of uncertainties in the work of the different task groups. So as has been done before, as has been said before by Cathy especially, there is a large literature about uncertainty. So there have been many reports written by the ICRP about the uncertainties related to doses, related to the transfer of these uncertainties to the estimate of the risk, to the risk estimate themselves. UNSCARE published a specific report on uncertainties in 2019, trying to identify the different sources of information, the major one that were associated to the calculation of a lifetime risk, including uncertainties linked to baseline rates, linked to doses, and so on. There are also complete works that are dealing with the uncertainties, how to manage the uncertainties, how to communicate to the uncertainties from a social science point of view. And also in a paper that we published at the time we launched this new evaluation, preparation of new recommendations, we published a paper about the research gaps and the consideration of uncertainties in the work of the ICRP was clearly listed as one topic of that was needed further research. So based on that, 3 years ago, the ICRP decided to launch a working party on uncertainties. The membership is presented here, so including different workers, different representatives from each of the different committees and the main commission. And with the aim to think about how to help, how to better guide the different task groups to manage the presentation of uncertainty, identifying the source, quantifying if needed, related to uncertainty, or to communicate the results of the task groups, given the fact that uncertainty is present in everything we are doing at ICRP. The first point has been to perform a survey among the different task groups, just to know what was the current status, with very simple questions. To what extent do you think uncertainty is important for your task group? What type of uncertainties do you have to cope with? How uncertainties will be addressed in the report that you intend to publish in a few years? So there were a lot of responses. I'm not going to get into question, but the main points were uncertainty was clearly, the feedback was that it was a key issue for ICRP and more generally for radiological protection. There were recurrent questions about uncertainties, especially it was coming back regularly for what are the risks, what is the knowledge in the low dose range, but not only. And uncertainties includes not only scientific aspects, but also aspects related to decision, especially for Committee 3 and Committee 4. And the point of view was very different between the committees and the different task groups. The notion of uncertainty had to be considered in a broad sense, including all types of uncertainties, measurements error, statistical uncertainties, missing knowledge, expert choices, unpredictable future changes. So a very large range of different definitions and sources of uncertainties. And the issue related to perception and to communication was clearly one of the topics that was coming back again also. And the last line is, finally, what are we going to do? How to make sure that the consideration of uncertainty will make the system better in the future? So based on that, it has been decided to write guidelines, to prepare guidelines to help the different task groups to manage, to know the definition of uncertainties and to provide some guidance to them.
how to better take into account uncertainties in the system while keeping it simple. So our aim was to find something simple, easy to apply by the task groups. How to improve transparency. So considering unscare can be very important on an ethical point of view, and how to improve transparency, at least to better separate what is based on science and what is related to expert judgment. How to improve communication about uncertainties, and how to help managing it in the system. So finally, we went on with the two approaches. The idea was also not to invent something specific to ICRP, but to try to use something that was already applied, already existing somewhere else. So we get on with two approaches, IPCC and Powell's principle. I will present two examples of that. So the first one is the IPCC Uncertainty Guideline. IPCC is the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. And the idea proposed by François Bouchou, which is here, was that finally this group had to manage a lot of different sources of information, a lot of different sources of uncertainties. And they had to cope with a review of science and also proposing way to manage the things, to propose decision. And so it was finally very similar to what the problems that we are facing at ICRP. And so we went on with this approach. This approach is based on the development of a matrix, which is rather simple, crossing what is the evidence, what is the scientific evidence, based on the degree of evidence from different sources of information, scientific, technical information, classified in only 3 categories: limited, medium, and robust, and the level of agreement on this evidence. What is the agreement between different sources of information, between the experts in the field, with also 3 levels of classification: high, medium, and low. And based on such matrix, the idea is to use this matrix to develop a confidence scale, which is presented here, varying in 5 categories from very low, so corresponding to levels of limited evidence and low agreement, to very high, robust evidence and high level of agreement between the experts. And so quantification of the uncertainties, the previous speeches that we saw, uncertainties on dosimetric quantities, uncertainties on excess relative risk, for example, risk estimates, can be done only when we have a very high level of confidence in the results. So I just present one example. So it's still ongoing work, as I told you. There is one example from TG111, which this TG111 is dealing with individual factors modulating the risk of radiation-induced cancer. So they have been looking at a lot of different factors and a lot of different endpoints. That's just one example for what relates to radiation-induced cancer. And according to the review that has been performed in this report should be available for public consultation in a few months from now. And you will find this table at the end of this report. And if you look at some of the factors, age at exposure or sex, for example, then you will see that the evidence have been classified as robust by the group, with a high level of agreement between the different experts, between the different sources of information, and so finally with a very high level of confidence. Whereas, for example, for obesity, then it is considered that the evidence is limited today, with a high level of agreement on the fact that it's limited, and finally a medium confidence in a relationship in a modification of the risk by obesity for the modification of the radiation-induced cancer. That's the first approach that is proposed in this guidance. A second one that has been that we propose to implement also is something which is more dealing with the communication of the results. That's called the Powell principle. It has been proposed initially 20 years ago by Colin Powell in the US, and it's to classify, between what we know, what we don't know, and what we think. So a very rough classification of what the different elements. But you find, again, an evaluation of the evidence, what we know, what we don't know, and what is related to expert judgment, what we think on the basis of the review of the science. So it's useful for clarifying value judgments. It's a good way to separate what is a matter of evaluating the scientific evidence, what is the matter of expert opinion. There is a great interest in applying the ethical values, especially responsibility, transparency, and that's a simple way to provide a simple and understandable framework to aid communication in the face of uncertainties. So we tried to apply this kind of matrix in TG119. That's a task group which is dealing with the risk of disease of the circulatory system. So again, be careful, that's very preliminary, that's still ongoing, and that's only an extract of what we are trying to work on at the time being. But if we look at what we know from the literature on cardiovascular disease in the recent years, there is clearly evidence of an excess risk of ischemic heart disease and cerebrovascular disease with radiation dose above 500 milligray. It was already there in 2010, and that's the threshold that has been used, that is currently applied in the ICRP system. There is growing evidence from epidemiology of an excess risk of ischemic heart disease and cerebrovascular disease below 500 milligray, and even between 100 and 500 milligray at the time being. And there's no evidence of a threshold from epidemiological results. A relationship is observed with the probability of occurrence of DCS and not with the severity of DCS when we consider long-term events, 10 or 20 years after exposure. And that's very important because severity, a relationship with severity is a criteria to classify an effect as a deterministic effect, as a tissue reaction. But also there is clearly a large heterogeneity in the estimated risk between studies that are available today, between incidence and mortality data, a lot of sources of heterogeneity, and we have to be very careful in the interpretation of the results. What we don't know, well, from biology today, it's very difficult to draw a picture of what are the mechanisms of DCS related to radiation protection. That's clear that we don't have the knowledge of the mechanisms. The target organs for radiation-induced effects are not clearly identified, especially in the low-dose range. Sorry. Variation of DCS between sex and as a function of time since exposure or dose rate, there are some elements, but we cannot say it's well characterized. And the hypothesis of a low-dose threshold cannot be ruled out. Even if we don't have the evidence of a threshold today, we are not able neither to say that in the low-dose range, we are sure today that there is no threshold below which there will be no risk. So that's the review of what we know, what we don't know. And what we have to do is to build on it and to say what we think, finally. And so at the time being, again, that's preliminary thinking, but the recent findings confirm that the risk of DCS has to be taken into account in the radiation protection system. We have enough information to say that there is a relationship and we have to manage it in the system. But the current classification of DCS as a tissue reaction with a threshold at 0.5 gray at the time being clearly needs to be reconsidered in our view. Calculation of nominal risk coefficients for ischemic heart disease and cerebrovascular disease cannot be performed with the same level of robustness. And the assessment of risk for cerebrovascular disease and ischemic heart disease at low and moderate doses should be based on both scientific knowledge, but also ethical dimensions, especially prudence. So sorry I'm late. But to finish, what we want to do is, with these guidelines, is to provide guidance for the task groups for them to know if it's pertinent or not to go on a process to characterize and quantify uncertainties, and if it is decided, to propose procedures to describe and communicate on uncertainties. And we think, finally, it should improve the reports, improving transparency with providing elements on the confidence in results, helping distinguishes between science-based and expert judgment, supporting prudence through considering the uncertainties in the conclusion of the reports, and finally, facilitate communication. And with this, if you want some additional information, there is a poster on that, and there will be a presentation tomorrow on the application of the Powell's principle to LNT. So you're welcome if you want to continue this discussion. And with this, I think it's finished. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Dominique. Very interesting presentation. Now we have time for a couple of questions. So maybe I can ask one. This application of the Powell principle that you showed previously, is it going to be a part of publications, ICRP publications?
The idea in the end is not to force task groups to use a methodology or not, but just to ask themselves about how am I going to manage uncertainties. So for some of the task groups, for example, for cardiovascular disease, we think it could be a very good way to present a synthesis finally of where we are and why we propose such evolution, for example. Maybe for some other task groups, it will not be the best approach at all. So the idea is not to force a given framework, but to propose tools that we think are interesting and that have been shown to be very interesting in other settings.
Thank you. Is there any more questions or comments from the audience? So if not, let's thank Dominique again. And I think we can close the session with an incredible timing. And we want to thank, well, first I want to thank Andrei, my co-chair, and I want to thank all of you. This session was very well attended, and we are amazed at so many of you. Don't forget the gala dinner, which is starting at 7 o'clock in the ballroom that is here. So see you in just a few minutes, and thank you again.